All right. Good evening, everybody. Let's go ahead and no, not good evening. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I am so programmed to evening. It's been a crazy 24 hours. But how's everybody doing? How are you doing, Nick for a tick? It's Thursday. We got some news. We are 30 minutes before the open.
I am doing well. Yeah, this has been kind of a crazy 24 hours of trading. If you guys have been asleep or are just joining us, or you missed the second half of yesterday, it kind of was a wild session. I don't think I've seen a violent V-shaped recovery type move on the intraday like that after a pretty, orderly sell, but a good sell down, 1.5% almost, to basically just rebid us and now making a run back towards the area where, if we can build a little volume further above this, you start talking about air horns again and things get a little weird. So it's been a wild, previous session overnight, and even into this news that we just had has been pretty quiet. Even the reaction to the ECB cutting, PPI, jobless claims, all pretty muted. But it does set up for what could be just a choppy, balanced, interesting type day, or could be a decent trading opportunity. We shall see. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, nothing too crazy. We didn't see a huge move in any direction. PPI came in maybe warm, not. It's kind of as expected, a little warm. Unemployment claims just a tiny bit higher than expected. Nothing jumping off the charts for me saying this is a change and the market could take this, positive or negative. If anything, Nick, maybe this kind of solidifies the 0.25% cut and it kind of takes off a little bit of fear of people thinking a 0.5% cut and they're behind the curve. I don't know. Just trying to look at how the market's reacting. You can see my chart over here on the NQ where I'm curious about this. From where we were at on the high of 20,000, if I do put a downtrend connecting maybe that little high on September 2nd, is this going to be a factor where this is a downtrend? We come up, test it, come up, test it. Let's see. It's hard to sell this market after yesterday. Anything can happen. I would like to see if we can get a little bit of a pullback, maybe down to some type of a support resistance zone. Maybe looking at something where we broke out yesterday around 150, 140, somewhere lower to find a reversal. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm definitely in agreement there. The 4-hour chart on NQ, you're kind of at the base. If you love crayon lines, you're going to potentially love a good fade opportunity here to start the session. If you get that opportunity, I do think it could easily rotate, maybe even close some of the single prints from the second half of yesterday. So we can definitely talk about that if we get any sort of weakness, post open. But another thing to look out for is if you look at ES, especially, we're right at the base of that old 2-week balance range, that what I was calling during market kickoff, the balance range from hell, that we were basically just chopping around, 5,600 to 5,660 for about 2 weeks. So if we get any sort of strength, we fall into that balance, and that is hopefully not what happens, because that could potentially just create a, not the best trading environment for us here trying to actively make a little money day trading this. So I'm very curious. I'm going to be a little hands off to try to see, who takes that first step type of move into today's session. A lot can happen, but, given the, robustness of kind of the second half of yesterday, I kind of want to see who shows their hand a little bit before I do anything crazy. Either scenario is very possible. If we ran to that balance, it wouldn't shock me, as the market may just, park where what we always talk about, where it finds, higher areas of interest in the auction, which would probably bring us right back to 5630. If everyone remembers that fun number that I kept throwing around for the last few weeks as using as a pivot for, a long bias versus short bias on the intraday. So if we were to kind of return to that area of value, the market may just sit there and kind of wait to get more clarification on the Fed's dot plot next week. We shall see, but it definitely is setting up for an interesting trading day. Hopefully, given that there's additional news coming in next week, the market, like I said, may wait on it, may start to, continue to trade based on, aspects of what the second half of yesterday looked like. I don't know. It's definitely going to be an interesting morning.
Yeah, I feel it. Are you paying attention more to the ES or the NASDAQ, or is it both?
Well, yesterday I only traded NQ, but today I'm probably going to be watching ES more, just given us heading into rollover, us getting into, I would say, almost like a parity between SPX and the ES contract before we kind of roll next week or into next week. I haven't checked open interest in the volume. I'm assuming it's still pretty one-sided on the U contract and not really Z. Tomorrow you may start to see that shift as we head into Friday, and then by Globex on Sunday's open, I would imagine the Z contract has more open interest in volume.
Yeah, I see that. I'm looking at the ES, and I see exactly what you see, right? Like, that's a pretty dang big zone where we were bouncing from this 55,600, even 5570s, 600. This was, some major support, near the end of August, and it did become resistance at the beginning of September. And so is this going to become resistance here? I'm not sure. Just looking at how we was reacting, maybe mid-August when we first got there, when we broke through this, where we did get to that same level. So that's kind of interesting. On the rally up, we did test 5580, had the pullback down to 5530s, and then we bounced and we started to break it then. So yeah, this is not a surprise that we see some resistance around here in the ES.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be a spot where you could absolutely find sellers at the base of this balance range. NQ, if it were to get some strength, let me actually look at NQ again. I mean, we could absolutely rotate back up towards 19,600 if you do see that kind of initial push out of the gate that we've been, I would say, seeing the last few sessions at the very least from the opening bell. That's a reasonable target today. If you do start to show some strength, we could, just like we were talking about on ES in that 5630 level, NQ could absolutely make a run towards 19,600 here today, or in the latter parts of this week, as the market's going to just potentially wait on additional information and guidance from our favorite talking Fed, Jerome Powell.
Your favorite talking. Your guys' I have a love-hate relationship.
What tie is it going to be? Should we start placing bets? Is it going to be purple? Is it going to be blue? Does he shock the world and signal recession by coming out in a red tie? Who knows?
We need to send out drawing books with different pictures of Jerome and his tie, and then we could just all color his tie in as we go through those meetings. Any other markets that you're paying attention to, in particular going into the New York session as we begin here? We do have about 20 minutes until the open.
Nothing but the last piece of, I would say, information or data that can potentially trip us up or cause, a market moving type reaction today is going to be the 30-year bill auction. I think around lunchtime today. Yes. 12 p.m. Central Time. We do have the long bond auction. So that could potentially provide some aspect of a move. I feel like the 10-year auction yesterday was probably overshadowed, just given the momentum we kind of had to the upside. I don't even know if I even saw the results, but something else to definitely keep us on our toes here in the latter half of today.
Great. One more question going into this. I'm always curious about someone's pre-morning routine or pre-trading routine. Like, what do you have a morning routine? What do you do to prepare for your trading day? I mean, everyone is this is kind of it, right? We're a little bit before the markets are open. Do you have anything in particular that you like to do? Maybe workout, stretch, eat? What is that?
I definitely like to get a workout in before, I even really actively look at charts. I definitely, will wake up, have my little morning caffeine, and get a good sense of what the overnight session was, what that range potentially is, and then try to get a workout in before I really do a little pre-market prep. But today I didn't get that luxury. Got about an extra hour of sleep, and then, decided to jump on here with you. So no exercise for me this morning. I'm going to do that after we get off here. But yeah, it's usually pretty light, a little bit of market prep, a little bit of exercise. Definitely try to eat a meal so that I at least have some energy going into the session. But it really depends, because some days, my morning trading is pretty light. I get in and out, one trade, two trades, hopefully a green day, and I may lock it up and come back in the afternoon and more so just watch Power Hour with some popcorn.
Nice. As we do that, bro, gold is making new highs. Gold is starting to break out. We are breaking through this 25.69 level. We did peak above. Just looking at this on the higher time frame chart. Last night, Coach Jay and I was looking at gold and was saying that this could very well be a bull flag, and it's starting to turn out. We won't know for sure until we have that continuation. I've been looking at 2,600 for a while now here in gold, and over the past few hours, we've really started to push. And let's see if we can get that momentum. Yeah, past couple hours, we did start to break 2570 and a half seems to be that area. Let's see. How are the levels, the top step levels on here? Let's take a look. Do we have like a weekly kickoff high and all that fun stuff on here? I'm not seeing it on gold on the 4 hour. Let's see. Maybe we'll wait and see if we can get an update there. But yeah, 2570. We took a peek above that. Let's see if we get some continuation. But it's been on the move since, what is that? Since that news came out? Since the PPI?
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a new air horn for GC?
I think so.
All right, we're going to start our day off.
So you have the you have the air horn button and all that fun stuff.
I do.
Let's see. Let's go from an hourly chart. Yeah, so far so good. I'm going to pay attention to that. I'm not a great gold trader during the New York session. I like to focus on the NASDAQ. Been playing a little bit in the ES and maybe Crude. What's Crude doing now that gold's starting to rally? Is Crude pushing up? Crude is starting to find some buyers. We did break through this level. This was an interesting level going into last night, whether this was going to be resistance. We did break through. I'm not surprised that we made it up to 28 or 68.60s. Maybe we could even make it up to this $69 a barrel. 69, there's a lot of support and resistance that I'm going to be watching to see if we could make it up there. And if we do break through that, the next level, of course, is going to be $70 a barrel. And as we look at this higher time frame, say the daily, you can kind of see what I was looking at. It's hard to short this market since we've came so far so fast to the downside. And over the past few years, this is something that Coach Jay and I was looking at. Over the past few years, basically since 2021, whenever we come down to this level, this has been a very, very solid level of support. We rejected off this in August of 21, then again in December of 21, and March and April of 2023. And when we do come down here, it's not for very long. It's almost immediate rejection. There's some major wicks in this, and then a rotation right back up into these 70s. So I would not be surprised if crude oil continues and starts to rotate and maybe test to these lower 70s. Over here on the daily chart, you can see no 3-bar reversal yet, not exactly. Maybe if we start to break through this $69 a barrel level, then we could start to see bigger momentum pushes through these 70s. Maybe we get back to closer to $72 a barrel. But hard to sell it down here because of this on the daily. A lot easier to find buys, in my opinion. I'm going to be watching. Gold's breaking to new all-time highs. And so let's see if crude could follow suit. Not all-time highs, but finding buyers.
We're going to 130 oil.
Hey, man. And you never know anymore. Next thing you know, everything's shutting down. We could be pushing $100 a barrel in a moment's notice.
Or it could go negative again. Who knows? That's the type of instrument that CL can be at times. All-time high, or a new negative low, whatever's in the cards.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let's take a look at ES and the Nasdaq. Do you set up levels before going into your trading day?
I do. Most of the time, they're going to be based on volume, or where I may have seen some aspect of a reaction, something on time and sales. So that's usually what it would make me mark certain things when it comes to ES. Obviously, option levels too, but that isn't necessarily as necessary heading on roll week, just because you have that smaller spread between ES and SPX. But that would be kind of my prep. It's just to mark various levels of interest I'd be looking to enter, exit, take profit, all of that fun stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Man, if you caught yesterday, Rips had some amazing levels, and it made trading a lot more convenient. Some of his levels were pretty similar to my zones. Let's see if we could have a day like yesterday. It's going to be very difficult to match the way the market was yesterday. I mean, to just even go back and see that, it's just one big giant check mark. And like you said, it was, and just think we were buying. I think you even was getting along around these 18,560s, had that nice, beautiful 3-bar reversal at the bottom. And man, I seen that there was one trader. We're going to be reviewing him when I have Ed and Coach Robert in. I'm going to be reviewing his statistics. He did catch this move in an express funded account, and the fact that he was able to hold for the majority of this was, man, I was speechless. I was like, wow, somebody was able to catch this move. As Mick would say, catching a piece of the trend. He caught a piece of it going on to the downside. He caught the entire move to the long side in an XFA and made some bank. It was pretty close to 100K, and I got the permission to review it. I reviewed it a little bit last night during slow markets, and I'll review it some more with Eddie and Coach Robert. It's going to be fun. Coach Robert in the chat, wait until you see the top 5 XFA. Oh, man.
I can only imagine. And knowing that I fumbled a 570 long in that bottom yesterday, and basically took it for, I don't know, I think it was ended up being like 35 points, which is good enough for me. I made, 5K in each one of my XFAs yesterday, but doing that rough back of the napkin math and seeing what could have been on that trade if I just was a little looser and just said, hey, maybe I'm catching a piece of the trade, or even if I kept a runner, we're talking a $10,000 to $12,000 runner. If I just let it ride and let the auto liquidator come for it.
Hey, you know how big of a bull I am, and I'm right there with you. I did end up positive. I'm not going to argue with being positive, but what could have happened? And just looking at this, I could probably pull up. Let's see this. This is going to give me a little bit of a. Where do we do this? We could go on to here and see show chart executions, and then we could go on to the MNQ. Let's take a look at this. Ooh, that's a little, man. Sometimes I like my charts a lot cleaner. These are micros. Yeah, you could see buying down here. Sometimes you just like, man, why was I closing it out so quick? Why didn't I leave a runner on? It's just one of those things where it's spilt milk, and we just kind of have to move on and see if we could find some more opportunities. I think it was a great day in the markets for traders who are bullish, bringing the volatility. We love volatility, and sometimes you just try and take what the market give you. That was such an unexpected move. I mean, judging by the past, we would be happy with the 100 points on the high end, happy with 20 points. Any trade that's above 10 points, I'm like, you know what? Great. That's great. Managing the losses on the way down, and then trying to take advantage of those gains. There's no way I would have expected this type of a move yesterday. But process over profits, man.
Even looking at that little wick down to about 720, if I was holding a runner, there's a good chance I would have flattened somewhere near that that little flush that you kind of had, whatever, right before the euro closed there around 10 a.m., 10:15 maybe. That probably would have made me a little nervous to be in if I was still full size in that trade. And I mean, I would have flattened there. So we love to say in hindsight, yeah, if only I had held for 700 points on the NASDAQ. But I mean, we all manage trades a little differently. For me, it's always see profit, take profit, especially when at that time, even in the low 700s, I would say you're still counter trend trading. So manage it.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, and I think someone said it in the chat, calm trading. It's dangerous talking about could have, would have, should have. Process over profits. If only we had a runner is what we always say. And yeah, like I said, there's always a process or a period in your trading strategy that you can add a runner or just let a runner go. Closing out some profits, letting a runner. I like to do that sometimes when the market's behaving a little bit better. I'm not going to be doing it the past week or so where. Coming off of one of the worst weeks of these markets, I'm not going to be trying to hold a runner to shoot. I'm just going to be taking profit. Plus, I was running the stream, and I was just happy to be in the green. Going through this.
We got 10 minutes till opening bell here.
Yeah, I'm just going to go through some of the stocks. Tesla's down about 1.25%. Nvidia right around break even.
I'm gonna go fill up my water real quick so I can be here for the open. I'm gonna go fill my water real quick. I forgot to do that.
Yeah, go ahead. Microsoft's right around even. Meta is up just under 1%. Google's up about 1.75. Amazon's even. Apple's even. Nasdaq is basically around even. SPY just barely in the green. Let's see what's going on as we come up to the market open in 8 minutes. Man, I probably need to go get some water as well. Man, wow. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a good show, guys. So, not only during fast markets, stay tuned because right after fast markets, we're gonna have Eddie and then Coach Jay, and like Coach Robert was saying. Some of the P&Ls from yesterday is absolutely crazy. Holy cow. Yeah, some of these numbers, I'm impressed. This is pretty impressive to see. Traders were on the right side of the market for the majority of those big moves yesterday. It's very impressive. Yeah, thanks, Robert. You kind of gave me a sneak peek, and I'm just going through some of those numbers. And is this one of the bigger days that we've had? This has to be one of those bigger days that Topstep has had for its traders. Very rare, and even a single trader making some of the biggest numbers. Yeah, I can't give you guys a sneak peek. You're gonna have to stay tuned for Coach Robert. He's the one that's gonna be giving it. Now here we are. We're starting to sell off a little bit. Let me just go through this. Let me go through the NASDAQ and something I'm looking at while we wait for Nick for a tick. So 5-minute chart, we did have that news event. The high of that is going to be 19,330, all the way down to basically 19,250. We are staying to this lower side. We're holding below. It looks like we are starting to make lower highs. So, right, where we're making a lower high, we're making a lower high. We're testing this low. It's 6 minutes before the New York session open. So let's see if we can break through this. And if we do break, the first level that I'm going to be looking for is going to be right here around these 230s. These 230 levels going to be interesting if we do break down. Are we going to hold that? If not, then we do have an area around 205, 207. And then again, we have another one right here around 180s. That was resistance, became support. And then last but not least, we do have 160s. So any of these zones, I'm going to be interested to see how the market reacts around that. Just going through that big move yesterday, just charting out these zones. Like I said, these are pure and simple, just support and resistance zone that I see on the 5-minute chart. Will the market react around those? Maybe, maybe not. But if we do start to see something like a 3-bar reversal, some type of consolidation on one of these levels, then, that could be a reason to either get into this market or have a move to the continuation. So I'm going to keep these on my chart, and we'll see what will happen if we do get down here. Not too much on the flip side, obviously, because we don't have too much to be watching other than just these highs right around 320s to 330s. So I'm going to go ahead and just mark this off because that's going to be an interesting level this morning as well. Maybe even, we're kind of seeing it right now. There's some resistance. The high of where we peaked, right? Basically right at 293. 293 is going to be interesting to play. Kind of bouncing. Let's see. 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Andrew A repeat of yesterday would be amazing. Oh, man. I would love a repeat of yesterday. That just would just back up the truck as we start to sell off and just hold it, right? It'd be very easy in hindsight. Very easy. Dakota, how do you partially close your position on Topstep X? I like to get into multiple contracts, and then you could close one or two, so many contracts at a time. So like if you get into 3 contracts, then you could close one at one level, another contract the next, and then your last one you could hold. So that would be a way to close a part of your position. You have to have more than one contract. If not, one contract, all in, all out, right? I do not know, Joseph. You'll have to ask him. You will have to ask him. And maybe while we're here, let's just go through the itinerary for today while we wait for this market to open just in 2 minutes. Let's take a look. I'll let you guys know the schedule. Give me just one moment. Here is the schedule. So we have Nick and I until fast markets, then we'll have Eddie join along with Robert just shortly after. And then guess what? I'm going to have D on with me. D, the wonderful D, is going to be joining me for Power Hour. And then tomorrow we'll be starting off the day with Coach Jay, then again with Eddie and Coach Robert, and we'll finish it off with Nick for a tick. And then I'm going to be, I think, by the end of tomorrow, I'm going to be just happy it's over and excited. I might sleep all weekend. Just sleep all weekend. Just take a little bit of melatonin and sleep for 24 hours.
Yep. And then Dakota will be right back on Sunday night to bring us more fun. And then get a quick 24 hours of rest.
Just do it all over again. Yep. But the thing is, I love it. I love it. I was talking with some of the team members that's out there on that retreat, and it's like, man, how are you doing after after the show? I'm like, I'm just in meetings taking care of some work outside of this. Like, what? I mean, yeah, I had 5 minutes, and I find work kind of therapeutic. I find this is fun for me. I enjoy it. Helping traders is absolutely there. If you could give me the choice between going on a vacation or hanging out here and trading and working with everybody here, I'll choose this every single time. But here it is, about a minute and a half, 1 minute going into the open. What are you seeing? We are pushing down near these lows. I'm going to see if we could break through these 250s. If we do, the next level I'm going to be seeing is these 230s. I'm starting to see a pick in volatility. Let me know what you see, Nick, and we will go through that.
Yeah, definitely sellers trying to step on the gas a little bit here right at the bell. But yeah, we're going to have to see, who's kind of in control out of the gate. Do we kind of return to the top section of, or I guess where yesterday's power hour kind of was trading? We had value on the overnight. Let's see, point of control back towards 55, 57 on ES. So could be an interesting open here coming at us in about 15 seconds. Let's see what happens.
We held those 250s for a moment. Just watching the Mag 7 as well. Meta's about 1%. Google just under 2%. And here we're off. Let's just take a moment and enjoy and watch this.
I have a weird suspicion it could be a choppy early part of this session.
Yeah. You know, what do they say? 80% of the time the market consolidates.
Exactly.
Okay, we broke through those 250s. 250s broke through the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get this continuation down to 230s. I'm not going to be trading this until after we start to settle down a little bit. But yeah, we've broken down. Here comes some continuation.
And Mag 7's pretty split. You've got Apple opening up red, Nvidia down about 1%, Tesla almost 1.5%, Google's up 2%. So we're a little bit all over the board this morning.
Yeah, NASDAQ's starting to sell. We're into those 230s already. Let's see if these 230s will hold as support or if we get that continuation. But so far, so good. Yeah, and lots of volatility. Nvidia could be up, down 1% in the morning and finishing up 8% in the afternoon.
NASDAQ tags overnight low and is holding that for right now.
Yeah, did we just take a peek under overnight low? Just barely by like a tick, huh?
Yeah, it looks like down to 224.
Yep. Push. Oh, now we're breaking. We're breaking that. Next level I have is going to be these 208s, 19208 zone. Now these are zones. These are not exact numbers. I like to look at these as zones. So right through that first one and into the next one, that could have been a great scalp, right? We're taking a break of that support and looking for it to get to the next one. We didn't quite get exactly to it. We got to 211, starting to bounce off that 211. Let's see. Lots of red on the board now. Google's starting to fall off. It was closer to 2%. It's now getting towards 1.25%. Tesla's red. Nvidia down about 1%. Apple down about 0.5%. Amazon down about 0.5%. Meta coming off its highs. So starting off kind of like yesterday, red.
And GC still holding up near that all-time high. Crude is still holding, it looks like.
Okay. Still just sitting on my hands. I'm going to continue to sit on my hands for the first little bit of the New York session. It's like I said, it's always a long day, and trading is optional. Letting a lot of the volatility get out of the markets fast. Lots of buyers stepped in right at that 211. Didn't give me an opportunity for a trade yet. Immediately came back up and tested these 240s, 250. So let's see if this was support. Let's see if this support becomes resistance, or we're going to just break through this. And then if we do, we could easily see a rotation back up to 280s. Okay, we broke back into that. So support did not become resistance there. And we are bouncing. This is looking very bullish when we did reclaim that. And so I could easily see 280s, and then maybe a comeback and test above and looking for overnight highs. Overnight highs can very well be an optional. This is looking pretty dang bullish, Nick. I'm kind of tempted to get into a long, but I'm going to practice discipline. I'm not going to be trading the first few minutes of the New York session. As tempted as I am to buy this, things are starting to take a turn. Nvidia's now right around even, a little bit of green. It's starting to turn green across the board. Google back up plus 2%.
Yeah, nice little sloppy choppy open here. I wouldn't be surprised if we go try to take out previous day high, make a run at the, what is it? I guess the PPI candle at 330.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 330, overnight highs as well, 340s.
Nothing to do here yet. This is, opening right pretty much in the center of value from the overnight session. So I'm going to sit on my hands as well. See if there's going to be a better opportunity to enter this either a little lower to get long, or perhaps wait for us to go see if we take out that overnight high.
Yeah, let's see. This was acting as support. We broke back through it. So let's see if this becomes support again. Let's see if these 250s become support. We broke through it, and now we broke back through it, and now let's see if this will become support. If it does become support, my trade would be looking for a long and a break above 280s, but so far, no. We're actually breaking back down below the 250s. So, yeah, good. Love to see this in terms of decisioning not to trade this. Meta's up about 1.25%. So lots of chop so far.
Mm-hmm.
Just watching the market structure on the 100 tick as well. These 230s is still holding. Maybe a higher low. This could be a higher low. Just looking for breadcrumbs in this market as we're starting off, seeing what kind of a market structure we're getting. But higher low so far. And now do we see a higher high above these 280s? A higher high, higher low, higher high? Or are we going to just break through this and then more to the downside?
Yeah, so far just a lot of chop. ES is in a relatively tight range to start the session. Roughly, what is that? A little less than 10 points.
Man, that could be my long entry right here at 58s. Long entry would be at 58. But still holding off. Yeah, I would get long here at 58. That would be me. But if this was maybe in another 10 minutes, I'm just gonna wait through this chop. Waiting through this chop. I would like a long about right around these 58s as we break through. Looking for another higher high on this much smaller time frame, but it's tough because we're right here in this consolidation, and it's hard to trade this consolidation when we're trying to hold below it. So just still no trade for me. Lots and lots of chop.
And as we said, we're kind of near the base of that old balance range. So us providing, or the base of that balance range providing a little bit of resistance also makes sense. I think you were talking about that right when we came on, where that whatever it was, 5570s, 5580s could act as a bit of resistance. But we are seeing a little bit of strength here in the NASDAQ now, making a new high of RTH.
Yeah, that was that would have been a great trade. That was a great trade, but I don't mind, just being patient. But yeah, I hope you guys can see how I see this, right? On the 100 tick chart, higher high or higher low. We see this market structure happen so fast on the 100 tick chart, and we can start to see on a very small micro scale, this very simple technical support, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low. We just broke through this, and now we're looking to make that higher high on the smaller, and then continue to watch this 5-minute chart to see where we are at in comparison to some of this major support and resistance. So looking so far so good. Gold's breaking. Gold's continuing to push to the long side. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at gold. Oh, that's not the one I want to see. Yeah, gold's having that continuation to the long side. 270s, holding above 270. 2600? Will we see 2600 today on gold? Maybe.
A heck of a run. But now rejecting off those 280s in the NASDAQ, as well as the 5667 area on ES and rolling over a bit. So far, chop with a little bit of balance to start this session. Nothing too great of a trade entry. I tend to try to avoid these little, D-shaped opening ranges where we just kind of ping pong and bounce around. It's just a great way to take some paper cuts before we've even had a chance to make a decision.
Yeah. First 10 minutes of the day. Oh, man, lots of chop. Good decision not to trade. I'm happy. Of course, I could have probably taken, 10, maybe 15 points out of that one. But just watching, this is an interesting support resistance level. Kind of just hovering around there, and we could easily just break through. I mean, this is a no trade zone, but we are still continuing to see those higher lows. and buyers keep stepping in and pushing these higher lows up. And so let's see if we could go ahead and break above these 280s, 288, 289. If push back above these 290s, we could see a test and maybe a takeover of these 300s. It's tempting to get into a long. If I see it, I think I'm just going to go ahead and get in, see if we can get a breakthrough.
Here it goes.
Okay, I'm in long. I'm in long. Just micros. Small size micros. Let's see if we get a break above these 290s. This can be a quick in and out. I might add to this.
Wasn't the 280s the level Coach Jay was talking about yesterday towards the end of power
yeah,
hour?
during power hour. He's like, what about 280s? And like, that's every chat was as well. That's such a stretch. And, you know, we stretched and got it.
Yeah, the market takes that statement and says, hold my beer.
Yeah, it sure did. Yeah, it's like, we'll get there. Don't worry. Last 5 minutes of the trading session, and we got there. That was something else.
Some of those wild moves like that to the
one.
upside is just insane to see if you're just sitting there with popcorn and not actively trying to trade against it.
Yeah, I got out of that one. We did not hold. It looked like we was going to maybe hold and break through that. We did not. I got out at like 268, minus $70. If we get back up, I don't mind putting this trade back on. Lots of chop still.
Yeah, it seems like we're just definitely waiting to kind of make a decision here. But nothing that I've seen that I'm really jumping out wanting to get into right out of the gate here. ES is in such a tight range, albeit, I'm still back in. You're back in?
Yeah, yep. Let's see if this is going to ping pong me or back and forth, or if we're going to actually get a break. We're having a hard time holding above these 80s. That's for sure.
Yeah. ES is making like back-to-back dojis on a 5-minute.
Okay, added to this. Let's see, watch this. Come on. Hold above these 80s. If we get into these 90s and maybe 300.
You're now seeing a little bit of divergence with ES and NQ. NQ hanging around the highs, ES hanging around the lows.
Ugh, just not liking it. Again, back and forth. Minus 180 now for me.
Yeah, just not getting that breakout, but if you do, it's going to run.
Yeah, it's kind of like a wedge. What does Dobie say? The Dorito pattern? Dorito pattern? We're just making higher lows, but then equal to maybe a little bit lower highs. So just a very ugly pattern. Sometimes I like my stop loss a bit loose down here below these 35s. Would be a better stop loss, but nope, I'm okay just cutting it a little bit short. I'll get back in if we could get above these 75s again. Just waiting, getting chopped up in this. If we do break, we can see a nice spike in any direction. Yeah, this is a range, but I'm not going to be trading this range. That's really you could squeeze maybe 10 or 15 points in each side. It's very hard. I'm going to hop into this again.
Yeah, looking definitely like a Dolby Dorito there.
That's so funny. Yeah, Dorito. Let's see if we could break up now. Let's playing for the break. Just in and out really quick. Getting into 4 micros. Staying into these micros. The one thing that scares me would be a run of liquidity to the downside before the big move to the upside.
Yeah.
That's always scary, where it will just run against you, stop you out, and then make that move to the long side, which I see the NASDAQ does more than I like it to. Yesterday I started off my morning minus $800. So let's and then I had to grind through and make it back up to the green. Let's see if I can actually start into the green, but so far no good. Let's see if we can hold these 55s. If we can hold these 55s. Okay, I'm going to add here 6 micros. What a morning.
I can't remember the last time I've seen an open like this.
This is pretty sloppy, huh?
Yeah,
Pretty sloppy of a morning.
Wicking 30 points in either direction at any time, and NQ and ES is stuck in like a 4-point range.
Lots of indecision. There's lots of indecision so far. Yeah, I'm just gonna bell for a minute. That's so minus 350. I will get back in if we get back up there. But this would be the one thing that I was a little bit nervous of, a run of liquidity to the downside and then move. But keeping losses to the minimum so far. And now we just wait. Still nothing happening on anywhere.
Yeah, NQ is still inside the 1-minute opening range.
Yep. Here we go. Let's see if we could make a run to the downside or if this is going to be a liquidity run for a push to the long side.
ES breaking the overnight low at 55s or 54s. And nope, new low.
New low. Here we go. Here's now we're starting to break. We're breaking a bit on the NASDAQ now. Are we picking a direction? Are we finally picking a direction? Is it to the south side? You said ES is breaking the lows?
Yeah, ES broke the lows, broke the overnight low, now trading at 55.50. Definitely seems a smidge weaker than the NASDAQ is out of the gate. Kind of weird. I think we were talking about it like a minute ago. NQ was kind of trading the top of that opening range. ES was sitting on the lows for most of that, and then finally getting the little flush here. So hopefully this can provide us at least some semblance of a direction that we can actively enter a trade.
Yeah. Here goes ES. Or not ES. NQ. Can we get back down below these 211s? Kevmo.
Nope.
This is, man, I hate seeing this. I mean, it's so unfortunate. Someone says, Fade Dakota just lost 1650. I don't know why you do it. The stream is delayed, and this is not signals. I mean, you guys could do what you want. You've seen what happened yesterday, right? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I would strongly recommend you trade your own strategy and not just follow someone.
Yeah, guys, the stream is delayed. That's the one thing I will say. If you're trading the NASDAQ,
I'm going to just jump into a long here. Look, I'm going to try this again. Let's see if we could get a break back up in towards those 60s. Another quick in and out. I'm only going to do 2 micros. Still keeping this so small. We rejected down here before. I don't mind if we reject again. And I honestly don't mind taking these small paper cuts. This is tiny paper cuts. Trying to get into a position for a bigger move. And I should be getting the opposite. So there's another $50 to the downside. This is feeling a lot like yesterday, Nick. This is feeling a lot like yesterday.
Yeah, ES is breaking the lows. The next kind of area of support I have is probably around 5 to 10 points lower than this. But this is kind of where big market order just came in there on the buy side.
This is the support zone. This 208, 207 is that area I was looking for us to at least get to and maybe reverse. Next is going to be 187 and then 160s. So let's just watch. Let's see. We're starting to make lower lows and lower highs. So it's hands off for me now. Let's see if we could go back through here.
Yeah, starting to see some light iceberging right there on that ES low, right around 45s, about negative 1,000 delta, but let's see if we can break it already.
Yeah, yes, it's just dumping, huh? That's
Yeah, someone tried to stick save that really quick and just got ran over.
yes, it's just dumping. Let me know if you see anything. No trades so far yet for you, Nick.
No, coming off a good day yesterday, I'm going to be selective. Like I said, we were at the kind of the base of the old range, and I was potentially looking for, hey, do we fade back some of at least the afternoon's move from yesterday? But I wasn't going to be the first person to try to short that after a move like that yesterday.
Yeah, I'm definitely now with hindsight. Yeah, you wish you would have short the break, but no, I'm not going to be shorting this mark after yesterday. Getting here to these 180s, this is the next support area. So 180, 186, 187. Finding some buyers right there. Let's see if we could either break through that or find some type of a reversal. Yeah, I'm still looking at this as a pullback from yesterday's, and let's see if we could go through. Oh,
What's crazy is like, even if we came all the way back down towards whatever 505, 506 on ES, which was basically the top of the morning range from yesterday, it wouldn't be shocking, but just given the velocity of the afternoon move, I mean, it wouldn't be surprising. But now we are seeing buyers step in a little bit here. I saw a bit of a stop run exhaustion kind of down to 55.40s, and you're getting a bit of a reversal right now on NQ. I'm seeing delta flip positive on that low, and we are moving higher.
Yep. I did get up into 2 micros long, break above 211s again. 211s was an interesting level, a break above that. Let's see if we can hold it now. Let's see if we can hold this. We did come down and test these 180s, and we broke back above that. So let's see. Let's see if we're going to make some type of bullish market structure, or if this is just a pullback for a continuation back down. But so far so good. Let's just wait and see how this one plays out now. Just 2 micros, nothing too big.
Well, man, you said it when we came on. We always love to trade markets in motion, but about 80% of the time they are just balancing. Maybe that's what we're going to get today.
Yeah. Yesterday we had 2 trend days.
Yep. It's just crazy to think about.
We had 2. Yeah, we had a trend day down, and then the second half, we had a trend day up. Yeah, I always wish we was in a bigger position. Whenever you do, the market does go in your direction.
Imagine if you were swing short yesterday and you were like, "Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm going to lunch," and then you came back. You saw what happened.
Yeah. I should have gotten to 4 micros. So first mistake again is maybe just a little bit of PTSD from yesterday again. Just not getting in with normal position size on some of these better trades. That's kind of how it was yesterday. Not in the sizing that I'm wanting on these more probable trades.
And Anne-Marie just said in the chat, but rollover matters. So that could be some aspect of what we're starting to see here towards the end of the week, is some of these just weirder moves that it's harder to explain, and different types of balance and chop that we may be facing as institutions, individuals start rolling aspects of their positions to the next contract.
Yeah, and we're starting to see it here. We did get a push back up into these 250s right at this. This is an interesting level. I closed out that long. Yeah, we might do, if we do see a push back through that, maybe we see these 280s test again. But yeah, let's just watch this. That was like $100 or so. Maybe what? I wonder if that trader now faded me. That would be the worst, right? You follow him, you lose money. You copy him, you lose money. Screw this, he sucks. Let's fade him. And then he just catches a winner.
I mean, but you taking paper cuts for $100 losses on let's call it, even if you had a $3,000 loss limit, it's very, very small. But if you're losing half of your drawdown in a day on, one fading Dakota trade, that is probably not a good use of your capital.
Well, I mean, that's the understanding. We see that in statistics all the time, right? When you're trading a strategy, you have to take the entire sample size. You have to take the entire in total your statistics. You can't just pick and choose, right? If you do pick and choose, the statistics are just inaccurate, right? Because if I know that I lose 70% of the time, and if you somehow miss that small percentage of the time that you do make money, then your statistics are just off, right? That's the reality. That's why you don't copy people. Why am I trading micros? Keeping it small. I haven't seen anything I really, really like. And you can see, make and lose a lot of money, even trading micros. Plus, I'm running a show. Come on, guys. Get with it. And just like yesterday, I'll scale up if I see something good. But this is a mess. This is a mess. The markets are a mess. No clear direction. Lots of chop. We're going into rollover. Not looking at anything excited. And plus, this is being copied. So technically, if I'm in 2 micros, I'm in 10. So that was a mini.
NQ's still stuck in the 1 minute opening range, which is just crazy.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we went up and tested these 250s, 260, and now we're right back down to 240s.
Well, let's see. We're 30 minutes in almost. Let's see if there's any change here at the top of the hour. I don't think we have any data or anything coming out here at 9 Central. No.
Oh man, here we go. Here we go back down. Man, I'm having so much fun, Nick. We have some fun stuff that I'll be showing throughout the day, and it's just hilarious.
It's just wild, PA. And I said this had to be on Monday during fast markets. I hate rollover week to trade. It's typically one that if I do catch a good winner or two, I shut down my computer and go touch grass. Just because like sometimes it's if you're having a good day, you're having a good week, there's no point in doing it. Granted, we had such a good trading day yesterday that you could make a lot of money, but this is the roll week that I remember that's like ingrained in my in the back of my head that just doesn't give me a ton of confidence in any direction, any position. So get your points, raccoon it, and get out.
Raccoon it and get out. What is raccooning it, Nick?
Raccooning it. So raccoons just like to steal a bunch of trash, get quick, scraps and things like that. So I always think of it as a retail day trader in this type of market is a raccoon. You're scalping. You're trying to get points from the bigger players, albeit from their dumpster, from their trash can, and then you are running away with those points and not returning until the next opportunity presents itself.
Yeah, I got in long again right here at 35. Got in long again at 35. Let's see. This is going to be another tight one. Let's see if we can make it a higher low, break back up into these 60s, and go test those 55s, 60s levels. In 6 micros this time. In 6 micros. Gonna have one. Let's see. Let's have another push up. Still not confident. I'm not loving these trades. So this is just quick in and out. Just quick in and out for me.
Yeah, outside of that, I guess that low off like 190, 200s, there really hasn't been anything. Just been chop.
You can have a couple more there.
There you go.
And the last on that one. Oh, come on. It's not going to give me the 50. Come on. One more push to the long side. Back into these 50s. Give it to me. Someone says Dakota's long bias is nuts. You should see my trading journals or my trading reports. It is. I mean, it works though.
I mean, I would still say for someone who's hasn't been trading that long, you probably should only be looking for longs. Like I would not recommend ever fading a trend day down looking for longs. Like I think you had success with last week, but I think you get billed out a little more if you're looking for long only trades. Most days, you'd be safer doing that most days than looking for shorts. It's just much harder to hold a short in this market.
Still, the market's still trying to hold this up a little bit. Keeps pushing us back up to the 250s, then immediately reject. Rough market for traders.
And now we're rolling back over.
Look, right back down and right back down. Dakota, do you think a tick chart is more important than this price action? You know, I do like a tick chart when it comes to this type of a price action. You could see market structure a little cleaner, right? Look at the 5-minute; it's bar coding. But if you look at the 100 tick chart, you can see it's a little bit more clean. And yes, I did just miss one now. I just missed that trade. You can see it's a little clean, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low. And you can kind of see it a little bit better compared to over here on the left-hand side on that 5-minute chart. It's just chop. So there is something to it. I don't recommend just solely trading on like a tick chart like this, because you need some type of, you know, a different time frame to see the bigger picture. It's like missing the forest through the trees, right? For example, the tick chart is the trees and the forest is a higher time frame. You need to use both. I really recommend using both. All right, I'm getting rid of that. They were just chop, 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 chop.
Yep. This is setting up for a very fun day. If you've already made points, this is where, like I said, just be smart, and it doesn't make sense to continue to get chopped up if you're already green. If you already have, let's say, a $200 winner and you're in a funded account, good on you.
Yep, I'm in long again from 61. This is going to be, I'm going to add if we do go up. Let's see if we could catch a breakout. I'm looking at this as a pattern, higher low, higher low, higher low. And let's see if we could have, we had a nice rally off of 190. Now we're kind of just consolidating right here. And for me, this play would be a break to the long side. Let's see if we get these 280s, and then maybe to test the overnight highs. Overnight highs is what I would be looking for on this one. See if we could actually break and go to the top of this. So watching this. Still in micros. Not 100% confident in these trades, but if it works, I want to see us break out.
Dakota, as the chat has just pointed out to me, you and I missed the trade of the day so far, which would have been a short in the Dow.
What's the Dow doing? Is it just...
It just is melted. Melted from like the opening range high straight down about 300 or so points.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, gold was all-time highs as well.
Yep. Gold is it still making? Gold is, oh yeah, look at that. Another new all-time high for gold. Let me get an air horn.
You know, there's something to that, Nick. There's something to that where you don't have to be stuck sitting here watching a messy market. There's always opportunities somewhere. There really is. So here I am. I'm in 6 micros again. Let's see if we get a push into these 80s. We're trying to break out. If not, I'm just going to bail on this one. See if it whipped me out. Let's watch it in this. Let's see if we can hold. Man, another whipsaw to the long side. We broke through those 68s and we're just failing. I'm not gonna hold on to that one. Yeah, see right there where we had nice resistance, popped open, popped above 76, and then immediate rejection. So ran liquidity and reversed. Messy. That a lot of times you would see follow through on that type of a move. Maybe follow through at least to these 80s. Nah, we didn't get it. We did not get that. Are you still seeing anything on your end, Dow?
No. Oh, in the Dow, I haven't been watching, and I'm not the best or even really watch as a YM trader. that instrument. So, but that's the only thing that seems like it was trending in some direction where there was a trade to be had. This is
As we
just
watch,
a hot mess.
Meta's up 1.25%, Google's up 1 3/10, Nvidia's up 1%. What's down? Apple's down about just over 0.5%. I mean, it's still just a little bit chop on the board, a tiny bit tiny bit. It's mixed. I could say it's mixed with the edge to the long side.
All right, I'm trying to short here.
In which market?
The Nasdaq.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. I'm out.
I was gonna say I'm liking kind of the opposite side of that.
I know. As soon as I entered, I saw something that made me very nervous and hit flatten for about $150.
Yep,
Small
I'm
size.
long. I'm actually
Just quick
getting
short.
long. I'm getting long. Seeing if we get back up into these 68s. Looking for this to be a higher low. Yep, I'm seeing this low,
Yep.
low, 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 and I might add to this to see if I could add into a break and back into these 80s.
So you notice something there. Dakota and I saw the exact same thing, and it was the reason I hit flatten immediately, and it was the reason he basically limited in right at that price level.
Yeah, let's see if we could get this now. I've really enjoyed trading micros, Nick. It's been good. It's been really good, especially when I'm trying to run an entire
Especially doing
production
this.
show.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, even me, that was a single, quick, like one lot NQ trade there that I was just trying to get in and out of real fast. But to run like OBS and everything else behind the scenes, to have conversation with me, to be analyzing markets while running the stream, it's just, yeah, micros are a nice saving grace to get you a little taste of the market without feeling like you can't do those other 7 things behind the scenes.
Fair enough. Yeah, that one was basically scratched, like minus 2 or 3 points on that one. I will enter it if we do break back above these 54s. Still kind of chopping in this range. I want to see us break out or even break down. I maybe we could even break down below this. I want to see some type of price action, and I'm continuing to watch these markets. Tesla's now negative.
Yeah. Until we can kind of hold below 230 or above 270, I mean, there's nothing to do here, guys. We're just chopping in that range.
Yeah.
I'm talking the NASDAQ.
Yeah, make a little, lose a little, make a little, lose a little. That's the story of this.
Yeah, this is a situation where if Dakota and I weren't doing this right now, I'd be looking at this price action. I'd probably give it another 15, 20 minutes. And if I didn't see anything, I'd say, nope, I will come back and check in, after the Euro close, check in at lunch, check in at power hour. But there's not much to do here just yet.
Yeah, breaking down a little bit could be an opportunity if you're going to trade this range, buy the lows, sell the highs. Buyer stepped right into those 20s. All right, let's see. Let's see if we could break above this 42, 41. I'll get in to a long. I'm still looking for us to test into those 80s.
We brought the chop this morning, my friend.
Yeah, it is.
So did you hear from the Topstep team? Who won golf yesterday?
I don't know. I didn't hear from that. I didn't hear on that end. Maybe I could get some more information this morning as I hear from the team on the golf. I got that one picture from Hoag. That was that was fun. But I didn't hear anything else outside of that.
I'm sure they're all having fun. Yeah, this has been a fun experience to kind of be running the show with you behind the scenes and doing this little little bit for ourselves. And, but I give Andre and everyone so much credit, because even us sitting here on a day like this, because it's one thing when markets are moving like they were moving yesterday. It's another thing to sit through 30-point range, chop on NQ, and try to keep everybody engaged, keep everybody entertained, and also make some money for myself. It's a hard job.
It could be difficult. It could be really difficult, Nick. Let's see if we could find some buyers here. Trying to see if we could have that rotation to the 70s or 80s. Okay, I'm in 8 micros. This is a little bit bigger of a position than anything else this morning. Looking for a push into those 60s.
There we go.
Let's see if we could get it. Can we get some type of buyers back to the top of this range? There's some. Let's see if we get another push into the 70s.
You're getting the support from ES too for the first time.
All right, let's see if we get into those 70s. Bigger position this morning. This is the biggest one this morning, because I've liked this in terms of a little more confidence in it. Just a little bit more confidence. Not a full micro, not a full mini. 0.8 of a mini, 8 micros. Here we go. Let's see if we can break through these 64s. 64s maybe.
Yes, breaking the overnight low back to the upside again. This could get us a run. There we go.
All right, make sure I have a stop loss. Two thoughts going through my head right now is adding for a break into these 80s, see if we can get the momentum into those 90s and a push above 300. Let's watch and see this. So that would be the first one, is adding to see if we have that continuation, or taking some off with the possibility of us rotating right back into this range. And so let's see. Don't like that we rejected so fast, but let's see if we can make this higher low and continue to push up. So far so good. I do like that, we're continuing to find buyers. Let's watch this. Let's watch this.
NVIDIA kind of making a run at a new high of the day as well, supporting us, but pretty much has just been on a trend since open, slightly upwards.
All right, here we go. Let's hold these 70s. Can we get into these 70s and hold them? There we go. There's a nice break. Now let's find some momentum. Find some momentum into these 80s. There we go. There's some of it. I'm going to go ahead and pill 2 off right there. And let's see if we can hold this for a break into those 300s. And we're getting into those 90s. I'm going to pill another 1 and off right there. And then another 1 off near 300. And now we're going to see if we go test the overnight highs. Let's see if we could get to these overnight highs. Holding into 4. Going to close another 1 off there. And I'm going to hold these last 3 micros as we could hold. Let's see if we can get some momentum and hold above these 300s. Don't like that we immediately rejected it to it. Do not like that. I'm going to go ahead and close 1 more off right there, because I did not like that immediate rejection of 300. So let's see if we could find that momentum up to the new overnight highs. 330s is what I'm going to be looking for. I'm going to hold these last 2 micros. Let's see if we could hold that. Don't like it yet. I'm going to close 1 off. Limiting my risk and move my stop loss. I'm going to trail this last micro, see where we could go from there.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Dakota was looking for longs the entire, let's call it, initial balance period thus far. Nothing I saw, nothing he saw would make me think that those were off the table coming in that opening range. We just were kind of chopping around in a pretty tight 30 to 40 point spot on NQ, and he finally got the break. He took some paper cuts, but he got it. Yeah,
hopefully they were fading me. Whoever was talking trash
would have just gotten punched in the face there if you did.
Yeah, that's the point of paper cut, and then when you see it, you take advantage of it. That was the bigger trade, right? All morning, you guys seen that this was the bigger trade. I'm happy with this. Gonna just close it out right there. I don't mind. Oh, come on, let's get out of that. Get out of that. So there we go, up 427.
Nice trade. It kind of just needed ES to get out of bed and finally do something to join the party with NQ. NQ is still kind of hanging in the middle to the top end of that range, and then finally get the break out of that 1 minute opening range, and you get a new high of the day, breaks previous day high, and now we're at a spot, yes, kind of returning to the back of that 2-week balance, or the bottom end rather of that 2-week balance that we were in, right around 55.60s, 55.70s. So interesting spot here, a spot where we could definitely see sellers continue to defend. But right now, looking pretty bullish. Nvidia at the top end of the range. So there's a lot that can still happen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 427 times 5. Okay, so it's up about 2,000. Man, this equity curve probably today looks very similar to yesterday's. Almost guarantee it. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty similar to yesterday's, but we didn't have as big as of a dip as yesterday, which is nice. Which is nice. We still have I'm already better than yesterday. We still have the rest of the day to trade this up. Let's just see how price action. Let's see price action. I like to see us get return back down, maybe take a peek below 300, and see if I can find a long opportunity where all this resistance becomes support.
See, what is the overnight high on NQ? 340s? Yeah.
All right, we held these 300s, Okay, I do see a nice down trend line that if we break it, could be another opportunity for a push to those overnight highs. Overnight highs 330s. So let's see if we can get into a position here. Okay, got into a long at 313. Going to go ahead and add to that 315. So now let's see if we get this continuation to the long side. Come on, let's see it. Let's see. If not, I'm getting out. Hold 315s holding. Let's see. Go, got a quick push up and then immediate rejection. Let's see if we can get that again. We've seen the 20s for just a moment. I'm in 6 micros this time. Seeing an increase in volatility coming in. An increase in volatility. 20, seeing 20 for a second. Oh, gonna get out of 1 right there. Got out of 2 actually. Right back into those 20s. Let's see those 30s come into play. We did peak in there for just a moment. Gonna go ahead and get out 2 more right there. And let's hold these 2 into a little bit further. Let's see if we get into those 30s. Let's see if we get to them. There's that 30s that we're looking for. Now we're in 1 micro. We're high of the New York session. Let's go ahead and see if we can test those overnight highs. We're testing those overnight highs. 340s would be the play. 340s. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure. I want to see if we do break. I want to be in. Hold this little micro. I know it's so small, but holding it. Let's see. There's the test. Now let's see if we get that break. I'm gonna go get that box. Tested the overnight highs. What is that? 342. 342. We tested. Let's see if we get that break. Gonna trail this baby up, of course. 340. Ooh, tested it again. No, I'm just going to get out of that one. Well, we tried it twice. I'm going to look for another setup. We still might go through and break, but let's just wait and see what this. Anything on your end, Nick? Here we go, right back up.
ES is looking very strong, but NQ kind of rejecting off that overnight high area. Maybe coming back towards 300 here. Let's see.
Yeah, ES is looking like yesterday, right? We had that nice little sell-off from 580s and then kind of reversal. And are we going to just reverse that whole thing and have another nice day? Nice day. NVIDIA is almost up 2%. Let's see if we can find another trade. Still early. Only 50 minutes into the open. Ooh, I see something right now. Let's see if we get above these 35s. 35s would be the level. 35, 35 and a half. We just made two moves, two rejections off that. So a break above those 35s would be the trade. Nope, we just broke through it. Right back into those 30s. Okay, I'm in long 3 micros from 34. 3 micros from 34. 6 micros now. 6 micros. Let's see if we get. Let's see if we can make a run for the new high, overnight high. It's going to be 40. 40s is the overnight high. Okay, there's the break. We're breaking. Let's see if we get a continuation. I'm going to close out a 2 there. Let's see how we could hold this. Let's see if we can hold these above these 340s. That's going to be the question. Holding above these 340s. We tested it. I don't like that rejection. I'm out.
Man.
Price is moving pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, still hanging around those highs.
Just watching this. We might make another run. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get into... Oh, I didn't. It didn't let me in. There we go. Now I'm in. Let's see if we can make another run.
Seeing a little bit of absorption on ES around 72s. See if we can break it.
Yeah, I'm looking for us to hold above the overnight highs. I think I'm going to only do 3 micros. Unless we do break, I'll add. All right, let's see. Into 6 micros. Chopping around into these 30s. Nothing so far. Kind of consolidating here. Right back into the high. Test the 40 again. I'm going to go ahead and put a buy stop right above. See if we could break through that. Okay, triggered in. I'm in 9 micros. Now let's see if we get this push and hold above the overnight highs. What I'm looking for. Will we do it? Can we do it? We're testing. Gonna get a 3. I want to see that continuation. I didn't like. We didn't get a lot of volatility on that break. But let's see if we can have that push. Tested 50. We touched 350.
Yeah, still stalling at 72s.
Yeah, we're not getting that momentum I'm liking to see on the break. So I'm out on that one. Yeah, not finding a lot of momentum on these breaks. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say, 5-minute break. Let's see how we do. I'm not liking that price action too much. Usually we see a lot stronger breaks and hold above, but we're struggling here. So I'm gonna wait. Yeah, there's that rejection. Yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah, we're flushing.
That's what happens when you're struggling. You just, it's not as strong as yesterday on those breaks. Yesterday, when we were seeing these breaks, they were just 10-point bounces, like solid. We still might get it, but not even an hour into the session.
Yeah, NQ still just hanging above that 325, 330 level. But if we were to rotate back below 20, there we go. We might break down back into inside 300. Let's see.
Yeah, we're getting some. So I'm about out of water. Talking all day, Nick, is
I know it.
has
You've been
made my
talking
mouth
for
dry.
you've been talking for like 72 straight hours. It seems like.
Yeah. Slow markets. I ended slow markets a little bit early, but very happy I did. Got some sleep.
Yeah.
Immediately, just brushed my teeth and went straight to bed.
And buyer stepping right back in. Off
I
of
seen
that
that 314s.
attempt on a low.
I mean that's a good example, right? This was resistance here, so I mean, if buyers are going to step in, that was a decent zone to step in. I'm going to wait. I'm going to see what this market will give. If we do break out, that sucks because I'll probably miss it until we get a good setup now.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to see us come back and retest 300, retest 290s.
That's one thing I love about the markets. Every day is different. Every day is different. Let's see. I'm just checking on the markets. What's going on? Nvidia's up about 2%.
Of course it is.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Starting to see that bullish market structure again, right? Here's a low. Here's a higher low. Here's a pivot. Maybe you could even say this is a reverse head and shoulders on a micro scale. I'm just going to continue to watch and see. Nvidia up 2%. Everything else is kind of popping. Nvidia Microsoft and Apple still just barely negative. Yeah, I wouldn't mind if every day was the same and we can make money like that. If every day was like yesterday, I'd be happy.
Yeah, it makes for some great trading. Not exactly good for the heart rate, but great for hopefully your P&L.
Not great for the heart rate.
Gonna make a run at this high again, aren't we?
Yeah, someone just you guys could do a hashtag fast markets, and some of the mods will send me the information. Take a look at this one. This is kind of described the start of this morning. Jake Harris, no wave, no surf, consolidation, just sitting there. That's kind of how it was, just getting chopped up this morning until we finally got that wave to catch and ride. All right, I'm going to switch to your charts, Nick, and I'm going to go refill my water.
Go for it.
Yep, be right back.
So we're still sitting very much on NQ, kind of at the bottom of that previous balance range. I am kind of expecting us to go retest 300 here, right now. It may be an interesting long opportunity. We did project almost that wick right down to 313, which was interesting. Buyers stepped right in and kind of bid us almost immediately back up. But there's nothing here that I'm really jumping out to get into a trade. But in the chat, how is everyone's trading morning going? Are you getting chopped up? Are you green? Are you red? Are you wishing you were still asleep and missing all of this shenanigans? Let me know. It could be great price action for you. This is like one of my least favorite types of days to trade, where we are just kind of tight range, choppy, slightly grinding towards the upside without a ton of momentum for a breakout. But let me know how everyone is doing. Chopped. Absolutely chopped. I feel you. I feel you in that.
Green, chop, sleepwalking.
Sleepwalking is a good way to describe this market, because that's very much what it feels like.
This market's pretty exciting to me. For a moment there, we had that burst up that we were looking for.
Yep. And then now chopping in the new range.
We just found a new range to chop at. Still like a break to the highs, though, to be honest. Nvidia's pushing up 2.5%. You know what? I like a break above these 244. If we break above 244, I could see. Let's see if we get some momentum to the long side. Nvidia's up 2.5. Meta's up almost 1 3/4. Google up 1.5. Amazon still hovering just over break even. Apple down 1/4. Microsoft down 0.3. Tesla's up a half. Let's see. This the question is this a bullish flagging pattern? We rally up, we consolidate for a little bit, and then we break out. Let's see if we can play a breakout play. Let's see. I do like it. I do like it. Question is, will it work?
Still just hanging around 340s, unable to really get above it, but also not unable to really go any lower to kind of retest this breakout. So it's hands on butts.
Here we go. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. Seeing a little bit of volatility coming in at the moment, right here at 40. Let's see. Ooh, man, those 41 is there's something going on at 41. Sellers stepping in at 41. Oh, there's a little bit of a break. A little bit of a break. Is that a liquidity grab? Okay, I'm in 3. Let's see.
It's going to break out topside.
Okay, in 6. I'm in 6 micros now. Let's see if we get that. Can we get this run? Can we get the momentum to the long side now that I was looking for just a moment ago?
And back to chop.
Back to chop. Back to chop. I'm going to see. I'm going to hold this for a little bit for a second. If not, I'm belling these 37s. But not liking that. Let's see. Let's see if we can catch that. Let's see. See if I can get triggered into 9 if we break back above these 42s. Okay, into 9. Into 9. 9 micros, by the way. Not minis. 9 micros. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can run to these 50s. Let's get the break of this bull flag if we can get it and make it a bull flag. If not, I'm going to bail quick. We test 48 twice. Nah, nope. I'm just going to get out of that one. I'll set it back up if we do.
There is a pretty substantial iceberging going on at the 55.72 level on ES. If it breaks to the upside, I would imagine we get a nice little run. But until then, this may get capped.
Oh, I guess it was on your charts. Okay, back to my charts.
Yeah, oh. Yeah, and I can't even show you the iceberg. I forgot. But we're still hanging on the highs on NQ.
Yeah, still hanging. I'm in the 9 micros again. Let's see if this is going to chop me up for a second time, just like at the open. Which it's looking like a chop up fest right here. We tried once, we tried twice, we tried 3 times. Let's see if this 4th time is going to be a charm. If not, going to bail. Going to bail. Let's see. Let's see. Can we get a break into the 50s? There we go. Let's see if we get continuation. Let's get some continuation. Here we go. Come on. 50s. Can we see 60s? Let's get a nice, good breakout here and some follow through. Watching this 5-minute chart, see if we can have this breakout on the bull flag and have this a bull flag. This is kind of a scary where we have an immediate rejection, or do we get this follow through into the 60s? Let's root for a follow through here. Come on, still holding. I like it. I like it that we're holding. Let's get the volatility up and get into these 60s. Man, this is what I'm a little bit nervous of. A little bit nervous of this, where we're not getting that follow through yet, but we are holding. We are holding into these 50s. There's 60s. Close out of some of it. Let's see if we can hold above these 60s.
ES is breaking that iceberg to the top side.
Okay, let's see if we get into the 65s. 65s. Okay, going to close out 3 more right there. And then still into 3 micros. Going to go ahead and close out at a smaller rate. Maybe we could get a push into these 70s. Gonna close out 1 right there at 61. And now let's see if we can get any momentum. Any momentum. I'm gonna be watching. I might just get out of this. Yeah, I didn't like that one. Ooh, good. I bailed out.
Now it melts.
Right,
Wow.
just in time. Bailed out just in time. And look at that. We just, boom, gone. From 366 out. Man, I got out of that one just in time. Whew. By the skin of your teeth.
Yeah, nice flatten. But of course, it's got to stop out the shorts with that stop run to the upside and then melt.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, let's see. Who's watching the stream from Topstep while we start to sell off? Oh my, look at that from the 100 tick chart. Oh my gosh, look at that. It's just, where's the liquidity? Huge orders are coming through. Look at this on the 100 tick. Oh my gosh. It just went from, it teleported. That, shout out to Nick Dobie with teleportation, and then, oh man, there goes, something's going on. Is there news? Is there news?
What is going on?
Something, I don't know. I don't know. We just ran liquidity hard.
No, nothing on the news docket yet.
Man, no news?
Nothing that I'm seeing.
I mean, look at this. Take a look at those gaps. I was just a big fat order. I don't know. That was, I haven't seen anything like that for a while.
Classic.
Someone eating the cat.
Classic roll week.
The crowd, yeah. That was something else. That happened in a blink of an eye. Wow. Well, insert volatility.
What a move.
Injection, volatility injection. Oh, okay. That, we just got a message from Andre. Shout out to all the Topstep team watching Topstep TV in a conference room on their retreat. What's the ball count loss? How many balls did you guys lose yesterday?
It's a great question.
That's the question of the day. Maybe we get a total overall count. Can we get a count? How many balls you guys lost together? And who lost the most balls? My money's kind of on MP, Nick.
I heard that's the rumor.
Question, who won? I'm going to put my money on, I think Jack had the lowest score.
I don't know who the scratch golfers are at Topstep. That may just. Jack says they had 300 balls.
Oh man, Danielle says checking in from breakfast, making sure everybody has their shirts on. That's only after dark. After dark, it gets a little crazy here.
It's a little weird.
Gets a little weird. Topstep's not here, and right back up, pushing above these 19,300s. What another volatile day. I mean, yesterday was volatile. This is volatile in its own little way. We were testing those 360s and immediately teleported down to 100 points. That was pretty close to a 100-point drop. Yeah, that was 100 points in a minute. 100 points in 1 minute.
20 points on the ES. Crazy stuff.
Just straight down. And just looking at this 100 tick chart, like, look at that. Like, there's, I don't have words for this, Coach J, or Coach, Nick for a tick. I was thinking of Coach J because of, because Danielle's comment. Uh-oh.
We got
do I click on the link?
In. El Jefe says.
Do I click on the link? I'm clicking on the link. Oh, look at this.
Look at that conference room. Everybody at Topstep watching that one.
Can you hear it? Can you guys hear this? Let me just replay that. I'm going to turn the volume up. There's everybody hanging out. Oh wow. That's Johnny. There's Hoag.
Yeah, what is for breakfast in the ballroom, conference room, whatever that is that you guys are sitting in? What was for breakfast? No, I'm still trying to figure out what this news candle was, or what actually drove us down 100 points here in a few minutes. Get back to markets for a hot second.
Yeah, let's get back to the markets. I don't know what was that. Was it just a technical thing? What, I'm not sure. That was 100 points in a minute. Eggs and fruit. Someone's coming in and saying.
Especially because we saw that iceberging at 55.72, and there definitely was a break of that. We got about 5 points to the upside, 55.75, 55.76, and then we just melted.
Yeah,
and I didn't see anything initiating really on NQ. On ES a little bit, but we were kind of above that iceberg, and then just somebody stepped in. Can anyone tell me on time and sales, was there just a very large player that stepped up to the plate? I'm just a little confused by it.
I mean, anything can happen. To me, that seemed like it was a news event. I mean, looking at this 100 tick chart, it was just straight down, 100 points in a minute. But yeah, who knows? I'm not seeing anything on my end. But
Andrew hit the wrong button, apparently. That's what did it.
That must have did it. Someone closed out, or yes, there's something going on. Just the rollover things. Could that be it?
That's the only thing that would make sense without seeing any sort of news or any crazy selling on the order book.
Yeah, take a look at this volatility, though.
A lot of sense.
We're continuing to have this volatility. Like, I'm looking at this 100 tick chart and see these gaps. There's a lot more, and we're continuing to have that to the downside, though. Look, from we pushed up to 316 and immediately 384, and then again 323, and then immediately 292. So these are 20 to 25 point just instant moves. And just purely talking about the NASDAQ, of course. Let's have a check in on these other markets. Let's take a look at ES. You've been watching ES for a minute. Similar on the ES. Let's take a look at gold. Gold was pushing all-time highs. We are right back up there near all-time highs again. All-time high now sitting at 25.80, and gold sitting at 25.78. So we could see another all-time high made pretty dang soon in a push. I'm still looking at that 2,600 level in gold. And let's take a look at crude oil. Are we catching a crude oil's not doing much, kind of chopping, hanging around $68.5 a barrel. Let's take a look at Nikkei. What's the markets doing overseas? Nikkei kind of in the middle of the range since yesterday, hanging around 26,700. Back to NASDAQ. We're not falling out of bed. We're not just selling off. We're still hovering around this just above 300, so that's a positive note.
The CEO of SPY, Jensen, is still sitting around up 2.5% on the day, so it hasn't really moved as far as this volatility. It's still sitting right around the highs there at 120 or 119.75 right now. So yeah, just right back to more chop. Perfect.
Right back to more chop. Yeah, we're pushing up. We're pushing up again. Was that a buy the dip opportunity maybe that just granted us 100 points? Hey, here's 100 points for a buy the dip. I don't know. Ooh, take a look at this while we're waiting. Image just came in. Google Play button for passing 100,000 subscribers. So take a look at that, man. Looking
awesome
good.
Stuff.
Looking good. Shout out to the community then. Big shout out. I'm not there at the conference, but I can only imagine how that conversation was. We couldn't be here without you guys. We couldn't be here without the Topstep community. Putting in the work, putting in the hours, here all growing and learning together. So love to see that.
Let's see. Sellers trying again around 330 on the NASDAQ, 55.70 on ES. I'm seeing nothing but buyers kind of buying off that low, Dakota. I don't know if you're seeing something similar, but yeah, that may have been your buy the dip.
Yeah. It's always easier with hindsight, but yeah, but someone stepped in and just immediately prevented it from selling off further. And it's kind of what I was looking at now with a little bit of hindsight, looking at the 5-minute chart, where I was saying, do we find a pullback down near where this was resistance in the start of the morning, and then we broke out and through, and then will resistance become support? Well, it became support. It became support in a really fast way, and then it wasn't there long enough to find any consolidation and opportunities to get in long. And I'm up $750, so still not too inclined to be forcing any trades. This morning we got that trade I was looking for, consolidating, breaking to the long side to test overnight highs, and then we tried to take a breakout, caught at some of that. I mean, that was literally threading the needle on that little breakout, and here we are again, sitting right around just above 300.
Yeah, still stuck around the previous day high. Is anyone hearing an echo? Someone in the chat said that there is an echo coming from my mic. I don't know if you're hearing that, Dakota.
Oh yeah, there is because I forgot to click the button. There's a button when I was playing a video. It allows everybody to hear it, but when the video's not on, I have to mute it, or else it gets that double echo from the guests. We got the numbers. They had 300 golf balls. 300 golf balls. I'm curious on who won, though. Yeah, my odds are on Jack. I definitely have my odds on Jack. I heard he's a pretty good golfer. We'll see. 300 golf balls. And now we watch more chop going into that. And then we just kind of hang out. We should order our own breakfast, Nick.
I know. I didn't eat this morning. That would have been nice, because I am starting to get a little hungry here.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't had breakfast, but whoa, breakfast for champions. A little bit of an energy drink.
Chris, as Rips like to say, a Chris Blue Mountain Celsius.
Yeah, Chris Blue Mountain Celsius. Bacon and eggs. Let's take a look. Here we go, right back towards 300. Taking a look at this megaphone pattern, right? Where we broke through the overnight lows. We back into the range. We broke above overnight highs. And now we're right back into the middle, So yesterday was a fun double trend day. Today is double just a consolidation mess. So, like I said, right before we started stream, odds are most days that we consolidate rather than having trend days. So definitely not surprising. It would have been nice to have another trend day to the long side, but we take what we could get. We take what we can
now
get.
It doesn't look like we're going to get that. I mean, we'll see as we kind of evolve here into the Euro close. Mm-hmm. Sellers pushing us back below 300 on the NASDAQ right now. So we are just kind of falling back into the early part of the session's range, but still holding above kind of that 30-minute opening range high on NQ and ES. ES is still sitting right around there too. Screaming of a range day, albeit with some more chop and maybe a little more violence in the latter half of the session.
And while that's ranging, here's gold. Gold's breaking through new highs. 2,600 is in reach. We're at 2,682. We broke through that. I should have just been trading gold, Nick. I've been so focused on the NASDAQ. I mean, gold has been such a simple and beautiful trending market to the long side. And being a buyer, look at these dips. These are beautiful dips to buy here in gold. Mm-hmm. Beautiful pullbacks. And here we are continuing the trend up and to the right. Sometimes with the power of hindsight, would have wished we would have been trading gold and buying that. Let's just continue to watch this and see if gold will continue its march to higher highs. 2,600 is still on watch. 2,600 in gold. We are watching to see if we can make it.
We didn't hit the button, so I got to do it for a new all-time high in gold for the third time today.
There we go. I do see maybe something setting up in crude oil. Maybe there is a trade in crude. We did have a nice little sell-off. We peaked below $68 a barrel, consolidated a minute, broke out. We did get to 68.75, 68.75, had a pullback down to 68.21. We pulled back to an area of support, and now we're starting to push. We're right around 68.60, and so there could be an opportunity similar to gold to push up and break to a new session high and maybe take a look at the $69 a barrel. As we were talking this morning, we're starting to see that. Buyers starting to step in over the past day. It's been up and to the right as well. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see, maybe a test of $69 a barrel here in crude. That could be
at least
a
it's
trade.
at least crude's starting to firm up, come off of that low, give you something to trade rather than feeling like you're knife catching every 5 seconds you try to do anything.
Yeah. Yep. Fair enough. Let's go ahead and move on. Let's take a look. NASDAQ doing a whole lot of nothing still. A little sign. There is a little bit of sign that I'm seeing on this 1 minute chart where we're continuing to see higher lows. So that is a sign that's positive. That's actually making me think that we could have a move back and see if we can make a run at these highs again of 350, right? Higher low, higher low, higher low. To me, the answer would be a break back above these 25s. And if we can break above those 25s, maybe a run to the new highs. So that is something I'm going to be watching. Yeah, and that here on the 5 minute chart, we had that crazy sell-off, consolidating, and I could very realistically see us, have a leg higher here in the NASDAQ, but still not anything I like, and it's not something that I'm going to be trading. Just because I don't have that confidence, because I've seen a lot of crazy price action. So I'm fine with just continuing to be patient. There's always going to be more trades. And trading, I'm always going to say this, trading is optional.
Certainly is, especially on a roll week, especially on a day like today when it would have been very, very easy just to be chopped up.
Yeah. Yep. Easy to get caught into the mess of things. But let's watch this. Let's see, what is the chat doing? I haven't been paying attention to the chat as much as I probably should. Yeah, the 100 tick is pretty crazy. Yep.
Yeah, look at that.
The 100 tick chart will give you a heart attack. When looking at levels, do you include wicks? Yeah, I include everything in the price action. Wicks are very important. They really are. And it just depends on the time frame that you're using and that you're watching. But wicks can be very important. All price action is valuable. Yeah, today's bad. Sitting on your hands is important. I'm excited to hear from Coach Robert and to see and hear more about this amazing day that some of these traders had. And we seen a peak last night, and I teased it right before we started stream. But that's kind of what's been on my mind, is thinking about all that money that some of those traders were able to count. And I'm sure there's a lot of traders who were on the opposite end. It's always difficult, but love hearing and seeing a lot of the positive that traders have been able to accomplish in these markets.
Mm-hmm. Especially on a day like yesterday, I actually can't wait to see some of the numbers, because we were talking about it right when we came on at 8 a.m. Like some of those, what could have been trades that you and I had longing off those lows yesterday.
Yeah, but, it's going to keep.
Sometimes when you're trading counter trend, it's hard to not think of it as more than a scalp. Otherwise, if you're going into it with more than that, you're going to get run over usually.
Which is what we were doing, right? But then it's the counter trend scalp turned into a huge rally in a trend day.
2%.
Yeah, 7% on NVIDIA.
Yeah,
but
insane.
Yeah, that's going to give everybody here in the chat. We have 4,600 people watching us. That's going to give a good excuse for traders to stick around and see how the traders did. Coach Robert's going to be joining us right around 11:30, and we're going to be hearing from what some of those traders did. Eddie's going to be joining us at 11, and we'll review one of the trader statistics who already gave me permission, who absolutely crushed it yesterday. So stick around after that. We still have an hour until we even get there. An hour of this fast market. We're going to continue to watch. It looks like NASDAQ is finding some buyers, and so far it's coming into fruition. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe looking for a longs breakout to the long side. because yeah, it's looking pretty bullish to me.
Yeah, in a market where Nvidia is the market, it seems like almost every single day when it's up 2%, it's hard to really get too bearish until you start to see weakness in that single stock. It's just the way the market is these days. The CEO of SPY himself.
See, just by himself. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Pushing through those 20s, pushing through the 20s. I'm going to see these 30s. There's the 30s, and there's that trade. I just, with hindsight, yes, it looks like I should have taken that trade, but
You
there's
didn't
no
long
excuse.
off that 100-point 30-second candle. Are you kidding? You didn't long that?
No, but I seen this trade happen. Dang, I was buying it. Oh well. Sometimes when you miss these moves, you just have to move on. That's part of it. I might make it sound dramatic, trying to just be entertaining, but I mean, this happens every single day. You see things set up. You're like, okay, this is looking bullish. We could break out. If we break through these 20s, then we could see the 350s. And then if you don't take it, then that's perfectly fine. Of course, you always wish you take the trades.
Yeah, if we break out above the not opening range, the initial balance high here, it could be off to the races. But sellers have been defending. We saw all of that iceberging up here at the highs on ES. So let's see if they're still there, or are we going to kind of, that was your dip and now it's off to the races, trend day to the upside. Let's make a run at a new all-time high, 5,700 ES.
Yeah, yes, anything can happen. Let's see. I'm sure. Did anybody in chat catch that? I'm sure there's traders who are able to catch that. Yeah, Hindsight Capital caught it.
Hindsight Capital caught it. They always catch it. Hindsight Capital is always green.
That's for sure. Let's see what happens here. I would like to see a pullback back into these 320s, then maybe consolidation, and then I will take that next break. See if we could have a break to this new session highs.
Oh,
nope.
Here we go again.
Wow, there we go again. Look at the chart. Look at this 100 tick chart again. You know what? I just realized the reason why is because this is micros. If we go to the regular NASDAQ, yeah, it's still pretty dramatic.
Yeah, a little more liquid.
It's a little more liquid, but still just as dramatic.
Yeah. But this is an example where on a normal day, Nick not on fast markets with Coach Dakota or any of the Topstep team, I see two moves like that at those highs and I'm not in a trade. If I'm green on the day, I'm shutting it down and I'm walking away after another flush like that out of nowhere.
Yeah, I agree with you. 100%. There's no reason to force trades. Like I said, real trading is really boring. And placing one or two trades a day, that's where I see a lot of the most profitable traders is less is more. Less is definitely more. Here we go. Let's watch this. Yeah, that was there. Yeah, someone came in and stepped right back in right at those 350s and liquidated a lot. Or entered into a bigger short position. Rollover. Microsoft down a half. Amazon down a quarter. Apple down 3/10. Nvidia up 1 3/4. Meta up 1 3/4, and Google up about the same. Consolidation day.
And rolling over again.
Yeah, let's see if we get a continuation to the downside. There is something to be said, Nick. Now, I'm not great at shorting this market, but if we can break this trend, we might see a big sell-off. No, I don't want to say big sell-off. We might see a sell-off back down to these 230s, back down into the range.
230s for sure. It could definitely go as low. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we're going to get that violent of any sort of mood. But when you and I came on, we were talking about the possibility of retracing some of yesterday back towards 19,000.
Here we go. Let's see if we get this break. I'm watching it. Let's watch this. There's the break. Let's see if we get a continuation. If I was to short this, that would be the entry. The entry would be a break of that trend line. So maybe 290 would have been the entry. I just need to flip my charts upside down and trade this. Let's.
The new secret on TopstepTV. Flip your charts upside down.
Alt I. We're breaking out because that looks like if this was the opposite, yes,
I'd say trend break.
I would have got in long right there. If this was to the long side, I would have got in long because of that trend break. But it's not me.
Yeah, when you flip something bullish for some reason, it always
looks better, especially after yesterday.
A little clearer.
Yeah, especially after yesterday, right? But let's watch this. Let's see if we can get down to these 230s. 230s would be the area that I'm looking for. Gold made a new all-time high.
Yes, doesn't look very good here.
Yeah, there we go. 250s. We just touched it for a minute. Broke below 260 for just a moment. Let's watch this. Yeah, see, that's the trade. Pure technicals. European close, yeah, we can't forget about that.
Yeah, about 30 minutes.
Yep. Let's see if buyers catch it. Buyers caught it here before on that initial crazy sell-off, 100-point sell-off. They caught it here in these 60s before.
Yeah, same spot. They just bit off of an NQ once again.
Someone says, Dakota, do you prefer scalping? No, I don't like scalping very much. Today I've been scalping. It doesn't mean I can't do it. I mean, you've seen me do it today. I prefer a nice, consistent market like gold. I prefer getting in, getting out, and holding for a little bit longer than this. And it depends on what your definition of scalping is. My definition of scalping is in and out of trades in like less than 5 minutes. I like to hold trades for 20 plus minutes. Yeah, it looks like buyers did step in. So there could have been an opportunity there for, that was a 20-point move possibly. And now here's what we're seeing. From a technical standpoint, sometimes what we see is a break, a retest, and then we get a continuation. So there's the break, and then here's a retest, and then a continuation. And even a better trade, I like to do this from the long side, but to me, a better trade would be a break below this, a break below this one. So I would probably look for a break below 55 for a better trade, or if you missed this initial break, a possible reversal somewhere around that. I'm not great at doing it to the short side. I usually look to do it to the long side. But let's see how this one plays out. I'm not trading it. This is just pure observation only.
Yeah, this is... I mean, we had said, are we going to turn into just a, kind of violently range-bound part of the session? And so far, yeah, albeit to a little bit to the upside, but it is shaping up that way. We are inside initial balance, which also gives me that same thought. We couldn't really break the lows out of the gate, and we had been chopping around that 1 minute opening range so much. And even right now, ES is in that opening range area as well. So it may turn into that where you're kind of fading the edges of 55.70s to 55.40s on ES and looking to kind of make that range play.
Okay, yeah, I see. We had your charts up for a second. Take a look at crude oil. Let's look at this. We've seen those 69s and we broke above them. That was we're looking at the wrong markets. I'm looking at the wrong markets, Nick.
We're trading the wrong markets.
We're trading the wrong markets. We're watching a choppy NASDAQ and ES, and then gold's over here having a nice trend day and beautiful trading. And then looking at crude oil as well. Another one where we could have had a nice trade. So sometimes that's just kind of how it is. I think it just proves to me just not forcing trades. Thoughts on that entire comments?
I'm sorry, I was responding to Coach Jay. I didn't
Oh,
hear part of it.
yeah. Uh-huh.
Coach Shay was asking about of some of the options data today. It's pretty balanced, to be honest, which also I think fits the range idea that we've been talking about and why we've just kind of been selling off the top end and to the bottom end. I think this is on my chart right now is on a 1 hour.
Your chart's on.
Let me fix this. I mean, even just looking at part of the overnight into today, I mean, this is a D-shaped profile as it's going to update here in a second. Yeah, it could just be you're fading the edges. And like I said, the options data isn't really even pushing as high as 5,600 SPX as of yet. That could obviously change, but it may mean that we are just going to kind of hang around this general area. Obviously, we had such a trend day yesterday that, are we just kind of accepting these higher prices and just balancing until we make a decision? But for the time being, that's what I'd be looking to do on the indices. You're right, Dakota, though. We missed, albeit two much better trades if we were just looking at gold or looking at CL this morning.
Grass is always greener, as Wall Street Foxy says. The grass is always greener. Today it is. And then here we go. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ again, pushing right back above towards these 330s. So we're going to see 350s come into play. Man, I was happy I just got in. That was the trade for me today. That was it.
Yeah, you caught that breakout.
Yeah, that was it. You call it luck or whatever. I don't care. It was the only trade that happened. So I mean, this is a tough market. This is even worse than yesterday. Now here, do the sellers step in right here again? Are we going to see another 50-point sell-off, 60-point sell-off? Wait, that was another 890, right? From 350 back down to 3. Yeah, that was almost 100 points again. So, well, let's see. Are we going to see another 90, maybe 100-point sell-off? Let's watch this.
We very much could. Yes, coming back into the area that we were talking about with those icebergs back around 55, 70s. Let's see. That's where the sellers have just been re-offering outside of that little stop run that we had right before the big flush. We have about a plus, oh gosh, maybe even like 8,000 positive delta up there near the highs on ES, which is kind of crazy. So a lot of absorption, a lot of reoffering there by sellers.
Okay, let's see. Oh, let's see. Now we watch and wait.
All positive delta, those highs.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if these sellers step in. Starting to for a moment. From the 330s this time, they're stepping in. Are they going to be stepping in a little bit lower, right? Where they stepped in at the 60s, then they stepped in at the 50. Now, are they going to be stepping in at the 30s? Let's see. Maybe they'll step into the 40s, 10 points lower, 60s, 50s, maybe 40s. I don't know. This is interesting to watch. Gold tilt shorts getting ran over. Is the tilt? I don't know. Do you have the tilt up, Nick?
Let me look real quick
on gold tilt. Yeah, new highs in gold.
Yeah, it's 61% short in GC right now on Topstep X,
and they are just getting ran over, huh? What's the average?
Average price 25.74.
Oh man, that's a rough one.
Oof.
That's a rough one. How long is they getting paid? Because they're long from 77.
77s.
Anything else crazy on the tilt? No. Maybe
Crude getting a little tilty long, but otherwise we're pretty split on the SPOOs as well as the NASDAQ.
Crude traders getting paid then, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Crude's breaking through 69.33. Yeah, that was the trade. Crude was the trade. I was looking at it last night for a test of these 69s. How's NASDAQ? Ooh, NASDAQ pushing. Let's see if NASDAQ's going to become this triple top. Let's see if the sales is going to step in 10 points lower each time. Was it 60s? Then it was at 50s. Is it going to be 40s?
NQ kind of making this run a little bit without NVIDIA too, which is interesting.
Yeah, NVIDIA's
It's just kind of flat since the last hour or so.
It could be because Apple's now positive.
Yeah.
Amazon's, that could be why. Yeah, let's watch
NVIDIA
this.
Bouncing off 18, basically just holding around 19, but I'm assuming someone large got filled around 120.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's watch Nasdaq. Well, yeah, yesterday's price action was a lot better. Definitely a lot better. Not this choppy.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Not my favorite day to trade. I'm not a great range trader at times, but this is not even like range bound trading. This is more just kind of chop as like the best way I could just describe it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not even that wide of a range. I mean, come on. We've been, at least in the last 2 hours, basically, we've been about 80-point range on Nasdaq, just bouncing up and down.
Yes, I'm actually tempted to get in long on the break of this trend line, because that could be a valid trade. That definitely can be a valid trade. I'd like to see us consolidate a little more, maybe even a pullback to the 20s, consolidate and test this trend line again. But a break through this, we can definitely maybe even see a run to new session highs. Let's watch. We're starting to consolidate in this range again into these 30s. So it's not like an immediate rejection like we've seen here or here into these 40s where we pushed up and then immediate rejection. Pushed up, immediate rejection. We've now pushed up again. And so we're not seeing that immediate rejections. That's looking positive for the longs. Starting to look pretty tempting to the long side, to be honest, Nick. I'm going to watch this. I'm not going to be too aggressive just because it has been crazy price action. We have the London close coming up in about 19 minutes. But we're starting to break out. We're starting to break out of this trend line. Let's see if we can hold and have some momentum to the long side. I'm not brave enough to get in right now, but it's definitely a trade. We're seeing momentum pick up. Here we go. They're seeing that break into the 50s.
Yep.
Taking a look at these 60s. Yeah, that was it.
All right, so right back into these icebergs on ES, the initial balance high right here, 55.72. Let's see if they once again reoffer, or is this the start of the move higher on the day? Finally.
Yeah, we'll see.
They're still iceberging.
This is looking more to me like a pretty solid breakout.
If this breaks, this may be very violent to the upside, 55, 85s, and even possibly making the run at 5,600. And this is where, if we do break that, I'd be looking at the options data to see, do they start rolling call strikes a little bit higher?
There goes. There it is. That was it.
Yep. Broke the icebergs. Let's see if we can get a quick move back. I'm not kidding. 10 points higher from this as this breaks.
Yeah, I think we're going to make a run to these 400s. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, right?
I mean, it's a hard trade, man. Especially just kind of being that range bound. And both times we were up these highs, you had that violent liquidation down almost 100 points on NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the key was we didn't immediately reject right there into these 30s and 40s. And then we started to break that downtrend. That was the play. Now with a little bit of hindsight, let's just watch this.
I mean, as silly as it was, that's a good read by Coach Dakota there, that we finally were able to, on the maybe 5th, 6th attempt. No, I think the 3rd attempt, break this trend to the upside.
Yeah, reading and trading are two different things. Yeah, you could see it happen. I've seen it happen live, real time, and it just did. Trust the process, man. I mean, in today's price action, I'm happy up. What is this? Almost $4,000. So, yeah, yeah, started off negative day. I'm happy. I'm not going to complain about this. Let's take a look. Yeah.
So ES overnight high at 55.81. NQ coming off that initial push of that high as well. What would you be looking for here? Would you be looking for continuation? Do you think you may get back towards that previous high, 350s, 340s, the initial balance high to potentially rebid, get long?
I'm going to look for a retest. Yeah, let's just see. NVIDIA is now up above 2%. The trade for me is going to be a retest, maybe down into like these 60s. Still waiting for a solid setup, to be honest. Maybe a retest, consolidation, and a continuation. But yeah, that was a potential trade. The only issue is we did rally 100 points, almost 180, 90 points going into that. So it was still just a difficult trade. Kind of where we've seen it right here, right? We had that nice breakout and that move, consolidated, and then we had a fake out. So in the back of my mind, I was like, well, if we do break out, maybe we get an opportunity to come back down and retest it. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. So here's the retest that I was talking about early on the break to the downside.
Oh my gosh, I did it again.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, this is where I'm shutting down the charts.
Yeah, whoa. Right back into the range. 380 back down to 311. Yeah, look at this.
That is just, I mean, guys, this is Dakota, like trying to short that right there, or even if you held that breakout too long, like that stinks. Because if you took a stop out right there, which you probably did, if you took the breakout, that's a pretty rough stop right there.
Yeah, I see that. Oh, so how do you trade that? That's a tough one to trade.
I mean, there is no way to trade that. You had to either get out or you were trailing your stop up. A day like today, it's all about where you entered, it seems.
Yeah. Do we buy this? Do we just buy this, right? Buy these little 80-point sell-offs? Right? Can we change? That's the question is, can we change with this market? And on these 80, 90-point sell-offs, we just buy it.
You absolutely can. You've been paid if you've been doing it at least the last 2 hours or so, or hour. But now we're back inside initial balance on both. So hard to want to buy the breakout again rather than looking to fade, I guess, the edges of the range.
I know. I'm looking at this and saying, do we get long right here above 38? Because to me, that would be the trade. A breakout above 38, 338, a long above 338. Yeah, I mean, if we play it like these last two moves, yeah, sure. Can we do that? That's the question is, can we change and adjust with these markets? It's been a sell-off, a move back up, sell-off, move back up, sell-off, move back up on a break above these 338s. I don't know. It's possible.
What's funny is I have 390 marked as a short on my longer 4-hour chart inside of TradingView, and yeah, rejected right off there. An old resistance from a previous balance area going back to the end of July, early August. Can't see it on my charts and Topstep X because this is actually my other TradingView, but that's a short I should have taken, to be honest, just based on your old technical analysis and prep work. But that is what it is. I don't think I would have wanted to fade that the way we were having strength of a breakout from that initial balance range.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this, and I'm liking the long now. Let's see if we consolidate here more, and I'm gonna take this for a break above these 38s. I'm gonna try and preempt it a little bit from 34. I'm long from 34, just two micros, very small, very tiny. It works until it doesn't. So we're gonna see if this is gonna be adjusting with the market. I'm gonna try and adjust with the market here. Let's see if we could get that. Just a small trade. Small trade.
What was your entry? I missed it.
34 and a quarter.
34.
34 and a quarter. Let's see if we could just go in with the flow of the market. Like sometimes that's all you could do. And I'm going to bell if I'm not liking any of the price action. This is just a very small trade. In and out. Risking $20. So I don't mind risking 20 to see if we could get rewarded. You know, I'm actually going to risk 50, the bottom of that. And I don't mind adding if we do get that confirmation of the break. And I'm okay with closing it out a little bit early. So let's see. We're still consolidating here. I like it over here on the 1 minute chart, just consolidating. Just watching it.
You know, I know everyone loves trend lines and technical analysis and moving averages, but so far we are just ping-ponging on NQ between the 20-day moving average and the 100-day moving average. And those are back adjusted, just as an FYI for all you sticklers out there. But that's what it seems to be doing, pretty much bouncing between, what is that, 367, 368 to 250s roughly as the 100-day on NQ.
Yeah, I tried it twice. Took 2 small losses right there. I might try it a third time if we get back above, because I still like that we're holding this as support. Yeah, I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump into this. Let's see if we can get that break now. I like that we're holding these 20s as support. Let's see if we can get this done now. It's looking more and more attractive to me. The more we hold, the more I like it. Now let's see if we can hold this, or I'm going to end up getting chopped up again in this price action. Just watching the 1 minute chart, still consolidating right here, back and forth around 330. I'm okay with adding as this thing goes in our favor, if it does, if it goes into our favor. And if not, then we bell and say we tried. This was the trade. Yeah, I'm just gonna bell right there. I'm not liking that. Well, we tried that one and it failed. And man, right out at the right time. Let's see if it will set up again. But not on that one. I do like that trade though. I like that we consolidated there. We just failed. Maybe we could get a run of liquidity and have that set up again. But let's just watch and see how it plays out. Yeah,
this is just a choppy mess.
That's what I hate that sometimes.
It just liquidates you down 30 points, then right back to you.
Right back up to the 30. It's still a valid trade. It's still valid. I'm perfectly fine hitting my head against the wall a few times here. If it sets up, take it again. It's easier to get out and then back in than holding if this thing tanks and waiting for it to come back. Euro close in 7 minutes. Coach Hoop, thank you for that. Now we wait right back down to 300. Here's something, and I have this trend line there. It looks like we peaked out, poked back down, and now that trend line became resistance again. So instead of breaking back above that trend line and having continuation, this trend line did become resistance again. So, that is something to take note where, sellers came back in and is holding this again. And so do we see a continuation back down below 300? Maybe.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little interesting, at least on ES. We're still holding below those icebergs. We're holding below previous day high. And the point of control is right around here at 55.67. So yeah, it's a great way to get chopped. Looking to enter right here, right now on ES, especially NASDAQ, same thing. Point of control right here at 310. So
yeah. Let's
wait
just
for
watch
better
this
trade
thing play out.
locations.
I'm okay with looking for longs here again. Like I said, it's the trend today has been chopping, but we are continuing to chop up and to the right. Look like we're just going to sell off down here. So maybe we are going to continue to see chop up and to the right. Just watch it. Let's watch it. I'm going to find another area to enter in maybe. Someone says, if you're already up in your XFAs, why risk anymore? Because I trade my strategy. I don't like to trade my P&L. Because if I was trading based off of how much I'm up or how much I'm down, then I mean that's not that. It's a very bad thing. If something sets up, I'm gonna take it. Of course, it sucks because sometimes you see something like this on the breakout, and then you try and be patient and you wait, and it failed, and then the trade that you do try and enter is the one that chops you up. So let's watch. Let's see if we can get back down and peak below these 300s and see some type of a push down and reversal, or do we see a continuation down? I don't know. We'll see what price action tells us. I'm going to take a look at the markets.
Yeah, NQ rolling over here.
Yep.
Again.
Yeah, this was resistance, broke out, and this trend line became resistance again. Straight down. Here we go, into the 70s. Does this become support again, Nick?
I mean, if I'm looking at the range play, yes, I would lean and say, hey, it's probably worth a quick stab. But granted, I'm really, I've gotten chopped up a little bit today trying to, figure out this range. So it's just a tough trade. This is not exactly the easiest price action to want to jump into, but here we go again, like bouncing off the same general area there, Dakota.
So far, the answer is yes. Yes. So far,
are we making higher lows if you look at this on the intraday?
Yeah.
Actually on ES, it looks like that. And Q, yes, it does too.
So far, yes.
5 minute.
So far, yes. Let's just see. Let's wait. Let's see if I could find let's see if we can find another setup here. Right back up. Oh, dang it. Just a little early. Let's.
Coach Sage says, "Don't lose your shirt like him."
That was 110. That was the 100-point sell-off that we were looking for. We didn't stop at those 330s. We kept going to these 270s, 280, and that was the buy the dip. So let's see if we could consolidate like we did before and find another trade to the long side. Definitely range day, buy low, sell high. Looking for that be the low. It wasn't. This so far is the low. Let's see if we could.
This little 40-point rip off that low.
Yeah. Volatility, man. Volatility at its finest. 100 points here, 40 points
Imagine
there.
shorting, like you're waiting for kind of that break. You're like, okay, trying to go with the trend right at previous day high. You're fading that break of it. And then you just get immediately stopped out in about 15 seconds after that break of the previous day high.
Now let's go take a look at the grass that's greener on the other side in Crude. Just ripping, making a run for that $70 a barrel. And then let's take
$5 in 24 hours, basically.
Yep. Now let's go play back into our messy market that we've been playing in. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens now. We had that initial bounce off those 270s. And so do we make a higher low? Do we go back down to these 290s and then make a run back up towards? Or do we just have a continuation down? This is where it gets interesting. Sometimes it's really tough, Nick, when we test not once, not twice, but on the third time, the more you test it, the weaker it gets sometimes. And so
Mm-hmm.
It's this, the difficulty of trading, I think, is continuing to increase.
Yeah. Let's see. We got Euro close here in about 20 seconds. See if that provides us any sort of direction, perspective, something to happen, volatility to get into a trade, or another reason just to, potentially hang it up for the morning, for the day, if we continue just to chop around.
Yep. So far, we're pushing to the 80s, 280s. Maybe we see a test of these 230s. Can we see back down on the bottom of this? If we can break through what was holding us support, maybe we could come back down and test these 230s. Okay, it's now closed. 30 seconds into the London close. Let's see how we react. Yeah, starting to see sellers come in. They're trying. They're trying. If they fail, I would be okay with getting in long on any signs of failure to break down, which I'm starting to see more signs of failing to break down.
Tricky spot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm long. I'm long just 2 micros. Long 2 micros from 89. Long 4 micros. 6 micros. There we go. Let's see if we could get some continuation to the long side now. Let's see if some buyers can step in back down here. Long 6 micros from 89 3/4. Let's see if we could get any. Yeah, come on. Let's see. Let's hold above 300 again. Hold above 300. Let's get a push higher back into these maybe 320s. Maybe 320s if we can. Can we see it? Not holding 300s yet. Not holding those 300s yet. Oh, come on. Chopping around. Okay, back above 300 and below and above and below and above. I mean, man, this still isn't even clean.
No, this is still a mess. I'm seeing buyers though start to step in right around that 300 level. Let's see if they can hold it.
Nothing clear and clean yet. I have my finger on the bailout button, the close position button. But we are holding 300s for a moment. Holding 300s for a moment. They're trying. They're trying 304s. Just watching closely. Finger on the trigger to close out, to bell. Things can change fast. Very, very fast. We need some elevator music, Nick. Elevator music while we wait. Jeopardy music. Something.
It's more like this.
Crickets? Crickets? Yeah, right now. It's like, oh, we're going to hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait. All right, let's see if we could retake 300. Or are we going to push back down into these 80s? Lots of chop right here in the 290s. Lots of chop. All right, I'm out for... I think I got $20 out of that one. Woo!
There's just nothing to do.
I will re-enter though, Nick. If we can make another run, I will re-enter.
We're right at the 24-hour VWAP, the RTH VWAP. So same thing. If this level holds, it still makes sense to long, like right around above 280s, basically.
Yeah, we'll see. My level is 297 if we could get back there. But
285s basically are the two VWAPs, but we are testing that right now.
Yep. $20.
Hey, as JD would say, $20 is $20.
Yeah. I'm still impressed on the number of traders who say gambling after all this.
I wouldn't say gambling.
No, it impresses me how many traders actually truly might believe that.
I mean, if anything, you have to say it's gambling with an edge. It's like being a sharp in sports betting. It's just, there's a little more nuance to it. You're not just, walking into the casino and putting it on red or black.
Here's an interesting question. Using that logic, is the casino gambling? If you're the casino, are you gambling?
No, because the odds are always in their favor. So that's where I would say it's not necessarily gambling if you're trading with some aspect of a plan with an edge, because you are in theory shifting those odds somewhat back in your favor. The house always has the best odds in gambling when you go into the casino, but this too. You're a poker player. There's an edge to just your facial expressions, just everything, just the way you can kind of command the table. I'm sure Rips, this is part of the reason why Rips is such a good poker player at times. It's just, I could see his personality and the way he might operate in there, and it gives him an edge, just him being himself and the way he's good at reading people and reading, action and stuff like that. And then you throw the statistics side of it that he just probably knows off the top of his head as cards are dealt.
Yeah, it's gambling in anything you do. Starting a business, driving down the road, it's understanding the risks and knowing how to navigate. Or if we're going to get chopped up for a second time, this would be third, right?
I mean, maybe like the 10th getting chopped up today.
Yeah, okay, fair. Yeah.
If you include 11th, both 12th, of us, yeah, probably.
11th, 12th, chopped up here, chopped up there. Small, lots and lots of paper cuts.
I mean, we basically have been in a 7-8 point range or I guess no, that's a little bit bigger. Probably like a 12 point.
Okay, added to that. Let's see if we could break average price 95. Let's see if we get this volatility in 11 micros, basically 1.1 minis. This is gonna be a little bit quicker. Let's see. Man, I hate that we failed. This is gonna be quick, really quick. Don't like that we pushed and then immediately rejected. Here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. Just get one. I like that even number. I don't know why it was 11. Let's get into 10. Basically 1 mini now. 1 mini, 10 micros. Let's see if we could build above this 300 level for a second time. And let's see if we can hold above this 300 level.
Man, this is a tough trade.
Oh, you're telling me.
Indecision left and right.
My finger's on the close button. I'm going to just bail. Yeah, that's still nothing. Scratch. Nothing there. We tried it again and failure to hold above 300. I will try another time, though, because I'm liking it. I'm still liking that we're making this resistance at 305, and a break above this 306 is going to be pretty solid. But just waiting. Let's see. Because we could very well just fall through this support, which it looks like we might.
Yeah, this is just a hard... Let's see.
What my ideal trade is, if we continue to chop around, it would be a break above 306. If not, we fell, and maybe we could see these 220s, 230s come into play. I would like to see that.
Yeah, you could basically finally be testing the bottom half. Retesting the bottom part of this range on the day, which would push us back. Yeah, 230s, 225 is the overnight low again. But we've kind of just been balancing in the top side of the day's range rather than the bottom side. So let's see if we finally do traverse the other half of value.
Yeah, let's watch and see. And the market's starting to cool off a little bit. Nvidia is back down towards 1.25% positive. Still positive. But into these 80s, let's see what happens. Let's see if we can break through. We just wait and watch. Today could have been a great day to sleep in, Nick.
I know. You know what? I had a weird feeling coming into after yesterday that it just may be just balancing, not a great like day traders type day. Sometimes after a large move like we had yesterday, that's what you get as the market continues to kind of wait and digest information, and then basically make the decision that it did this morning at the bell, which is accept the move from yesterday rather than retrace it.
Okay, here we go. I'm getting in near the bottom of this range. I'm going to be risking 74 on this one. I'm okay. If we could break above these 88s again, I'm going to like it even more. This is a little bit more of a tighter one. Not as confident as I was up there, trying to break above 300. Let's see this. Okay, now into 10 micros. 10 micros, 1 mini basically. 1 mini. Let's see if we could go at least try and test 300. If not, I'm just going to get out of this one again.
Here we go again.
Yeah, here we go again. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat.
Just chopping in 15-point ranges.
Mm-hmm. Now, given I'm not watching this, I'm watching over here on this 1 minute chart. This 100 tick chart moves really, really quick and probably could give you a heart attack. But yeah, this 1 minute, 5 minute is where I'm watching. So let's see. Here we go. Let's see. Make a test of 300 again. Stop loss 279. Okay, there's 300. And now a break above 307, 306-ish. If we can get there. Hurry up and wait again. Let's see. 300, come on. Can we get there? We touched it twice. We touched it twice right there on the micros. And right back down. I'm out.
Oof.
What a market, man. What a market.
Fun day. If you're green, good for you on a day like today. This is, I mean, there's been opportunity, but you kind of you needed to be see profit, take profit.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm the way I'm doing it, I'm not going to be just carving out $100 at a time. It's still valid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, funny thing is, after all is said and done, still up $2,500 in this mess. Lots of paper cuts.
As we like to say, there's always people out there that wish they never traded today. Today is going to be one of those days where you may not even be wrong. You're just getting whipsawed.
Like, here we go again. Here we go again. Let's see. I'm going to be taking this trade if we can break above these 93s. Like I said, this is the same thing as this morning. We're consolidating here, and my play is to a break above these 306s. If we do break it and we have a nice run back into those 330s, that's the trade.
And now rolling over again. Come on.
I'm going to continue to address these guys. I don't mind you guys saying it because I'm open to all opinions. Mike, maybe trade the afternoon session yesterday was a huge day. This morning is chop, and nobody is learning watching you gamble. This is not gambling, and if you think it is, you can go take a hike. Like, I don't get why you guys think that this can be gambling. It's risk management with a trade idea, and the trade is going to be for a break above these 307s and for a run of 330. And what I'm doing is getting into a position, managing risk, and I've actually made money in some of this chop. I was at like 550. I've actually made a little bit of money, actually scratch in this mess. So The idea behind that this is anywhere close to gambling is just absurd to me. I might understand that a little bit if you had more context behind the reasons why. Maybe if you just buy and hold and just hope it goes in your direction, sure. But you have to take it from the point of risk management. Risk management. And if you don't understand what that is, I mean, we do have some amazing coaches here. Coach Jay, Ray, just come join our Discord and maybe they could teach you a thing or two.
Yeah. And guys, look at the volume profile for today's session. There's nothing to do outside of try to play the range or play the breaks of the range, which is what Dakota's doing. He's trying to play the top end of that range around 300 for a breakout into the lower value area near the top side of the range. Like that, there's really that, or you just don't trade. You know, if you're not a range trader, if you're not trying to play those breakdowns or breakouts from those value areas, there's nothing else to do today.
Yeah,
like there's nothing wrong with that trade location. It's still kind of holding above point of control, and we're just kind of wicking down the base here in the 260s, 270s. So
yeah,
even if he's looking pretty stop, he's still in the trade. He's just managing it.
Yeah, I've been getting stopped at. I mean, that was a profitable trade, $20. So I don't know. I mean, it's an ugly market. It is an ugly market. And to an untrained eye, I mean, your guess could be just as good as flipping a coin or shaking a magic 8-ball. But here we go. Here's the breakdown. Let's see if we can get a push down into these 225s. Let's see what this market turns for us. Nvidia breaking below the 118s. Microsoft negative one, about 3/4. Nice choppy day.
What a mess.
And now we watch to see if we can get back down to these 220s. 220s, 230. Just watching.
Let's see.
Nice and cool. Let's see. Going through a few messages. Here's a rejection. What a mess, man. Not even getting a good breakdown to these 230s. Back inside this chop range that we were right at the open, right? This is where we were at the open.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly where we were at the open in this chop. Anything else that you're seeing?
No, there really isn't much to do right now outside of you're either playing for the breakdown on the bottom side of the range or you're looking to rebid off of that 240, 230, 220 spots for the other side of a tourist. But right now, it's looking, I wouldn't say heavy, but if you kind of are looking at ES, is it starting to round even from some of the price action in the overnight where it could potentially want to roll over? But as of now, it's holding. It's holding in like a 6-point range. So there really isn't a ton of confidence in or conviction in buyers or sellers.
Low volume, choppy day. I'm not seeing anything even remotely close to intriguing in like Apple. Amazon's basically at scratch for the day. Nvidia's just hovering now just below 1%. Meta and Google still holding about 1.25%, 1.5%. It's just the day, right? Consolidation, range bound.
Yep. Maybe better trade locations later in the day. Maybe, power hours brings us some volatility, but if not, guys, you're making the range plays. That's really the only good read that you really have here is you're kind of just going to have to play the edges and see profit, take profit.
Yeah, I'm getting long here
during lunch.
I'm getting long right here at 60s. Let's see if we could get this. I'm seeing a higher low. Higher low. Let's see if we can get a break above these 60s back and maybe get acceptance back up towards this other mess. Maybe kind of a buy low, sell high type situation. Let's see what we can do here. And now we watch. We watch. This is a little bit early. This is a little bit early, and I don't mind taking the risk. I don't mind taking the risk on this one, because if we do get back in that acceptance, this is risking about 10 points to make 50 plus. So risking 10 to make 50. This is a good 1 to 5 risk reward, 5 to 1 risk reward, depending on how you're saying that. Let's watch this. Let's watch. I like this one a lot. That's why I am fine jumping in with one mini, basically. Let's see. Let's see. Just watch it. This one's a little bit more on edge. The fact that we failed to have any follow through the downside is why I'm getting into this. And let's see if we can make these higher lows. If not, I'm perfectly fine getting out of this quick. Like I said, risking about 10, maybe 15 points to make 50. I do see 50 points of upside. This is going to get me chopped up for a 15th time. Was that you?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
Was trying along there in a combine. Already out.
Okay.
And there's the break.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see if will we get the momentum to the long side? Let's see if we can get that back up into those 280s. All right, let's see. Here we go. Can we get some buyers into this market is the next question. Maybe a run for this 300 again?
Mm-hmm. They're coming in.
Because we're gambling here. This is good. This is the interesting zone. These 75s is going to be interesting because this was resistance, so this was support. And so is this support going to become resistance? If not, we could find some more momentum to the long side. I have my finger on the button once again. Flip of the coin, roll of the dice. All sarcasm, guys. All sarcasm on this one. When I see a 5 to 1 risk reward, I'm taking this. I'm taking it every single time. Every time. We're gonna get something out of this dang market. Let's see a breakthrough. Let's see these 300s break through the 307s and test the new high of day. Can we see that?
That would be wild.
So was the rally yesterday.
That is true.
Then I could take those people saying I'm gambling, take them out back to the shed house.
I re-entered that long. I'm looking to cover at 300.
All right, let's see if we can get this now. In a risk-free trade. Okay, this is becoming a little bit of resistance. A little bit of resistance. I'm not liking that so far. These 280s.
Failed at previous say high.
Ooh, that. Let's see if we could find it now back here, these 75s. Risk-free. I don't mind letting this trade run. Getting stopped out. If I'm stopped out, I'm stopped out. Like I said, a good risk reward doesn't happen if you're closing out in between it. Because I do see that potential for that 300. You see it too, you said, Nick.
Okay, we were about to get it and then just stalled right around 89s.
Yeah, you can see there's a lot of support there, and that support's becoming resistance. There you go, stopped out. So 30, 40 bucks on that. We had that potential. That was a 5 to 1 risk reward. I did see us having that rotation, even with a chance to test these 330s. I don't like closing that trade early. And I might even consider re-entering it. Yeah, I might re-enter this, Nick. If we
Mhm.
could hold here and consolidate, I'm gonna re-enter it. Ooh,
Yeah, this
I
is
missed
just
that. I missed that
screaming
re-entry.
range.
Yeah, this is. I missed that re-entry at 68s.
Yep. Back in the green on mine.
Nice, nice. You're still in that trade?
Yeah, I took a little bit of heat. I was actually trying to slide my Topstep X stop as it was going down, and then where I was going to put it, it already had wicked past and came back up. So
All right,
save
let's
me.
see. I'm trying to get back into this. I don't want to just buy at market. I want to get in on maybe just a little bounce to the downside, or not a bounce to the downside, a little poked sell off down to the downside, whatever you want to call it. Okay, I'm in. There we go. Normal position, 10 micros. Let's see if we get that push now. Yeah, I think I might have just closed that one out a little bit early, which is okay. You're still in that, right?
Yeah, I'm still in. I'm long from 274.
You're long from 74? Okay, I'm long
Yeah.
from 79. A little bit of a worse price, but that's okay. Now it's going to hammer me. Now it's going to
Yeah,
freaking
if
hammer
it
me.
now drops out, this is where if it goes and retests that last wick, I'm probably gonna exit.
Still watching. I might even add to this, to be honest, Nick. I honestly, I might be okay with adding to this. This is one of the bigger trades today. Still micro, still 1 mini. It's not, I say bigger trade.
There we go.
Yeah, we're not out of the woods yet. We're not out of the woods
Oh,
yet.
wow, it wicked right back down.
Take that for
Goes it tags
volatility.
87. I'm like, oh, we're good. We're just gonna go to 3.
Uh-huh,
Nope.
uh-huh.
Immediately sells down 20 points.
Yep, I'm out. I'm out. Boo. Minus 150. 150 on that trade. Lots of chop. If we do see it, I will re-enter. Like I said, I love closing and re-entering a position rather than holding it.
But we are coming into the top of the hour here, Dakota. What's going on at 11 a.m.? You have Eddie joining you, don't you?
Yeah. So brief update, everything that's going on with the show. Let's take a look at this. Give me just 1 minute. Okay. So Eddie is going to be taking a break. If you want, Nick, do you want to continue for the next 30 minutes after? We are coming up at the top of the hour, so Eddie will not be joining us. Just not feeling too well. Hopefully he gets some rest and starts to feel better. But other than that, do you want to join for the next 30 minutes? If not, I can take it solo.
I'm going to let you take it solo. I got to handle a few things here in the latter half of my morning. But I know everybody out here watching is in great hands. And then you and I will be back. Have we thought about what we want to do tomorrow for Power Hour?
Yeah, we're going to be doing the reversal challenge. We'll see if Eddie's going to
Okay.
be able to join us then, possibly. And we could do a fun reversal challenge. And then Coach Robert is scheduled to be joining us in 30 minutes, so right around 11:30. But however, it sounds like he's lost power in his building and is helping some people that is stuck in an elevator. So
What a story there.
some crazy events that's going on.
That's insane.
Maybe we just get a surprise visit from the man himself. Maybe Coach Jay. Let's go ahead. I kind of want to take a 5-minute break and kind of don't, because I can very well see me getting into this trade once more. But let's take a 5-minute break and go from there. I'll talk to you guys. I'll see you in just a moment. All right, here we go. Here we go again. Let's do an audio and sound check.
Check. Quick
Sounds good to
sound
me.
check.
Sounds good. Looks good, Coach Jay. You guys seen? I told you I was probably might be getting into a long as we go on that 5-minute break, and sure enough, I did. This is looking even better and better. I was in a full 10 micros, and close to off right here as we pushed up towards 300. Let's see if we could get that continuation and have a continuation up to these 330s. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Actually, I'm going to lock. Yeah, we'll just see how this one goes. And then looks good, sounds good. I sent you the link for sharing your charts. We'll get your charts in.
Yep.
And
I'll pull those up in just a minute.
As we do that, the questions are going to be, how's your trading this morning? How are you seeing the markets? I seen you in the YouTube chat, having fun with all the talk about gambling, defining what's the gambler, what is this, what is that. It's been really fun and exciting, to be honest.
Yeah, man. I think gambling is holding on to an idea, as far as it goes with trading, holding on to an idea, saying that this idea is right, and I'm either going to blow my account or I'm going to make $1 million today. That's gambling. Everything I've seen you do today is the exact opposite of that, with proper risk management. If there's something to learn, you've been trading micros for the past 2 days, right? And I know you have a lot going on. You're busy running the stream, running the show as well. Try to find out what you can learn from somebody instead of criticizing what it is that you see them doing, right? If it looks like something that you won't do yourself, there's opportunity to learn in that as well. Like, hey, I don't really like how this guy is trading. I'm learning that I don't like that, and I'm not going to do it personally. But to call it gambling is more of a self-reflection thing, where if you were trading this way, you probably wouldn't be great at it. We're seeing Dakota make money on a day, manage an account really well, and I think, again, biggest lesson to learn, doing it all with micros. If those were minis, your account would have been blown by now. So great.
Yeah, if these were all minis, the account's gone. Yeah, I think your charts are good and set up. Looks good to me. Sounds good. And here we go. Here we go again. As I was just talking, Eddie is not feeling too good. Wishing him the best. Hopefully he could start to feel better, get some rest. And Coach Robert had a power outage in his building, and he's helping some people stuck in an elevator. So crazy turn of events, but you were able to hop in here at the last moment. So I appreciate that, Coach Jay. Look good, sound good, shirts on, and we are good to go.
You had to throw that in there, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to. I have to tease you on that one.
How my trading is going today, I see this chop range, and for me personally, I'm going to stay out of it in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. I did take a short. I'm trading in a 50K XFA. Took a short in the Russell for a couple of bucks. Made about $140 in that trade, and then traded some combines outside of that. What I've been doing, because I know myself personally, and I would gamble in this range in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. So what I'm doing instead is scanning the quote board, right, the watch list, and seeing if a market presents an opportunity for a trade that fits my setup. Instead of trying to force one here, because I personally don't have a great playbook for these range bound markets. So I'm going to go find opportunities somewhere else. So been doing a lot of scanning today, looking for opportunities, but also being patient.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm still in this long. I'm still in this long from 266, 8 micros, now 6 micros. Just closed a couple off right there into these 88s. Let's see. Like I said, I'm liking this. Maybe a double bottom, a higher low. Maybe this one is now a new higher low. Break above these 307s is what I'm looking for. And if we do break above that, I can see us maybe testing these 330s, 340s maybe. Let's see. I'm not too optimistic in this type of market environment. Like you said, Coach Jay, it's been choppy. You guys seen my paper cut after paper cut after paper cut. My win rate's only 30%, and I think we're seeing it here today. You're on mute, man.
Nope.
Don't worry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Jack
Yeah,
and I were not here. No $5 while I'm in charge.
When you can manage your risk the way you have been today, you can have a 30% win rate and still be profitable. So those small losses are what is keeping you afloat.
Those trader statistics that we reviewed last night is a good example of that too. We're going to be reviewing those as well. We can review those here in just a moment. I'm going to manage this trade. After this trade, let's pull up that, and then Hopefully everything's going all okay on Coach Roberts. Maybe we hear back from him and he'll be able to hop in. Traders tore the market up yesterday, and now the market might be tearing them up, returning the favor.
Yeah, this is pretty wild. And it's not just range bound. Those are violent moves, right? Where if you're not looking to take profits on some of these longs that we see, where we're not really seeing the violence to the upside, we're seeing it to the downside. If you're not looking to take profits on some of these longs or trailing your stop or over leveraged, that 2-second, 80-point drop that we see can blow your account. So be very cautious trading these, I think. And Dakota is another, again, great example of trading the micros for that reason.
Yeah, risk management. Risk management. I can't repeat that and stress that enough. You see, I peeled a couple off right here. I think it was 90s. Yeah, now I'm in 4 micros, locking up some equity highs, right? Where, I mean, that's what I kind of wanted to do, Coach Jay, is come in and just show, it doesn't matter what kind of a day it is. Risk management is absolutely the most important thing as a trader, regardless of whether you're long, short, wrong all the time, correct all the time. I mean, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, risk management is going to be the backbone of somebody who's trading, because with poor risk management, it's easy to get lost in this type of day, and it's easy to blow an account really quick and get yourself into a really bad position. And here we are. I'm up $780. Equity highs today. After that, like I said, loss. One trade, boom, worked out pretty well. Having that good risk reward, it's good risk reward for me and risk management. And I know everyone gets to come in here and join and watch and see. They get to see the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Did you were all your trades to the long side today?
All my trades to the long side. I don't want to short this market after yesterday. Definitely. I'm a perma bull. You know that, Coach Jay.
Right.
Never recommending just only trades, but it's proven to give good examples of good risk management. Yesterday, I did take, I think, 1 or 2 trades to the downside. They were good trades, just quick ins and outs. But
that was one of those questions that you know the answer to, but you asked it anyway, just because I wanted you to reiterate that you don't have to be right about the market direction. You got to trade right in order to make money. So
100%. Really
good stuff, man.
Yeah. So here we go. Let's see. We're back into these 300s. I was a little bit cautious. I took profit maybe a little bit too soon. My trade idea is a break above these 307s. Yeah, I'm just going to get out of this one. Break above 307s, would see continuation into those 330s. We'll see if I could find another setup, but there we go. $880. Let's take a look at this. I love watching this. I love this Topstep X, where we click on the day, and yeah, look at this. I started out pretty negative, got up there, kind of just plateaued, right? Just blah, nothing. Still staying like lots of just breaking even, and then boom. Worked out pretty well. Moving on.
Got a little sell-off in gold here. We did have gold make those all-time highs. Looks like it's peeling off some of that move a little bit, trading 25.75. I did try to take a short in gold, again, in a combine where kind of for this exact move, right, this 25.80 area being a whole number around number level. Got out of that because we chopped around a little bit, but this is the move I was ultimately looking for. So I may be taking a short in gold if we see somewhat of a bounce towards 25.80.
Okay, yeah. I'm switching back to your charts. Let me see. Make sure it's not blurry. Making sure adjusting everything looks good. Looks pretty good to my end. Let's
take this quote board off and see if that fixes it.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah,
that's nice and clean.
The this bounce here, you guys have heard me talk about these moving averages yesterday. Of course, gold did make all-time highs, so if I take a short, I know that I am counter trend for the higher time frame trend, but seeing some of that maybe profit taking from these longs here, again, if we get a bounce up near 25.78, 25.80-ish, I may be taking a short there and risking the highs.
Fair enough. I'm back in long for this break above 300s and see if we can break these 307s. Go ahead. There you go. Playing this break. Getting out, getting in. Let's see if we get this one now. Or we're going to get whipsawed and smacked one more time. This is key. This is an interesting level. If we could get this break and get some continuation around that, risking $4, $4, risking $4.
$4 might be a gamble there, Dakota. I don't know if you can afford it.
Ooh.
But I like this, right? It's middle of the range kind of right now, but the high side of that 330s.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, correction. Risking 20 because we're doing 4 times 5, right?
Oh man,
risking a breakfast.
it's no
There goes the
Starbucks for a week
breakfast.
if you lose this trade.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there goes 5 mute fees.
But yeah, it's been a pretty interesting day so far. You know, after yesterday's extreme range that we saw, not too surprised to see this type of consolidation in the equities markets, where the market, you know, after we see some of these big runs, we get that digestion period. Like, hey, what just happened? We're trying to figure out how we trade around these new ranges. And that's exactly what today looks like, right? We had range expansion yesterday, range contraction today. And that's just the, you know, normal flows of the market.
Yeah, I'm going to get back into this. Really looking for this break.
Nice.
Seeing if we could get this break and hold above these 300s. Looked like it was going to have a fake out, but getting back in, I'm actually getting in a little bit stronger, 6 micros. Buttons, fingers on the button, fingers on the close button. Let's see if we could have that break and hold. I think the most important thing here is a hold. Trying to avoid some of these whipsaws here. You're just getting a little bit more than $3 this time. Oh, I'm out. That was not what we were wanting. Yeah, just not having good solid breakouts.
Nope.
Nvidia's back up, testing 2%. Meta is up 1.5. Google's up 1.5. Amazon's up just about 1/10, and Apple's still down 4/10. Microsoft down 6/10. Tesla is about up 1/4. So markets are pretty green for the majority. It's just Apple and Microsoft that I'm seeing a little bit negative. So I'm still liking the long side. Now we just continue to watch. If this trade sets up again, I will take it. Just playing for a break above. That's really all this is.
So I want to ask you something, Dakota, just about your trading strategy in general. The longs that you're looking for here, right? This is a level, so I'm going to take the trade?
Correct. Yeah, this is the level that I'm looking for the market to either break or bounce off of. Because I'm a lot better buyer than I am a seller. You guys see that. Essentially, you just flip your charts and do the exact opposite for the reverse, which I do just struggle with. And this 307 to 300 has been a tough one. But I'm wanting to this break. If we don't, I'm going to take some small losses. But if we do, then yeah, we all seen what happens when, like, if we do get the market and the move that we want for that. So we'll see if we could get that here. Still, once again, micros.
Got you. See, and that makes sense to me, right? I personally don't trade that way, and so for me, a lot of times I'll find that I'll miss trades because I like a level, but I try to frame my trading around a certain time frame as well, and that's just the what the cost that I'm going to pay for doing that, right? Where if I base a lot of my trading around volume, and I'm saying I'm not going to trade during higher volume times, sometimes I'm not going to trade during lower volume times. Sometimes I will miss that great trade location for that volume, and that's why I asked, right? Where I know a lot of your trading based on slow markets, you're finding a level saying, hey, this is the level. I like this price, this market structure around here. I'm going to take it and let the market do what it does regardless of time frame, which, two different styles of trading, and clearly yours works.
And just so you know, Coach Jay and everybody in the chat, this is not how I normally trade, but this is kind of how I'm seeing the markets being called for. A lot more entries and exits than normal, just because we're more whipsaw, right? When we see clean price action, it's a lot less trades, a lot less craziness, and a lot less of these paper cuts that I'm getting. $50, $60, $50, $60 paper cuts. This is a very tough market, guys. This is. So I'm been trying to adjust my style. We've seen it this morning, and here we are at it again. I'm gonna just see if we could get into this trade. as we start to break to the long side. So lots of these small little paper cuts.
Yep. We seen it yesterday, right? A couple of losses, and then that one trade.
Yeah.
From a point value was really nice. So trade what you know, and that goes for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't mind people seeing this because this is just not fun. Like, this is not fun. This is not fun by any means. But maybe you guys can learn something if there is anything, or yeah, whatever it is. There's something to this, right? Good, bad, and ugly.
So is Superman going to be able to join the stream? I'm calling Coach Robert Superman, saving people from an elevator. Coach Robert is just a man of many talents, and always seems like that person that is down to help everyone. Do you think we're going to get him on? Because I know he had the stats from that from yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. I know. We'll see if we could hear back from him. Just pending. Okay. Like I said, taking care of the people around you is obviously a higher priority. So here we go again. Let's see. In a little bit of a bigger position size, 9 micros. Let's see if we can get and hold these 300s. I'm going to patiently watch
Looks
this.
like it. Yep.
Here we go. 310. Maybe a rotation into those 330s that I've been waiting for and watching to see if we can get that. 330s is what I've been targeting for a while. Just been chopping, and one messy market to get there. That's for sure.
Nice little pop there. Yeah, this is just it's tough.
Look at this. Tough. Not much follow through. It's rollover. No. This is definitely that rollover feeling, rollover vibes. Here we go. We're getting a little bit of follow through. Right back down. Okay, let's see if this was resistance. Let's see if this resistance can become support. Back into these 310s. 310s, anything going into the lunch session too is going to be something to take into consideration. Continue to decrease volatility and volume. Just so choppy. I'm just going to get out of that one. Ooh, got out at 308s. Yeah, nothing. I think that's about it for me, Coach Jay, until Power Hour. I mean, we're not really seeing that play I was looking for, and I know it was a little bit choppy trying to get it, but that's about it. That's where I'm going to be ending my trading for the morning session on that note. Never did get it. There was plenty of opportunity there, and just chopped up. So finishing the morning session, I'm up about $700. 700 times 5, whatever that is, $3,500 in a very choppy nice. and messy session. So I'm excited. I'm happy about that. A little bit frustrating just being chopped in and out. Little like paper cuts. A decent trade. No follow through on any of those bigger setups. And yeah, I think that does it for me in my trading, and I'm going to hold off until Power Hour unless there is something that is very tempting, or unless something does change in these markets that will just stand out. So
pulling that out of this type of market is great trading. And
yeah, what do you mean by paper cuts? Sorry, Coach Jay, to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Paper cuts is just like small loss. I mean, you could probably see it here. Let's pull it up. I just kind of show it. And this is the reason, right? All of my losses just really quick in and out. And then when I do end up catching some good runners. But what I mean by small paper cuts, like you could see it, right? When I start to lose money, small paper cuts, just a lot of losses. So let's zoom in here. Minus $40, -4, -15, -37, -60, -2, and then on the winning side it's +100. Here's this one was the full one. So it's just like not really much going on in terms of trading. just a lot of, I mean, you can see the winners are about like $100, right? 100, and then the losers are just, yeah, it's hard. It's rough. And I wish it would, let's see, can we see like a daily? Let's just see it today. Today is September 12th. So here
Yep,
was,
today's 12th.
yeah, here's today. Right, just over 50-50. Average risk reward, just over 1-to-1. I mean, this is kind of the day. Average trade duration, 2 minutes. Best trade, worst trade, close to 1-to-1, a little bit on the downside. I mean, there's really not much to evaluate. And so when I'm talking about paper cuts, it's just lots of these little losses. And yeah, even though we might get to up here and we might, now that I'm done with this, if we do just bounce up to 330s, yeah, look at this. It's just mess. And I just don't even want to be in this market. Now, that being said, as we wait, maybe I'm patiently going to be hopefully
Look at gold. Look at gold.
Oh, are we new highs?
No, the short that I was talking about, I was looking for maybe a little bit more of a bounce up to 25.78. We didn't get there. We didn't exactly get to that 25.78, but starting to see some of that, that morning move unravel a little bit here on a short. And again, it would be a counter trend trade, but I like the way that this is trending right now for a short. I would be looking at downside targets at 25.70 conservatively, and then below that 25.63, which is weekly kickoff high. Yeah, just didn't quite get the bounce that I was looking for to get into that short, but playing out what I expected.
Yeah, that now everyone's pointing out, and then NQ's bouncing. Yeah, it's still not something I'm excited to watch, and I don't even care at this point right now what happens in the NASDAQ. It's just so much chop today. Rollover, it's after the news. Do we have anything coming out the rest of the day? Probably nothing, right?
30-year bond auction, is that correct?
Let's check. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 30-year bond auction in about half an hour. In for you, if you want to go take a break, man. I know you've been at it
that's what
all
I'm
day.
thinking. I've been thinking about a lunch break right here in 3 minutes. If you want to take over, I just messaged Robert to see how everything's going there. Yeah, I'm gonna just kind of pass this market off to you, Coach Jay.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. If you can.
Yeah, so let's just do that. I'm gonna go ahead and take a lunch break, and if Coach Jay messages, I will be around, and so maybe I could just feed Coach Jay into here, and you and Coach Jay could have some fun, or you and Coach Robert could have some fun, talk about trader statistics, but I'll be off and on. Hopefully the markets can come back from a lunch break as well, and we could see something better during Power Hour. So thank you, Coach Jay, for just being like that last minute call up.
Oh yeah,
you wasn't on the schedule, but here you are.
Sub me in, Coach. Sub me in.
Yeah. You need to change the. Let's see.
Yep, I got you.
The background to green if you want it.
Yeah. Let's see if we'll leave it how it is. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I will just go like this, and what I could do is make me disappear, and then take you, and bring you right there. So, okay. Thank you guys. I will see you in about an hour, give or take. And if I hear back from Coach Robert, oh my, actually, real quick before I go, I think this is, wow. I'm going to listen to this. We're going to listen to this for the first time together, and let's do that.
Okay.
Here's good old Coach Robert. Let's get an update from him. And here we go. Give me just 1 second, Coach Jay. Here's Coach Robert. Here's the update.
Yeah, so interesting day. The entire building here just lost power, all 3 floors of it. And there's fire trucks here. So it's a true fire drill. There's a couple of them. All people outside and stuff. People stuck in the elevator. So I always thought there was supposed to be like auxiliary power for those things, but the whole building is out, including the emergency lighting. And stuck in the elevator, so time to head home for a little bit.
Ooh, hopefully everything's okay there. It looks like it. Looks like everything's okay. Just a little bit of a delay. So I'm gonna go ahead and head on to lunch. And thank you for taking over, Coach Jay. I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
All right, sounds good. Have a good one. All right. Let's see what we got here. I think Dakota's going to adjust the screen a little bit. We got my screens up. We can see those hopefully. And yeah, basically the only thing I'm looking at really right now is again, a short in gold. The move's kind of playing out already, so I don't know that I will take that trade. Again, I was looking for a little bit more of a bounce than what we got. If I look at, actually, no, that's the wrong one. I'm going to anchor a VWAP to the news candle that we had this morning. And there's a little bit more room down here to that 25.69. Right? I think I said my target was 25.68. That would be why. But then below that, if we do sell this VWAP, right, I think there's room down to that 63 area. So going to be patient here. Not looking to force a trade at all, but looking for some potential opportunities. If you guys do have questions in the chat, put them in. We can do a little impromptu group coaching session here. Shout out to Andrew, our mods, and Luffy as well. Coach Hoop in the chat. Let's see. Got a question from Anne Marie. When price action is so sideways, what do you say to yourself to make sure you're not over trading? For me, Anne Marie, I remind myself of all of the times that I've lost money trying to force trades in this price action. From a technical perspective, what I look at is, and I'll go to the NASDAQ, I'll look at the anchored VWAP from the session open, and that's something that I use every day, right? So I can lean on that as an indicator for how the market's moving. But if the price action, and we can kind of see it here, is overlapping that VWAP, that's just a clear indication to me that we're in a range bound market. And if I'm not going to trade it like a range bound market, it's better to just stay out, right? So when I see this flat angle of VWAP, I'm thinking identify the extremes of the range and then fade those extremes if you get the opportunity, or just stay out, right? Because when I did a lot of journaling, looking at my trade executions, when there was a range bound market, a lot of my executions were dead in the center of the range, which is exactly where you don't want to be, right? Because that's the most 50-50 trade. Obviously, with the range bound markets, the higher probabilities are going to be near those extremes. So finding one and a way to identify that first was key for me, and then going from there. But really good question. And I say it all the time, right? Anytime I hear Dolby talking about range trading, I'm tuned in because he does it so well, and he's able to identify them really well and trade them. And I think to me, it's being a momentum trader, the range bound markets where sometimes they might take a half an hour to get to the other side of the range just doesn't fit well with my personality. So a lot of times I'll just stay out of it. See, we're getting a pullback in crude. Am I a trend trader or momentum trader? I would say most of my trades are trend trades, but I'm a trend momentum trader, right? Volume, it leads all of my trading decisions. So I'm paying attention to how volume is interacting a couple of different ways, right? You see volume indicators on my charts. You see time and sales up here. You see the DOM up here as well. If I'm trading on Quantower, I have a bunch of delta indicators. Sorry if you can hear my dog knocking on the door. I might have to go move her away real quick. But she wants to come and join the show. But yeah, I'm more of a momentum trader. And how do I use time and sales? The same way you see other people use Bookmap, right? So I'm watching the orders, how they get filled, where they get filled, what the size of the orders are, and then trying to build a story around the volume that's coming in there. I'm going to leave this on gold for now to see if we do get a bounce that I like to short. Important question. What kind of dog do you have? She is an English bulldog. Her name is Daisy. It's like 65 pound English bulldog. So unlike D, I can't lift her up and put her on the show because she might fall through my desk. I'll send a picture of Daisy when I get a chance. Shout out to Rips on his 1 year anniversary of his YouTube stream. Shout out to Rips. Don't know if you're in the chat, but 1 year, congratulations. I know we just had the 1 year celebration of TopstepTV as well. And a year running a stream by yourself consistently every day is awesome. So shout out to you, Rips. Wilmo says you have an 81-pound bulldog. There are some big dogs. Do a split screen with NASDAQ. You're going to see me figure out how to use Topstep X here. Here's that little bounce in gold. Right, so if I was in this gold short, I'd be thinking about either trailing, right? How much room is there really left in this move? We called it a counter trend move, right? So I got to know that my trade is not in the flow of the market. I still like shorting this bounce. Any other questions you guys have, throw them in the chat, right? The markets probably aren't going to be moving too much, so we will answer any questions that you have. Again, impromptu coaching session. Can you tell me what your anchored VWAPs to? So for me, I'm going to anchor VWAP a couple of different places. Most important is going to be any session open, right? Those I'm going to do every day. So the New York session opens at 8:30 Central Time every day. So I'm going to anchor a VWAP there. And let's go to the Russell because the Russell was moving a little bit today. So I'm going to anchor a VWAP to the market open. I'm going to anchor a VWAP to the London session open, which is 2 a.m. Central Time. And then any high volume events. So that PPI print that we had today, CPI from yesterday. Let's anchor one to CPI from yesterday. And the event-based anchors, those I'm going to leave on my charts for the full month, right? If you joined any of the At the Buzzer segments that Coach Paul and I do, we saw how important the August CPI print VWAP was for the month. So I'm going to leave those on my charts. And the way I'm reading that is, what is the market's reaction to that economic event, right? So we have an inflation data come out. Above that anchored VWAP, buyers in control. Below it, sellers are in control. And now every time we trade towards it, how does the market react? And sometimes it presents some really good trade opportunities. So yeah, session opens, high volume events are going to be the most important. And if it's a higher time frame, I'm going to leave it on my chart for a while. The daily ones, right, like the daily anchored VWAPs, I'll remove those. Been playing around with a couple of different ones. I really like the weekly right now. So, I will do that as well. Coach Dakota said we will be talking about yesterday's trader numbers once he comes back from lunch. Definitely do want to talk about those because had some traders putting up some pretty big numbers. So we got yesterday's best live and XFAs. So stay tuned for that. You want to see what those numbers are. Again, love to see traders at Topstep doing well. We had, on Monday, we had over $1 million in payouts. And with the numbers that these traders put up, we might be seeing an over on that really soon. So definitely stay tuned for that. What instruments do I trade regularly? So I'm going to look at the equity markets on a regular. I'm looking at the ES a lot more than the NASDAQ recently. I just found that it's a little bit more consistent in respecting levels and things like that. But I'll look at the ES. I will look at, the major four markets that we talk about: gold, crude oil. Really, I look more for a specific type of setup than a specific market, right? If a market that I have not traded before is presenting an opportunity for a setup, I will take it in that market. For example, and anyone who's in our levels chat in Discord or in the Coach J chat, you can scroll back in the Coach J chat when the Russell was trading around 2100. I said, hey guys, the Russell is interesting around 2100. Why? Because it's a major level, right? Markets, regardless of the market, anytime we're near some of these whole number levels, are usually going to have a reaction because whoever's trading that market knows that you just see it on your chart, right? Anything that ends in 00, it just sticks out. So if we look at it, right, I have 2100 here on the Russell, Now, does that mean I'm just going to automatically buy it? It doesn't. But what I want to do is watch the market's reaction, right? So everyone who's been trading the Russell for the last year or however long they've been trading it, they know a lot more than I do, right? So if I look at this market, I can't say, hey, I have an opinion about this. No, you don't. You don't trade it. But wait for the markets to show you their opinion, and then you can trade from there, right? So if we get down to this major level, the Russell traders say they don't want to sell it. I can't be a seller either. Why would I come into a market that I've never traded and have an opinion? What do they say? They don't want to sell it. Great. That gives me an opportunity to potentially take a long trade based solely off of a major level, and my risk can be somewhere below it for a potential trade up. Didn't take the trade. Sometimes you got to call out what you take. But that was a nice 25-point move based on trading markets around hold levels. Now, that could have been the Russell, that could have been corn, that could have been soybeans, that could have been the NASDAQ. Regardless of what it is, the concept stays the same. And then I just apply that concept to a market that's presenting that opportunity. So good question on that. I am going to default to the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, but if something else is presenting an opportunity, I may go over there if I'm not seeing one. And then in the same sense, right, if the market that I default to every day is a day like yesterday, then I don't need to scan, right? Why am I going to look through there? I think there are 35 tradable assets, if we're not counting micros, on Topstep, which is great, right? Opportunity in a bunch of different places. If we have a day like yesterday in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps, I don't need to be looking at the Swiss franc, right? I'm going to go to the market that I know well and is presenting an opportunity for me. But if I don't trade range bound markets well and something else is trending, then I may look over there. And he's out there trading hogs. Yep, that is anchored VWAP on my charts that you see there. Let's see if we got any other questions. Question from J-Van. After multiple days, wouldn't the news event stats hardly be a factor to anchored VWAP? J-Van, I love that you asked that question. Let's just see, right? We'll do a little bit of a strategy session here. Again, market's not moving too much. And if you guys see anything in the chat where the markets are moving, do let me know. I will go over there. But I want to answer this question from J-Van. So J-Van, we had the CPI print was August 14th, right? The last CPI print we got was August 14th. I'm going to anchor a VWAP there, and I'm going to make that one green. The PPI print was the 15th. I'm going to anchor a VWAP there and make that one red. I'm also going to frame out those two candles. Again, PPI is going to be this red rectangle. And CPI is going to be a green rectangle. Right, so we have this anchored VWAP. This is the NASDAQ going back to August. It was important there. It was important here. It was important on the 22nd. Then we kind of range around between them. And then we see the market start to use them instead of as a support, as a resistance. So resistance here again, resistance one more time. And where are we bouncing? At the highs of that news candle. Right. What we have to think about with a lot of this stuff are there are some higher time frame market participants that are not closing trades by 3:10 Central. Right. There are some swing traders in this market, investors, hedgers. They have intentions about where they place their orders, and especially when they do so with volume. So when price revisits where they entered the market, I want to be aware of it. Right. So we can see how much of a resistance that became. And those present really good trading opportunities. This is September 3rd during the London session time. If I had this on my chart and trading at that time, really good short opportunity from there just based on volume from that news event. And look at where we're trading now. Right back in this range of PPI from last month. So I said it all the time, the markets don't forget price. This is what I mean by that, right? We created this range from last month's PPI and we're still trading in it now. The higher time frame market participants like this area for a reason. We're in balance here for a reason. So I'm going to pay attention to that. And I know I say right a lot. It's just my cadence. I'll work on being better. Any other questions? Sturdy Gentleman says riveting. I think so. I think it's, anytime I see something like this, it's really cool. And maybe it's just the way that I look at the markets, but you know, it can present a lot of opportunities. And what you'll see, and what I will comment on, Jvan, the further we go out with some of these anchor VWAPs, the more we're going to see them converge, right? We can see this right now. The white line, I'll make it white so we know the difference. This white line is anchored VWAP from the all-time high in the NASDAQ. You see how we all converged over time? So the longer we get out, the more those averages are going to close in. But when there's a gap between them, they present a really good opportunity. Look at this range-bound market that we had all of the beginning of September. Where did it range between? Pretty much the high, that PPI candle, all-time high VWAP, and the PPI anchored VWAP. This frames out my trades. And if I'm trading these markets, if they're going to keep rejecting at the highs of the range, lows of the range, that is where my areas of opportunity are. That's where I'm looking for potential profits if I'm fading those extremes. Coach Hoop says, we all look for patterns that help us with our strategies to execute. 100%. I think trading is all pattern recognition. This is, to me personally, it's not about being an economist and knowing where the market is going to go based on data. Can you use that? And that's a form of pattern recognition as well, right? Where a number might come out worse than what was expected. There's a pattern for how the market normally trades around that. And I think that's what Rips is really great at. Rips is not an economist, right? Rips is a trader, and he's using economic data to trade patterns that he's seen play out over and over. And LV says you should start saying it right a lot more. I've noticed that the captain does that as well. I don't know what that is, right? Where it's almost like an kind of thing. I get it. I think Dakota will be back in about a half an hour. So if you have any other questions, do send them in. I am here to answer all of your questions for right now. And if we see a trade set up, let me know. Switch this back over to gold so I don't miss my trade again. Don't know how much I like it anymore. Gold does have that floor close at 12:30 Central Time, right? The market still does trade after that, but a lot of times we'll see the volume die out. So don't know how much I like this trade anymore. Volume is dying. Likelihood of follow through on a downside is lower right now. So I'll be patient. Let's check Crude from Hitesh. Let's see what we got on Crude. So almost looks like the same pattern as gold, where if I'm looking at this, I like a potential short in this market. Not right here, right now, somewhere near 69.40s. Anyone catch Crude to the long side today? Sorry, I'm just reading some of the comments in the chat. The internet is a funny place, man. It is a funny place. And shout out to our mods. You guys do an amazing job at what you do. Are you naturally calm, or did you train yourself into it? I don't think I'm naturally calm, honestly. I think it depends on the situation. I think when I'm in teaching mode and coaching mode, I can be pretty calm, right? If I'm trying to explain a concept. But in my own trading, I've had to train myself to be that way, right? To kind of slow down and, you know, wait for opportunities to present themselves, because I do like to just go at times as well. And you can't do that in the market all the time, right? Sometimes you need to be patient to wait for great opportunities to present themselves. And was that the short I was looking for in crude oil? I'm going to switch over to some combines and take that. Let's see if we can just get in here. All right, I'm gonna risk not too much on this, risking about $300 for a potential short here, down to 68.53 ultimate price target. I am short from 69.26. NQ above or below 19,330 when Coach Dakota gets back. I'm gonna say above. Seeing a lot of questions come in here. Let's see what else we got. Deg, time and sales. When you see large orders hitting, do you think price is going in that direction or the opposite? So by the time the orders get filled on time and sales, those are filled orders, right? So the way I'm looking at that, that was a market participant with intentions. So they took a trade for a reason, right? Whether they were closing a position, opening a position, I don't know what their intentions are, but they executed a certain amount of orders at a specific price. What I want to watch, if it's a lot of orders, is how the market responds to those prices after the fact. We got a bond auction in 10 minutes as well. Let's see what else we got here. Switch back over to the NASDAQ while this crude trade works. Right? Above 330s. That's the move Dakota was looking for. Hitesh, your short crude also. I think I got in a little bit late on that move. And that's why I switched it over to combines. I'm up on these combines for the day, and I don't want to give back much of it. So do you look at Bookmap? I personally don't use Bookmap, but I think it's a valuable tool. So if you find it useful in your trading, I understand why, right? It's the same way I look at volume. You may see patterns in Bookmap that I can't really see, but I see why it's important. We do have a message here. We are aware that some traders are experiencing the error message firm-wide max order quantity exceeded when placing trades in rhythmic accounts. We appreciate your patience while we actively work with our partner to resolve this issue. Stay tuned for updates. So if you are seeing that error message in rhythmic and you're trading, maybe this is the time to step away for a little bit. It is unfortunate when things like that happen, but they happen all the time. I've had issues like that trading in a personal account on my platform. A lot of times what I'll do is just step away for the day because a lot of the emotions that come up with that, right? Hey, I could have been in this trade, but my platform went down. When you eventually get your platform back up and running, from my experience, that has led to tilt-like trading. So if you're having some issues, just be patient. We are working on fixing it. But maybe this is a good time to just get outside, get away from your desk for a little bit. Mohammed says he had the issue, but it was fine now. Got a couple of people saying it was solved. Okay, good. So if you're having that issue, looks like it was resolved already by the time we sent the message in, and love how quickly that works. Got a message from Dakota that said, oh, the market waited for him to go to lunch to rally. Coming up on 12 Central, we do have that 30-year bond auction coming up, so that could give us some volatility and may have been what the market is waiting for to break out of this range. So we will see exactly what that looks like in about 5 minutes. And then just remember, with the bond auction, it's not like some of the other newsprints where they need to let the auction happen first. So it may be a delayed reaction, but something you want to be conscious of. The 30-year is one of the bigger auctions. We had the 10-year yesterday. That can bring some volatility. You might see the order books clear out. So I will bring up the DOM again so we can see whether or not this clears out. I'm going to look at it on the S&Ps because the S&Ps are a little bit fuller. How do I keep my cool when I see a trade setup, but it keeps failing, just like Coach Dakota? I walk away. I don't know that I would be able to do what Dakota did. Just going to be honest. My personality is not the same way. When things are not going well for me in my trading, better than just sitting here and trying to force it to go well, I need to step away. Dakota's a completely different person. And I think that's where we all need to know ourselves. I couldn't do what he did, right? I'd just get frustrated and say, you know what, I'm good. I will come back tomorrow when the market presents an opportunity. Dark Cloud said, Dakota, that is an expensive lunch. You better be eating good. Let's see, we're on the ES right now, pushing up towards the highs of the day. High of the day so far in the ES happened on that newsprint, which was at 55.82, right under 55.82, 55.81 half, high of the day. Let's see how the market responds on this bond auction. May see some volatility in this, or do we just stay in the range? How did I get into trading? So for me, it started with, seeing my parents invest in stocks. I think the first stock I heard my parents talk about was Apple, and just buying it. I'm like, hey, how does that work? You just buy it and it makes you money. So of course, we all know it's not that simple. But for them investing in it, it was, right. So that's kind of where the interest came from. I think I've told the story here before as well, where one of my favorite video games as a kid was Wall Street Kid. I had no idea what I was doing, but I thought it was an interesting game for some reason. And then how I got into it myself was just, when I graduated college, being interested in, again, taking some money and putting it elsewhere, got into investing first and then trading after that. And have had some ups and downs with it the entire time, right? Had really great success in the beginning, and thought, oh yeah, I'm gonna quit my job. I don't even need to do this anymore. And then of course that beginner's luck runs out. You understand that you have to, learn how this process works instead of just thinking that you know it all. And it's been that entire journey. But seeing a little bit of a breakout, we did just make new daily highs on the ES above the high of that news candle. Coming into this bond auction, we got about 2 minutes until the auction. And maybe a little preemptive move before it. Topstep X seems like it's working fine to me all day. I haven't seen any issues on it. Have I ever met Dakota in real life? We haven't, actually. We haven't. Dakota and I have been working together for a little over a year now. We haven't met in person. I'm sure we will change that sometime soon. Whenever we do the Topstep trading league, if that does happen, when it does happen, I shouldn't say if, we will definitely be present there. Is Dakota a real human? Well, I did say I haven't met him in person, so maybe not. You can't trust what you see on the internet sometimes, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he's real. I don't have a bond auction schedule. I look at Financial Juice, and Financial Juice tells me what's important for the day. So we have it up on this Trader Hub as well. In Topstep X, we can see it. Is it on here? Yeah, here we go. 30-year. If you just click on this Trader Hub on Topstep X, you can see the important news for the day. And we got this countdown to the 30-year auction in about a minute. Am I old enough to have played NES games? 100%. All right, let's see what we get with this bond auction. A minute. Just remember, if you are in a position, know that we may see some volatility here. We are seeing ES make new highs of the day, 55.86, new high of the day. NASDAQ has not made a new high of the day yet, trading 19,380, high of the day, 19,388.75. So let's see what we get here on this bond auction. Again, if you have a position open, be aware we got about 30 seconds for that. We may see some volatility through this print. $15 seconds until the print. NASDAQ trading 19,380. ES still making new highs, 55.83s in the ES trades. Book's not really clearing out too much here. See if we get any volatility on this. And again, the reaction to these bond auctions can be a little bit delayed with the auction needing to play out. See if we get anything here. Nothing yet. Am I still in the CL trade? I am. Yeah, it's down $40 right now. I'm just holding this, risking about 300 on that for about a 2-to-1 trade, and I'll just hold that one. It is in a combine, and I'll just hold that one. Still not much of a reaction to that auction yet. Still not seeing results from it either, so that might be why we're waiting a little bit. Where's Coach Dakota? He had to go recharge his batteries. They got to plug him in every once in a while before he malfunctions on the stream. Do you use EMAs for buy or sell signal? I use moving averages more as a indicator of where the market is trending. Again, not much of a reaction yet on this bond auction. Again, not seeing results yet, so the market just kind of hanging out. ES still trading above the high of that news candle, trading 55.83 right now. What's the advantage of trading with a prop firm? You don't have to put as much as your own capital at risk. I lost a decent amount of money on my own trying to figure out how this goes, and that's the idea here, right? Where I think I have a younger brother that just got into trading, right? Just starting trading this year, and he said he was interested. What I told him is, hey, learn how it works first, and then go to a prop firm to test your skills, right? You don't want to test your skills with your own money. You want to do it with less capital at risk for the potential to turn it around. And then in the same sense, if you are a really good trader, right, we have the opportunity to copy accounts. You see traders, trading 5 XFAs at the same time, multiplying their results. You don't get that you don't get that same risk reward in your own personal account, right? So there is a benefit to it. If you're a beginner trader, I would say the benefit to being at Topstep is all the education that you get for free. I told you I had to, pay for courses, and I would gladly pay for them again for the courses that I took. But all the education that you get from Topstep is free, right? Whether that be our Discord, all the shows that we do, and genuinely all the coaches are here to try to help traders because we've all been through the journey that you're on right now. So there is, to me, a huge benefit to doing it. Let's see, bond auction is over. Muhammad said Dakota is upgrading his version, installing his new software. He's going to be able to see the inverted charts without having to press Alt-I after the upgrade. All right, let's see if we get any reaction to this. Again, not too much. ES still trading 55.84, not seeing much of a volume reaction yet. NASDAQ did make a new high on the day, new high 19,392. But not much of that reaction. Again, a lot of seems like waiting. We were waiting for CPI and PPI to print. We got those two numbers. And of course, the big one next week, FOMC. I would not personally be surprised if we stayed in this range until that FOMC print. Anything can and will happen in these markets. We may move before it, but a lot of waiting, and we have rollover as well, right? So this is in the equities, quintessential rollover day. What would be my target in crude? Let's see. I'm losing rounds, so my target's probably my stop. But I was targeting 68.53 as my ultimate target. I would look at the reaction at 69 first. We would need to sell through that 69, obviously, to get to 68.53. So I want to watch the reaction there. But ultimate target is 68.53. Want to say thanks for showing the inverted charts. Don't know why, but it has helped me mentally. I am more calm and actually passed my first 150K combine since trading that way. Trades by Jay, that's awesome, right? And I think when I mentioned it, it was kind of a joke, but not really. And what, MP was bringing up, hey, you want to make a case to buy this market. Can you make a case to sell it? Dakota said he couldn't, and just flipping the chart over, especially if you're a technical trader like Dakota, who doesn't have many indicators on his charts, just flipping it over just to give yourself a different perspective. Maybe you don't take a trade that way. And again, I wouldn't suggest anyone trading with the charts inverted, because the buy and sell buttons aren't inverted. So, you got to be, if you want to buy it, you're technically selling it with the inverted chart, but it's just, it offers a different perspective, right? Different perspective of the markets, a way to check your idea from a technical pattern if you use it. Can we get a short here? Let's see. It is a cheap short here. If I'm looking at the NASDAQ, it is a cheap short here. The S&Ps look stronger though, right? Where the S&Ps are holding these highs. The S&P to me looks like it wants to break out. But trades by Jay, congrats on passing that first 150K combine. Trade well in the XFA, no rush to make money. We see traders do that often. Trade the process that got you to pass, and remember that this is about consistency over time and not trying to rush the process to make the big bucks. Mohammed says, do not cry if you're shorting. Crude oil trade looks like it's moving in my favor a little bit now. How do you invert the chart? It's Alt I on TopstepX. Do I have a daily profit goal? I personally don't. The way I measure my trading days is, where's my mental capital at? Am I making the right trading decisions? Am I making the decisions that are in my best interest? And then I'll go from there. Don't really have a personal profit target or goal, because if I don't hit it, maybe I try to take trades just to get to that number. I don't personally have one. Pull back on this volume spike. So yeah, so this here, and that was from Andy. It's a little volume spike we got after, remove some of these drawings. So right before that 30-year auction, this little spike here. Yeah, a pullback in here gives us an opportunity to limit your risk, where at the same time a short here gives you the opportunity to limit your risk with the same idea. I just don't like shorting this because it looks like it's going to break out. But yeah, Andy, I see what you're saying. Let me see something here. Yeah, I actually really like that idea. A little pullback here, risk the lows of where that volume came in. You could take it here. It's just you're buying the high of the day, which I try to tell myself not to do. Do I miss trades? Of course. What time did I start talking? Should I have just been buying the ES the whole time? I think I should have. It was the clear trade, right? Dakota just passed the baton, kind of dropped it. It's embarrassing. Let's see. Any more questions you guys have? Let me know. Been a great session so far, and Dakota should be back in a few minutes. I think he has a guest joining him as well, so I'm gonna step out when they do. Let me just check on this crude oil trade. I'm seeing the profit on the top of the screen. Just wanted to kind of see what it's doing. And I like this. What I'm gonna do on this trade, because it's taking a little longer than I want it to, if we let's see, do I want to do this? So we got this little spike of volume here to the downside, thinking whether or not I just want to risk the highs of that instead. Kind of time stop this trade. Does that make sense? No, I'll leave it. I'm going to leave it. Richard Harris says, yeah, Jay, Richard said to go long at 55.55, and then we will break 55.80. Let's see. And Richard, your trade analysis, your market analysis is on point. Just want to let you know I do see you in the chat, and we see a lot of your comments in the chat. Just letting everybody know while we're on the stream, sometimes, you know, we'll see traders say, hey, I called this out. We love the fact that there are, you know, 4,000 to 5,000 people watching. Sometimes it's hard to get to every comment, but what I would say most important is if you can tell us that you called it out, you are really good at reading the market. Make sure you trade them as well, make your money on that. But 55.55 was a nice call out, Richard. Right when we started this segment, pretty much no drawdown on that trade. So really nice call there. What's your crude short target? What did I say? 68.50. 68.50. Dakota will be back in just a few minutes. So any more questions that you guys have, do let me know. Software upgrade is almost complete. Hopefully, hopefully no rollbacks on the upgrade. Let's see what else we got going on here. Man, anyone in the levels room, remember we talked about that 4,700 in the Dow as well. Just worth watching at these major levels. Really nice bounce from there as well. I know I'm bouncing around a little bit, but just wanted to take a look at that. NASDAQ ES not breaking out yet. Looks like it wants to. It looks like it just needs that volume push to get back above those highs. Maybe a cheap short here, but I'm not going to take that. Fred, how do you use footprint charts? I personally don't use them, but if you are going to use them, it is a form of volume analysis. I have a couple of other tools that show me the data that I could get from a footprint chart. I think they're useful in the information that they provide, but to me, they're just a little bit too noisy for my charts. R Snow, you always say you trade based on volume. Can you give me the third grade lesson on what you look at and when do you get in and out of a trade? Yes. For me, I'm going to look at anything that gives me an indication of volume, right? Whether that's a volume indicator, time in sales, the DOM, VWAP, right? So for me, simple process, and I explain this a lot in At the Buzzer as well. So if you want to join that market recap, we go over specific trade examples, and there are some in the Topstep Discord as well. And this dog is going crazy on this door right now. She needs to go outside. She wants to go play. It's her time. So basically what I'm going to do, Arsenal, is frame out a high volume area, potentially attach a VWAP to it, and then watch the market's reaction. So perfect example right here in the NASDAQ. At 9:33 Central Time, we had higher volume, the highest volume that we had outside of the market open. Why was there a lot of volume traded there? I don't know, right? Some market participant found a reason to trade a lot of volume there. Second thing I'm going to do, and I told you guys before, anchor VWAP to that because I want to see the market's reaction since that high volume event, and look at how flat this angle on VWAP is. So to me, what that tells me, this is a range bound market. So none of my trade executions should be around this middle. But if this VWAP stays flat, then the extremes of where that volume came in gives me an opportunity to take a trade. So flat VWAP means range bound market, buying at the lows, selling at the highs until that pattern breaks. And right now we are at the highs of this range. Volume hasn't gone. So I am looking at this as a potential cheap short, but we did break out of here. I'm gonna send pictures of the dog as soon as we get off of here. There are no market participants moving the market. So I see this a lot, and I think it's very interesting. And again, we all look at the markets differently. So I'm okay with somebody disagreeing with me. When we say that there are no market participants moving the market, the question I ask anybody who says that, and again, I don't care how you look at the market, manage your risk. You could trade by asking your cat what you should do. If there are no market participants moving the market, if I traded a 50 lot in the NASDAQ right now, marketed a 50 lot, I'm a buyer, the market's going to move. Right? So whether it's an algo, submitting those orders, somebody sitting here with 1,000 lot and clicking the button themselves, the intentions behind every market participant are to buy or to sell. It could be an algo that's coded to do it. And this is just the way I look at the markets. You could disagree, but there's volume traded. If you've traded in a live account, you know that if you click a button on the DOM and that order gets filled, you can see your time in sale. You can see the time in sales for your filled order. So all of us here are market participants. So for me, it's hard to say that an algo moves the market when I'm not an algo, right? I know that if I wanted to trade 1,000 lot, I'm going to move the market, right? Some market participants are trading larger size than others, and in different facets, right? You might have a computer placing your trades, but the function of every market participant is to buy and sell. It's a market. I do have a Boston Terrier named Sadie as well. She's not the one knocking on the door. Mohammed says, if no market participants, that means volatility is higher and more risky market. 100%. 100%. Won't I move the market an insignificant amount though, even with 1,000 lot? It depends on the market, Liam. Look at the NASDAQ right now. If I'm marketed by 1,000 lot right now, they're between 19,396 and 19,400 on the books right now. There's about 100 contracts. So if I market by 1,000, unless there's an iceberg sitting there, I'm going to move the market at least 15 points based on what the order book is showing. Now, there may be an iceberg out there. There may be stop orders, so it might not move it significantly, but it's still going to move it, right? I can't just buy 1,000 lot. And I think sometimes that is a curse of sim trading, where you can get a great fill on a 15 lot at one specific price. I'm letting you know now, that does not happen in real life. So if you have not traded a real account, depending on the market, if the market's thin, you're not getting a fill where you want to get a fill. So just keep that in mind. Trade an illiquid market with size, and then tell me whether or not market participants matter. So if you buy 1,000, price will go up until all 1K are filled. That's correct, right? If I'm market by 1,000 right now, price is going to go wherever there are 1,000 sell orders. So if that's one tick above, great, I got a great fill. If that spread is 30 ticks, then I'm getting 1,000 lot over 30 ticks and a terrible average on that trade. We got a few minutes before Coach Dakota gets back in here. Could you please explain rollovers? Been hearing it a lot lately and don't really know what it means or how the market reacts to it. So basically what contract rollover is, right? The futures contracts that we trade, they expire, right? So the equities, 4 different rollovers for the year. They are going, I'm going to get these wrong, but I believe it's March, June, September, December. I probably got that wrong, but 4 rollovers for the equities for the year. So the contracts that we're trading right now are the September contracts. We're going to roll over to December. So any market participants that are holding a position need to roll over to the December contract in order to keep that position. So what we'll see a lot of times in rollover is a range bound market, because there's that inventory adjustment happening, right? I might have, 5,000 contracts of September S&Ps, and I need to trade those over to December. I want to get a great price on that. So I'm going to try to get fills where I'm not moving the market a whole lot by switching over. So it's basically contracts expire, market participants need to move to the new contract, and they want to try to get a great price when doing so. And that's why we see range bound markets. Should I stay short here in crude? Payson, you tell me what your plan is. You tell me what your plan is. If I said no, you should add 50 contracts here, does that sound like a good idea to you? Doesn't matter what I say. Read what the market is telling you. You got in for a reason, get out for a reason. And that is not a suggestion to add contracts here, because I personally wouldn't, but trade what the market is showing you. Where's the next entry? Don't know. All right, Dakota is ready to hop back in here. I think we're moving me around. I'm gonna.
Can you guys hear me? Okay? Am I
Yep,
back?
sounds good to me.
What the heck, Coach Jay? Been buying this market
What
all
happened?
morning. Freaking rallies,
So-
and I take a look at my charts after eating some Chick-fil-A, and here we are, 19,400.
There is a 19,400 highs of the day. Dakota, the guy I took trading classes from, this guy Rich, he would say it all the time, right? He would never trade when he was doing a class. And as he would be talking about a market when we were trading stocks, he's like, yeah, this is a great setup. As soon as he started class, the market would move. And he's just like, I can't trade during class because I can't be focused. And that's, I see it happen all the time too, right? I'll tell traders in the Discord chat, like, hey guys, I'm going to go take lunch. The market moves 200 points. I'm like, you're welcome.
And then
You're welcome.
now watch, we're going to just sell off now that I'm back.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, well, now we're looking at him to buy, and then here we go to just tank. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, what a market. What a freaking market.
Yeah, man. Gotta love it.
Anyway, how I just hate. Sometimes you just never know, right? I mean, it looks like right as I went to lunch. Is that
Pretty much.
5 minutes
much.
after we rallied? We went down to 280 and rallied 120 points. And it wasn't that chop either. It wasn't like a chop rally. It was just like a consistent, just straight up.
Yeah.
All you could do sometimes is just laugh at this and just say,
Yep. Where's the next one?
Where's the next one? That being said, and I think you said that, Coach Jay, we do have some information that,
Okay.
Coach Jay or Coach Robert's not going to be able to join us. Obviously, you've seen that video. You've seen everything. Everything's okay. Glad to hear nothing crazy ended up happening. But we do have, I did get the information from Coach Jay or Coach Robert about yesterday's best. So give me a second while I get this pulled up. And I know that's what a lot of traders were maybe waiting for. I don't know. But
I'm waiting for it.
yeah, me too. I was excited. Now that I see them, let me see if I could find it though. That's the question. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I could take a screenshot and then bring it up here. So taking the screenshot. So we have the top 5 live P&L, and then we have the top 5 XFA P&L, and then we have that one trader that we reviewed, Coach Jay. So here it is. Let me see if I could blow this up, make it bigger. I don't know. I might have to just find that screenshot in the files. Let's go here. And then we could take a look at that trader statistics again and maybe just have another conversation because traders are probably interested in seeing it. So give me just one moment while I dig through this and find it. Dig through the deep, dark secrets of all my screenshots.
That Crude trade that I am in, not going to take profits on it, but I am going to. So we traded down to that 69 level and didn't see the selling to follow through on it. So I just trailed this stop into profit. Not going to take a loss on this because if it bounces and I still like the trade idea, I could always get back in. So I'll take $70 if I do get stopped out for where I trailed. Don't watch that yet.
I need to stop looking at this internal chat.
Don't. I haven't watched it yet either.
Don't click on it yet. Don't click
Nope.
on that. Give me a second. Well, I can't find that screenshot I just took. Dang it. Give me a second on this one. Oh, where did it go?
This has been a fun couple of days on TopstepTV, and I'm excited for tomorrow as well. Nick Richardson. Not as bad. Not as bad. Not as bad.
Look at this market. This market is now just pushing. Straight up.
Oh, wow.
Straight up, man. And here again, just like yesterday, if only we had a runner. If only we had a runner. Let me see, where did that go again? I'm going to have to take this screenshot one more time. I think I forgot to push save on it.
We got Mohammed saying he's up 2K in an XFA today, 2-day balance of 7K. Should I call it a day? Market is not comfortable. That's a great day, Mohammed. You know, whether or not you see another good trade setup, it's up to you, but take some of that home, right? That is a great day.
100%. Yeah. In this type of a market, yes.
That's a great day.
In this type of a market, yeah, you see, I got chopped up a bit. Here we go. Here's the screenshot. Let me zoom in. This is from the wonderful Coach Robert. You guys could see this okay. Here it is. Top 5 P&Ls. You guys could see them here in the screen. Not going to try and pronounce some of these names, but number 1 on the live, 18,800. Number 2, 10,000. Number 3, 10,000 again. The 3 of them right there in the 10,000s. And then 6,900 for those top 5. Those are some big P&Ls from yesterday. And then, of course, the XFAs. Man, those are huge. 43,000, 36,000, 33, and 30,000. All just yesterday. But then the standout, and that's the one that I believe we're going to be reviewing, Coach Jay, copy traded 5 XFAs for a grand total of $132,000 in
Amazing.
one day. So let me see if I could go ahead and pull those stats and let's review that. I know we had a conversation last night during slow markets, but man, like that is just 130. What do you do after a day like that, Coach Jay?
After $100,000 day, I'd probably book a flight somewhere, be on an island the next day with a Mai Tai. No, I mean, you approach the process the same way the following day. I think you try not to make it again, because I've definitely been in that space where you have a big day and you want to repeat it. But just get back to process is really important on big winning days or losing days. But
Yeah.
that is an amazing, amazing day.
Give me a second while I get them. Just looking at that. Just going to look at yesterday. Got to be a second while it loads. There we go. I think we are there. Let's take a look at it. Yesterday, and boom, got it. Let's take a look.
New highs a day on the ES, 55.94. Trading up towards that 5,600. I know Nick was talking about that as well. 5,600, not much size sitting there, but we are trending up a little bit. Do you have something else you wanted to share, Dakota?
No, yep, this is it. This is that trader. So as we watch these markets rally up as well, let's...
You want to move me to the bottom right? That might help.
Oop, wait. There we go. We should be okay there. Yeah, let's move you to the bottom right. Bam. Quick and easy. So $26,475 on that day. And like I said, we're looking at just one day. So we're not reviewing the statistics. We're just going to talk about this single day. Copy to trade against, it sounds like 5 XFAs. Trade win percentage, just I like this one just because it's similar to me. 38% win percentage. That means you're losing about 62% of the time. But take a look at that risk reward. We talked about it last night during slow markets. Profit factor 12, which is a beautiful thing. And if we do start to scroll down, I'm just going to go ahead and focus on this day. Look at this. Just highlighting on this day. Today's not over as well, but wow, what a day. And one thing that we was talking about is you're not trading big size. We're not trading big size. He was catching a piece of the trend. I did have that review where it looks like he was following his process, and it was a beautiful thing. Let me see if I could find that he sent in. Let's see if I could do that. Give me just a second. Here it is. I'm going to go ahead and open this on another tab. But go ahead. Speak on what you see on here and let me know.
That's just an amazing day. Did you send me the link to that one? Is that what we had yesterday?
Yeah, I'm just showing it here. And then we can talk about those other 2 days because I do have one suggestion. You have to take the good with the bad. But I would just want to focus on yesterday first, and then we can have other comments.
The whole time.
It's really the whole time. And let's go through this real quick and just briefly go over what you were talking about the last night. Go ahead, Coach Jay. On adding
Yeah.
two
So
winners.
adding to a winner, being patient with what the market is giving you, right? I think there was a trade, ES trade, that ended up being about a $12,000 trade on that trade alone for 2 contracts. And then there was 1 contract added to that. That is a perfect example of allowing the market to give you what it's going to give you, right? Where a lot of times we might cut our profits short. We hear traders say, how can I hold on to a trade longer? Really, the only way is to do it, right? That trader had to sit in that trade for about 4 hours, which is uncomfortable. But sometimes when you're uncomfortable, the reward on the other side of it is great. So I really love that whole time. I don't know how many times I've held trades for 4 hours on a day trade. Swing trades are different, obviously, but for a day trade in a market like that, where it was very violent to the downside, to then flip your bias, get long, great stuff to see.
Yeah, and not only get long, but hold it, right? And yeah, just seeing this, you're adding to the winner, and at 12,000 on just 2 contracts is absolutely amazing. And yesterday was the day to do that. But taking a look at this, this is kind of what he sent us, where got in short, looks like bright and early in the morning, and then being able to follow your process. It looks like you were trailing your stop loss, and you held it through a lot of that sell-off yesterday. Got stopped out, so of course it's unrealistic to believe that you're going to be able to catch the exact top and the exact bottom. Got stopped out, says $9,600. Ended up switching, getting long right near the low of days, but the fact that a trader is able to hold that entire move and not take profit throughout the way or not close the position is just something to behold. It's talking about process over profits. And I think it's just taking into appreciation a day like yesterday, a huge volatile day, and then somebody capable of holding this trade for that long. I know I couldn't. There's no way I would be able to hold this trade for like that big. Especially nobody would ever expect that big of a move yesterday. So definitely something where he was able to trail this and trail it with that discipline. So one more thing I want to comment on that, Dakota. And if you're looking to make a trade like this, or potentially have a trade like this, I think I've said this before, but this trader at some point stopped making trade entry decisions and started making trade management decisions, right? Where a lot of times I feel like the focus is on, hey, where's the perfect entry and the perfect exit so I can maximize a trade? Where this trader said, hey, I got a decent entry, and they really did pretty much bottom tick that long. Yeah. But at that point, it's not about, hey, where can I take profits and then maybe get back in, because I want to maximize this. They're managing what the market is presenting, and that is the result of it. Yeah, exactly. And you guys heard it yesterday, and even this morning, Nick and I was getting in long a similar position, but we closed ours out pretty quick to be able to hold it. It's something else. Yeah, I know I do hold trades for a long time. That's usually when I'm sleeping. But if this trader is sitting here and watching the markets and watching the P&L, that is on another level for me, to be able to have that discipline and watch it and then just say, okay, I'm going to trail it, and then stopped out, knowing that if you're trailing it, you are going to leave some on the table. Leave some on the table on the bottom side, leave some on the top. But you're catching the big piece of the trend. And as one of the biggest things we talked about last night, I don't want to continue to go over this. One thing I did want to point out, and if you are watching, I do want to make a suggestion. Looks like today is a rough day, which is fair in terms of the way that the price action has been. But there, I always have to have a little bit of criticism. There, take the bad with the good. So I do see so far in today, you are sticking with the ES, but it looks like there might have been a bigger position size increase, where we were talking about that, Coach Jay, last night, saying, hey, maybe just take a step back, try not to size up too quick, maybe wait till you get a good, a lot of good trades in. And looks like the trader was, in a negative, pulled himself out, was up about $2,400, ended up giving that up, and then even more. So just be careful. If you are in the chat, if you are listening to this, understand, be careful, maybe even consider locking it up for the day. Don't want to be giving back those profits. This is a good example of having a daily loss limit. There is.
I was just about to say that there is not one on that account right now.
Yeah, so it's whether you increased it yourself. I think this is a good point to make, Coach Jay, of that $3,000 loss limit on a 150K XFA was not there for no reason. It was there for events like this, right? You have an amazing winning day, and then the tendency is to come back, either size up and end up giving some of that back. So take a step back, like we was talking last night. Scale down, maybe look to just look for small winning days. You were up $2,600 or whatever. And look to get those 5 days and take a payout. Pay yourself. Look to scale down maybe and look to have just good winning days and look for a payout, and then you could get back to it. But you could see this big day, max was 2 contracts. And then today, there was a 10 contract trade, 5 and then 3. So hate to see it. Go ahead.
To that point, Dakota, you just said, that was a big day and limited the contract size. Someone just made a good point. I Am What I Am said, oh, wow, that's a new XFA. So they were actually restricted to the size that they were able to use.
Yeah, that's true. But
so a lot of times we see traders, once that restriction is open, then you scale up. Be very conscious of that, right? Where just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, just because you can doesn't mean you should. I love that, and I think I'm just going to leave that with this. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Topstep has had those in the accounts for a reason. The scaling rule is there for a reason. It's not just to piss traders off, and it's not just to limit traders. It's for this, okay? You can make a lot of money trading one contract. You see, I'm trading micros, especially when you're copy trading, right? You're copy trading, it's times 5. So one contract times 5, that's 5 contracts. You entered into a trade with 10 contracts, times that by 5. You were at 50. You had exposure of 50 contracts at one point in time. So the scaling rule is there for a reason, not just to piss traders off. The daily loss limit was there for a reason. And that's why I always recommend it. That's why Coach Jay always recommends it, is just because you do not need to have a daily loss limit doesn't mean that you shouldn't just put one there yourself. So just as good as I give traders compliments, there does need to be something to be said. Hopefully this is just a little bit of a drawback. Always hate to seeing it, but taking a step back, putting it in perspective, great week. Just don't let a bad day get worse. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that, Coach Jay.
NASDAQ new highs, 19,427, new half high of the day, trading right now 19,424. ES approaching that 5,600 level, about 300 contracts sitting at 5,600 in the ES, currently trading 55.95. This is the push we were looking for.
Yeah.
It just required a lot of patience on a day like today.
Yeah, you see, I was looking up that while I was at lunch, Coach Jay, I was looking up some questions, some Q&A about gambling, okay? And I found a good one, and I accidentally just clicked the X button on it. But essentially, that's always the topic, right? And as we continue to push these highs, it's hands off for me because we're just grinding higher. Yeah, grinding higher. But I want to have this conversation with you, Coach Jay. Dee's going to be joining us at the top of the hour, and I think this is a good point to talk about it, is gambling. How is trading? How is day trading? How is investing? How is all of these different things? And the word gambling, because I think this is important not for traders who, and not for everybody in the audience that has been here for a long time, but also new. Somebody who's new to Topstep, new to trading and in this trading world as well. Because whenever I've ran into that question all the time, Coach Jay, and we see it, we joke about it, we go back and forth. It's fun banter. But in realistic form, if you're on the street and you tell someone that you're a day trader and they're like, isn't that just gambling, right? And yes, there is an argument to be made, but then how would the word gambling go hand in hand with the word risk, right? Traders, people love to use those words very similar and even one another, right? Gambling going hand in hand with risk. And what I found, and that was this guy on the internet, I love the way he explained it, right? And I can't remember, I've seen it a few times. It was the person's truths, right? My truth, my reality might be different from someone else's truth and reality. Just like if you close your eyes and they take an elephant and everyone stands on a different side of an elephant with their eyes closed and they touch the elephant and they feel it, they're all feeling something different, right? You know, if someone's feeling the trunk, they're like, okay, this is animal, must be this. And with that blindfold on, every person that's standing around that elephant will have their own truths, right? And I think it's going to be the same with and I think it's the same with the gambling. How do you view the risk? Comparing it to the casinos as well, where to me, at the end of the day, it's more about positive expectancy, where I'm putting money at risk with the knowledge that I have, knowing based off of my statistics that there will be a positive expectancy. Now, on the flip side, traders that put money at risk with the word hope and not knowing and not having that confidence or having the statistics to understand what that expectancy is can start to walk that fine line between gambling, right? Just like if you go to the casino, you know that you have a negative expectancy over the long run because the casino has an edge. But you still gamble. You still put your money at risk at the poker, or not the poker, but at like the blackjack table or in the slots. But you know that over the long run, the house is going to win, but you still do that in hopes of an unexpected outcome and to make money. And trading, investing, and even just a 401k in a retirement, you're putting your money at risk, but you understand based off of history and statistics that you have a positive expectancy, or you should have a positive expectancy over a longer period of time. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. I had a lot of thinking while I was watching this market rally without me during lunch. And it made sense. And that's always going to be a conversation. Traders seeing and people in general seeing risk go hand in hand with gambling. But it could be two very different things depending on what your knowledge is of what you're doing and how you're doing the risk. The same way we always say, driving your car is risky. Working a job is risky. Heck, even eating chicken with bones in it is risky, right? Anything you do in life is risky, and it depends on how you defined it and what the expectancy is. I'm perfectly fine getting in an airplane, even though I know that there is risk that something dramatic might happen and crash. It's just that based on statistically, that doesn't happen. So I'm fine with taking that risk to be able to travel from my location to another country or another state in a quicker period of time.
Yeah. Only thing I have to add to that, and I think you said it very well, gambling to me is an emotional decision, right? It's allowing emotions to hijack the decisions that you're making and not addressing that or being honest about that, right? And can trading be gambling? 100%. It can be, but it's about your approach to it. I think that's what you just explained. It can be gambling if you approach it the wrong way, right? If your emotional decisions, just clicking buttons, throwing a bunch of money at it, yes, 1000%. Yeah, it is gambling. But not.
I love what someone says. Putting your money in a bank is also gambling. What happens if the bank, remember what happened, right? Where the bank, it was a run on a bank and people couldn't get their money out of the banks. So yeah, there's a reason why a lot of accounts are insured up to 250K. So anyway, figured I could comment on that because I was thinking about that and just, I accidentally closed out of that tab because I wanted to make a better point. That the person who made that and wrote that article was able to say that a lot better than I was, but it needed to be said.
Definitely. I just had a question. Was I still in that crude short? I did get out. I got stopped out for about $50. on that, where it's the volume kind of just dried up. It's not really going anywhere right now. And we are seeing the equities pulling off a little bit after making new daily highs, 19,435 in the NASDAQ, seeing the ES reject, not even reject, kind of hang out right underneath this 5,600 level. A lot of orders here on the books below 5,600, seeing about 600 contracts, 55.99, and probably about 2,000 contracts up to 5,600. So let's watch how the market responds to this. I'm going to watch the ES just because there's more on the books right now.
Fair enough.
Want to see how the market responds, buying some of it.
Yeah, I'll be watching NASDAQ as well. I'm just doing a quick market update. Tesla's up 0.8%, SPY up 0.75%, NVIDIA up 2.6%, Microsoft up about 0.5%, Meta is up 2 3/10, Google up 2%, Amazon up 0.75%, Apple just peaking above the green, up 0.1%, and here we are in the NASDAQ up 0.8, almost 0.9
Yes,
here.
Traded some of that order at 5,600. Didn't take out quite the full order. There is still some left on the books. New high of the day, 5,600 and a quarter.
Ooh, 5,600.
Really nice buying at that 5,600.
That's key level. NASDAQ breaking to new high of days as well. Pushing above these, 434s, 436s. Where do we buy this, Coach Jay? I was buying down there in the 260s. But that was before lunch.
I should have been buying it when I was selling crude. Had the opportunity at 55.55 to buy it. Shout out to Richard Harris for that call out. But I should have been buying it there.
You were in crude?
Yeah, I was in a short crude.
See what happens when the grass is greener on the other side? You go over there, and then the grass is greener back over here.
Brown.
Grass changed really quick.
Brown over here.
Grass is always greener in the markets that you're not trading.
Right.
Yeah, here we go. Sit back and watch.
56,
We do have D going to be joining us right at the top of the hour.
Awesome.
And while we watch this, we could even have D hop in. We have a brief conversation when you're ready to dip out, Coach Jay. Feel free to do so.
I may have to go just quickly after D joins. Do have to jump on a call, but this has been fun for sure. Do want to say hi to D when she joins, and then I'll probably jump off from there.
Yeah, no problem. We could have her.
My AirPods also died, so I don't know if you hear an echo, but I'm just listening to you through my speakers right now.
Okay, yeah, I don't hear an echo yet.
Cool.
Let's see.
Where do you buy this?
Where do we buy this? I was just buying at all the wrong places.
That's what that was. All-time highs when? So how far are we from an all-time high right now in the ES? ES all-time high 57.21. About. We are about 2% move off of that next week. FOMC all-time highs.
Well, let's take a look. Maybe we take a look and zoom out for a minute. Back to where we were looking at during slow markets. Should we take a look, zoom out, see where we are at in comparison? Take a look. We had one of the worst days that we've had for a while in the week, and now or one of the worst weeks. Are we having just as good of a week this week than the opposite? We pretty much retraced most of the move, right? Yeah, we're right in the middle of this. So I kind of like what we were talking about last night, Coach Jay. There is a realistic argument to see 19,600, 19,700, or 19,700, maybe up in this zone that we have been watching. This was an interesting area of support and resistance. First we'll have to get through some of this mess. Will we see it today? I don't know. Anything can happen. Will we see it tomorrow? Maybe. Tomorrow is Friday, and Friday rollover week. There is a realistic argument to see us get to these 670s, and then of course maybe a run at 20,000. Thoughts on this one, Coach Jay, from a daily perspective, and then we can zoom into an hour, and we're continuing to push these highs in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, that looks like what it's doing on a higher time frame. Just had Mohammed say, look at a weekly chart. One thing I got from Coach Paul, working with Coach Paul, is that he said, normally weekly charts end with a wick on both sides. And if we look at all these weekly charts, pretty much every single one of them has a wick, with the exception of a few of them. So does it happen tomorrow? Just looking at this weekly chart from a technical perspective, maybe, maybe not. That would be a pretty long wick up to 20,000 if we, depending on where it's generated. But yeah, this market is pushing up to the upside. Whether that happens tomorrow, all through next week, we are still on a higher time frame in an uptrend. Buyers look like they're stepping back in. And yeah, this looks really good. End of the day, want to give an end of the day potential target 600, you said?
Nah, I'm saying end of the week, potential.
End of the week, okay.
Potential upper 600s. I mean, tomorrow's the end of the week. I mean, who knows where we're going to be, but it's looking like we're on track to at least get to these 670s, and then maybe a run through and take a shot at 20,000.
And I just want to clarify that I did not say that all weekly candles have a wick. We pointed out one that doesn't, right? With the exception of a few, a lot of them do, but not every weekly candle has a wick.
Yeah. You know what else, Coach Jay? What we were talking last night. What were we talking about last night? Here's an hourly chart. This is something that, with a little bit of hindsight, what happened? What happened when we rally up and then we have a nice rally? We have a pullback, consolidation, and then a breakout. Guess what? Mm-hmm. We had exactly that. Take a screenshot of that one, copy and paste it, and what do we see here? Boom. Same exact thing.
You got my charts up, but I'm looking at it hourly, and yeah, that pullback.
Sorry. Yep. There we go. There we go. There it is. There it is. So anyway, like I said, taking a look, August 14th, 15th. So if we take this and we can copy and paste this and put it right there, and do we see an average true move? What happens when we have a rally day? Well, so far, if we want to measure these rallies, and we want to measure if we want to see one of these rally days, like one of these decent ones, if we're going to measure, let's go ahead and do that, and let's see. Maybe we could have an idea of where we're going to be going. Yeah, I don't know if we could get there today or tomorrow, but take a look at this, where this area of 700, upper 600s, is looking more and more realistic and more reasonable to get there. So even more, I mean, and yet, please guys, take in mind that I am more of a bullish trader, but from a technical standpoint, thoughts on this, Coach Jay?
Average pullback, and we continue. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, just average pullback and continuation.
That's what it looks like. Patterns are patterns. Patterns are patterns. And the difference that I'm seeing in this move that I didn't see on, some of the other daily candles, on some of that rally up, some of the, traders that may have been in at the buzzer know that the beginning of August rally happened on lower volume, where this price action is happening on decent volume on the daily candles. So this is telling me that there are some convinced buyers in this market. Whether they're buying to open or close it, there are some convinced buyers here.
Yeah, I mean, now here's the same question that we asked yesterday and yesterday during Power Hour. Can we find ourselves to buy it up here? Right? This is the same thing. I mean, we ran into Power Hour yesterday in the same situation where we're expecting a pullback, but then boom, another 100 points in our face. You're like, this is a stretch. What was it? 280, which is now clear down here, right here. That was the stretch, and now here we are again. What's another stretch target? Is this 700 the stretch today? If we do have something similar.
We got Vic saying buying the top is crazy. It's only crazy until we move another 100 points. But I agree. It's a hard trade to take.
It feels crazy, but let's take a look at yesterday. Buying the top, buying the top, buying the top, right? Buying the top, buying the top, buying the top. It kept going, right? When is it not buying the top? If it really is the top, it's just like, oh, you're going to try and sell the top, right? How do we catch the top? Who's trying to pick the highs? Just like, are we trying to pick the bottoms? It's only the top after the fact. You're just saying you're buying at the highs of the day, yes, but look, that was not the top.
Nope.
And
see some traders in the chat saying, "Hey, you called it yesterday. What's the stretch target for today?"
Let's
Again,
hear it, Coach Jay.
If I say a number, this is for educational purposes only. That is not a suggestion to take a trade in any direction. Trade the markets that present themselves to you, manage your risk, and that is what's most important. 19,633.
19,633. Okay. Let's see that as the stretch target. 633. What's your reason for it? I'm switching to your charts.
So I'm actually looking at Quantower on that one. There is a buy side imbalance at 19,633. Going back a couple of days, this is from September 3rd. A pretty big buy side imbalance, 19,633. So looking at the potential of that imbalance getting filled.
Okay, 633's power hour. Not a guarantee, but we're just taking a see. Are we gonna have the same thing that we seen yesterday? I don't know. Like I said, it feels like buying the top until we keep going higher. Then these were just good buying opportunities with the power of hindsight. So it's not the top until after the fact. All right, moderators posting 19,633 in the chat, so that way we are reminded.
Chris Cope says, long no stop to 19,633. Please, Chris, do not do that because I have been wrong and I will be wrong again. And I'm probably going to be wrong on this one. I put a stretch target so far out there that hopefully everybody thought this guy's crazy and we shouldn't listen to him. Let's go short instead.
Ooh,
but again, trade your account, do what makes sense for you.
And that was 30 points. 30-point drop right there.
And of course, between that, there's a bunch of major levels, right? So the way I like to look at price targets is where do I ultimately think the market's going to go, but then trying to have a conservative price target in the middle, right? Obviously, 19,500 is going to be the first one, where if I was in a long here, I want to watch the market's reaction at 19,500, because if a bunch of sellers step in there, they don't care about my 19,633 trying to call out a cool trade for YouTube, right? They're going to sell it because they want to, and that's where I would have to take profits as well. So, want to pay attention to these major levels as the market approaches it and go from there.
This feels just like yesterday, man. Look at this. 30-point drop and right back.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So what I'm going to do, again, if we have my screens up, Dakota, we saw this work kind of yesterday. And we are seeing, and again, shout out to Coach Paul for these moving averages, the 20, 50, and 200 moving average. I'm looking on a 3-minute chart. We saw this yesterday where once the market started to trend, that 20 moving average was somewhat of a support. Not saying that anything works 100% of the time, but maybe a potential pullback towards there if we start to hold. Now that we have started to trend, right? We see the separation of these moving averages now. That may provide a decent opportunity to buy in a trend where if you don't want to buy the highs.
Yeah, well, there was the dip to buy, Coach Jay.
There it goes.
Yeah, there was the dip. Here, take a look at this on my chart. That 100 tick. Who was brave enough to buy that dip? You blink your eyes, we're down 30, up 30.
Someone says you got to look at the nine moving average instead because it's not even getting to the 20, and that's 100% right. It's not even using the 20 at all.
Someone says pull back to repair over the last hour. Repairing, nothing to repair here. Something like yesterday. I mean, it sounds nice waiting for a pullback to buy Well, we don't get them. We had the pullbacks to start the New York session, and basically when I went on lunch is where they're just like, all right, he's done. He's out of the market. Let's take this thing. Let's take this thing higher.
And that was Rob Atkins that said that you got to look at the 9 EMA. And if I pull it up, the market does look like it's using the 9 EMA as the support.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Right, this little blue line here instead, right? Yesterday we saw it at the 20. Right now it's the 9.
9 EMA.
You know, you're going to use whatever you use for your trading, but nice one, Rob.
Yeah, buy every dip to the 9 EMA today would have been the play.
Time frame is going to matter, of course, on that, right? What time you're looking at. I look at a 3-minute chart, and on the 3, that's where it is. That's where that quick drop just happened.
Maybe it looks a little bit better on the 3.5 minute.
Pac-Man Bull says you keep wishing you had a runner. Why don't you just buy one and act like it's a runner?
Yeah, I'm trading my strategy. I wish. Yeah, I mean, it's always easy to say it once we're up here, but yeah, today was just like yesterday. It feels like so far. Yeah, let's see what these markets are at. We're running into some resistance in these 460s. Nvidia up 3% now. Tesla up about 3/4. Google and Meta both. Google's up 2. Meta's up 2 3/4. Amazon up 1. Microsoft almost up 1. Green across the boards. And I'm a proud owner of my Nvidia shares.
Nice.
Yeah, I sometimes it works out really well. I was selling puts, got filled on them, and now here we are, $5 and $10 above where my puts got signed.
I did just take a 1 lot long in a combine on the ES. I'm taking this in the combine because, again, this is not fitting my trading strategy. Did see a trader said, look at the 20 moving average on a 1 lot, right? So this is kind of that check mark from a house on the house account from the chat. On a 1-minute chart, 20 moving average, we did just get a bounce on the S&Ps. So I took a 1 lot long from there. Got in a little bit late, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Let's test out some chat ideas.
6 is, am I going to option them? If you're talking about my options, I did sell puts last week, and they did get assigned. I got assigned at 115 and then 110, but I keep the premium, so it's been really well. And now it's going to be time to start selling calls. Yeah, this is looking like yep, there it is. New highs, 470s traded. Let's see if we can get that continuation into the 70s and 80s. Will we see 80s? How's that long working out? Pretty good?
Yeah, about 4 points, about 4 ticks in the profit right now. 4 ticks in the profit right now. And, you know, I got someone questioning chat ideas. Not putting real money at risk here. This is on a combine, and it also fit with my trading strategy, right? If someone was saying, hey, put this Elliott wave on your chart real quick and then do that, that's a little bit too much for me to do. But these moving averages fit with something I already do. So it's okay to put something on here. Not risking a whole lot either.
Still holding. We're holding these 70s so far. Seen 72s. This is like deja vu, Coach J.
Feels like you said it. It feels like yesterday.
Yeah, very much.
Got some traders in the chat that are still holding long. So really nice trade. I think I saw Dan Emmons in there and long from the. Where did you say you were long? 250 in the Nasdaq.
Who? Somebody in the chat.
250. Yeah, still holding long from 19,250.
Yeah, we see if we can make it to these 500s.
TT asked, what happened to everyone else on TopstepTV? They are at a company retreat right now, getting some well-needed time away, spending some time with each other, and gave the keys to Dakota.
Mm-hmm. Well, Limited keys. We got the TopstepTV. The house account keys kind of got lost in a power outage, and he wasn't able to make it on. But that's okay. There's nothing wrong. We're on here. Dee is going to be joining us here shortly. Let's see if we can get her in. She might have just joined the wrong room. Let me see. Let me make sure. I'm gonna Discord. Oh.
Yeah, they gave us the keys to the pool house. You guys can do whatever you want in there, but the main house is locked.
This is still consolidating up here in these 60s. I think we're gonna be. Are we going to be in that same situation in Power Hour yesterday where everyone's just waiting for a pullback that doesn't really even come?
You never get it.
Yeah.
It's what it feels like. It's what it feels like. And kind of the same sentiment that we talked about yesterday, right? Where we were short all month. We saw somewhat of a rally that would have gotten some shorts out. But if we zoom out and look at a higher time frame, there are still some shorts potentially in this market all the way back up to 20K. So yes, a rally up there would not be surprising.
Yeah, nope, I agree. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and let's take a 5-minute break. We're going to go ahead and get D on and get ready for the last few hours of the session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Coach Jay. I appreciate it. Coming in when there was some other issues, keeping the stream going, giving me someone to talk to rather than just myself.
Of course. Great to be here and excited for Fast Markets tomorrow.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
let's go ahead and push the audio through to them. Let's do an audio check now. I had the audio off. We should be good. Welcome, everybody. This is one of the first times I've been on with just Coach. Is it Coach D, or are we just saying D?
I don't know. Some people say Coach D, but then that gets confusing with you being Coach D as well. So I just go with D to keep the confusion to a minimum.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Give me a second. I'll adjust your
the
picture.
Double D.
Coach D. Okay. D. How about just D? That's fine by me.
Yeah.
There we go. How was your trading day? I know as we was getting everything set up, you said he was a little bit tired. I'm feeling it too. It's been interesting. I see now you're positive in your Express funded account.
Yeah, this is crude oil. Crude oil is back. I'm very happy to see that. I kind of felt a little bit like fish out of water when crude oil died on me, but we're back kind of moving 200 ticks for the NYMEX session. I managed to get short somewhere up around average session range high, which was a little bit higher than this line at 69.47. Let me just see. So the one that I was stalking was 69.70, and I pretty much managed to get in up there around 67s. And then I just ran that down. So that was pretty much it. I'm stalking another long here, but I might run out of time on crude oil. So I may actually have to switch to something else for the next couple of hours, because I do like to trade ES into the end of the day. But overall, pretty drama-free, just a nice short from the average session ranges, and then straight into this area of balance. So yeah, nothing really to speak of, just crude oil doing crude oil things into the euro close. This is a setup that I take quite frequently. So basically, it's a reversal into euro close, and then you hold it through lunchtime in New York, and then you try and see whether there's any follow through. If not, you just clip it. So yeah. How's your trading day doing?
The close is in 15 minutes for them.
It's in 15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, all morning it's been drama on our end. Getting chopped up in the NASDAQ and equities, and just looking over the fence at the grass being greener on crude oil, just having a beautiful breakout trade up and above those 69s. And it looks like you got a great trade on the London close to short it.
Yep. I stayed out of the longs because I had some zones slightly lower down. They never really got tested, and then it just went into a breakout. So I just kind of sat it out, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just, I don't feel like chasing today. Sometimes you can get, these intra candle areas that might be quite reactive, but I don't know. I just kept watching it and going, it's going up. It's going up. It's going up. And then kind of like what's happening in equities right now. So I just decided to sit it out, wait for my high probability level. And then I started watching it, and, it did what it does, like probably about 65% of the days when we look at crude oil on some larger sample sizes. And now I'm expecting a bit of a rally into the close, but again, kind of chopping around this 69 area. So let me see what sort of stop would be needed.
Rally into the close as being the next 15 minutes. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Usually you can get about 35, 40 ticks out of it, seeing how crude oil is back moving. That becomes an option again. We spent 8 months of crude oil doing 100 ticks, 96 ticks for the entire day. And it's like, what? I had to check my internet several times because I would enter a position and I'm expecting this. And then you're just stuck in a like a 10 tick range. So I'm like, is it on? Is my internet on?
Just
what?
Slow grind. Oh.
It was not even a slow grind, man. It was just dead, completely dead. And I kept switching charts and stuff, but it just wasn't moving. And that would end probably after initial balance. It was horrendous. So now that we're back, this is how I've been seeing crude oil for the last sort of 12 years or so. And that's what I'm used to, right? You have opportunities on both sides. You don't freak out when you miss one, because another one will come along. It's like a V-shaped, a very double-sided product, and it's beautiful, So we are getting that little pop upside, but I'm a bit slow today, so.
It's afternoon for you, right? You've pretty much had your day done.
Yeah,
You've made your money. You're kind of just joining. And you said once crude oil closes in the next 13 minutes, you'll jump over to ES. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I like to trade ES probably for the last half an hour of the day. I know some people are like, ew, ES, oh, everything's gone. But that's the high probability setups for me, right? So I'm always, I suppose I'm a contrarian, I like my mean reversions. So I've been stalking a zone up at about 56.23s and then all the way up to, well, it's a big zone, up to 56.43. So I do expect us to slow down once we get there. And before that, I would just be trying to chase it in the middle of nowhere from where I can see it.
Yeah, fair. I'm looking at crude, and I really like that long off 69. I do see that where we broke through 69. That was support back on like the 4th and the 5th and 6th. And then it became resistance on the 9th. And we bounced off that. So that is a very attractive trade on finding some type of a bounce going into the close off of that support.
That's right. And we still have unresolved issues around 70s. So if we don't get there, I mean, I don't think we have time to get there today, although weirder things have happened. However, I would be expecting 70s to be reached already tomorrow because, it's a nice round number. Crude oil loves round numbers. And if we can get, a nice push either overnight, that remains an option for tomorrow. So if we're kind of like maybe pushing up and then maybe pull back, and then we get a nice run up into the 70s, that would be ideal. It's also rolling over, I think. It's the 17th. Oh, no, we've got another week. Wow, I'm living in the future.
It feels like it today.
Yeah, I know, definitely. So I thought it was like the 16th today for some strange reason. It's only the 12th. It's only the 12th. Pipe down.
Time goes fast. Not that fast.
Not that fast. Yeah, true. Yeah. So another week until rollover, which means the next week we might get a bit of weirdness in crude oil. It's always very choppy, undecisive. It's like, so we'll see what happens. But so far it's been, October contract has been lovely, and may it continue. But yeah, we'll see what ES can do into the close.
Yeah, I'm watching crude in here to the close. Are you in the trade yet, or are you just waiting to see something set up for a long?
No, so I wanted to try and enter around 69, and then as we were talking, it kind of ran up. But I might actually pop in just a one lot here, just to see if we can get a few ticks out of that.
Okay,
it's not going to be the biggest trade.
Yeah, I'm up for watching this crude because I see exactly what you see. Do you usually trade the close of crude oil? It's in the afternoons for you, right? So before or after dinner?
I kind of eat once a day, so I don't know.
Intermittent fasting?
Yeah, I mean, I was never one to eat early in the morning. So as time went on, I actually felt like I'm okay with just coffees and water. And then sort of around 4 or 5, I would have my food. So yeah, so no dinner, not usually.
Fair enough. I'm not a breakfast person usually. I've been trying intermittent fasting. It's been great. I love it. I usually eat like a late lunch and then even a later dinner.
When I was a musician, I used to eat very late because we used to come from gigs at like 3 a.m. and I would just have to eat something because I was ravenously hungry. You'd be like on stage for about 4 hours and then, setting up, then sound rehearsals and all that. And you just wouldn't be able to eat. So after everything was done, I was just like, oh God, I need to eat something.
Where do you find food at 3 a.m. over there in London? You're in London, right?
You'd be surprised. Yeah. So London has these kind of carts that are always outside of clubs and pubs. So as you finish, they're all just there waiting for drunk people to sell them some food. In fact, my husband's cousin made a whole business out of it. Like he was smashing it, like a huge business. And his first job was having a food truck right outside of one of the biggest clubs in Bournemouth. It was hilarious. So yeah,
you can't beat that. You can't beat that at all.
And then you have pizza places that are open pretty late. And my diet back then was pretty horrendous. I was young, nothing really affected me. So, you could stuff down a pizza at 3 a.m. and still be skinny. Things are a little bit different now.
You have to work for it. You have to work it off.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Nothing happening in crude. We still have 8 more minutes.
No.
Seeing a little bit of more volatility coming in. Not much.
Yeah, it gets a bit spiky. It does get a bit spiky towards the end of the day. But I mean, my idea here was that we already ran through the round number. So if they are going to run it up, it's probably going to happen in the last couple of minutes. It's one of those things. But is this stop at 68.83 enough to kind of hold that? I don't know. But I'm willing to risk, whatever this is, $220 on that. And if not, whatever, it's fine. You accept the loss before it happens, and you're fine.
Fair enough. Here we go. Yeah, we're starting to see some volatility come in on crude.
Yep.
Bounced off 69.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going for 20 ticks?
Yeah, just 20 ticks. Yeah. If I caught it a little bit earlier, I might have gone for about 30 or 40, but
Okay.
I'm catching it around 69.05. So if you can catch it below the round number, there's like a super nice entry on crude, but didn't get that. So
Basically the same stop, same exit, just different entry,
pretty
right?
much. Yeah. So the way I would look at my stops, particularly on crude oil, I try to have them around sort of 0.70s, because if they are going to react, the way crude oil hedging works, they never really go in at like weird numbers. They will always make themselves known around 0.25 evens, 0.50, 0.75. So it kind of moves in like quarter cents. And then you will always see those as sort of like reaction areas, or you can even use them to kind of back a trade idea. It's like, if it closes above 25, then, we probably have some more upside. But if it starts stuttering around 25, 30s, then you're probably okay for a short, or, a continued short if you're already shorting from further upside. So, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, we're watching this. We're starting to catch a bit in crude going in. 6 minutes left. 6 minutes.
Yeah. This is a scalp into the settlement that I like to do in crude. It's something I've done literally for 12 years now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Same thing?
It happens probably about, same thing, yeah. It's a rally against whatever happened before into settlement.
Okay.
It's like, happens like probably about 70% of the time. Nice. But obviously, probabilities don't work in like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then you get it. It can be like a random distribution. And I think that's what people don't quite understand when they're looking at probabilities. They would expect, everything to happen on the money. And it's not quite like that. You can have, 30% of the days all happening right next to each other. But when you take a large sample size and you see how things played out, you will come up with those longer term probabilities, and that's what we're seeing here now.
Yeah, statistics. It's such a beautiful thing where we're seeing traders, myself included, I lose about 70% of the time, and you never know when those trades are going to come. And yeah, everybody, I'm watching NASDAQ a little bit, and we are making new highs. Not dramatically new. We've been chopping in a nice 30-point range, 20-point range, but yeah, here comes the crude close in the next 5 minutes.
We do have a little bit of a supply around here at 69.13. So it's kind of trying to battle that through. I don't know whether I'm going to hold this all the way into the close, because it's not far enough away from my entry. Usually kind of they try and jump away already about 20 ticks, and I was kind of hoping that that's going to happen very quickly, but it's a bit sluggish, so might be safer if I just clip this and be done with it.
What makes you clip it? Just watching price action, and then if it's just not,
well,
right there.
Yeah. So I'm out. So I don't want to see this sell off. So one thing that I can see on a 15-minute chart is that we have this area here. I don't like to see huge reactions into the close with like limited amount of time remaining, and then they start to sell literally there. So I was watching that as a, kind of a danger zone. So literally here, this whole area. It kind of went down in what I like to call a staircase formation. So it kind of dropped, consolidated, dropped again, consolidated, dropped. and left all of these potentially problematic areas for this particular move. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. So, when you are doing this scalp, it depends how far it gets to, but pretty much that first pop, that's usually it. Today is a bit muted. So, whether we can read more into that. It's quite possible that we might come in with more volume, but I just wasn't really willing to give much back because, I've already made some cash. And if this had kind of gone against me in like a blink of an eye, that would have been down 200 whilst my trade was already in some profit. So it's better to just kind of clip it. Didn't like the price action and, I'm out. But yeah, there's still a possibility that this pops up. It's just a little bit too much risk when you're sitting up on the day already.
Yeah, now we're starting to see it move a little bit more. 2 minutes left into that crude close. Yeah, just watching it here, seeing where we close. Good. I mean, when you've done this for so long, so often, it's a whole lot easier just to limit the risk than to take it. When
and you know what you're looking for as well. You know what you're looking for, and if you don't get that, you can just get out. So, and this is exactly what I was saying, right? So we had that initial pop. It's straight into a supply, and now sellers are still present. So it's like, we'll see tomorrow whether this zone can hold. Now, this zone is probably going to be an area of interest for tomorrow as well. Even if we dip below it and then come back up to it, it can still be like more of a springboard rather than a reversal area. But it's what does Hoag call them? Inflection points.
Yeah.
So it's an inflection point.
Yeah, that looks like we're just not much of a close. You got out at a great timing there. And I do agree. I look at crude every evening. 69 is going to be everyone's favorite number for a little bit until we either break below or break above it. That's a key support and resistance. For whatever reason. I was kind of thinking that we might have had a chance to break up into those 70s today, but we didn't. Maybe it'll just give us a good opportunity to position maybe to another run up one of these times.
Yeah, 70s remain an area of interest for the coming days and maybe even next week if we don't get there. I did have some statistical averages that were exhausted right ahead of that, which is why I was stalking this short. So that was, I had the ADR high, which is a little bit more smoothed out now. I'm using a 40-day average range because we had a couple of anomalous weeks. And usually when you have larger weeks than normal, I consider them outliers. So in that case, if you're using like a 10 or 14 period or day moving average or even an average range, you're going to pollute the data. So what I like to do is to use a larger data set, and then it kind of smooths out that number and you get a slightly more accurate zone that is statistically more correct for the historic mean, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's how I came up with whatever that was, 69.70 actually on the nose. And then once we got there, I was like, okay, time of day, going into a Euro close. We're probably not going to get to 70s today.
So now that crude's closed, you're going to start taking a look at MES, right? Or ES?
Yeah, I might look at MES because again, I'm only up $600. It's not like the biggest day, is it? So yeah, I might look at MES just for tradertainment purposes, so that we can have something to trade. But I also don't want to, in case we don't get the levels and the price action that we want, I don't want to give too much back. So always thinking risk first, right? But having said that, we are kind of about 20 points away from anything that I want to do with ES.
Okay.
So I might be waiting for a while. What are you thinking?
I'm going to watch ES, NASDAQ. I don't mind watching either of them. Just watching here. ES is holding above 5,600. We just dumped right back down. Hovering around 5,600. We still have an hour and a half, 30 minutes until power hour. Maybe I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. Could this be a double top on the ES? If we do break below, 596s, can we see some type of a pullback?
So I have my average session range up at 56.12. And then I also have the average daily range at 56.18. But there's also some areas of interest around at 56.23 where some option related levels are. So I'm not that keen on shorting this here, I'll be honest.
I don't like to short it either.
Yeah,
Traders know
multiple
I
single
hate to
prints.
short markets.
Yeah, multiple single prints on the profile. And wasn't there the statistics that Nick for a tick was saying that one of his buddies did? And he said, if you have multiple sets of single prints on the day, they have an 11% chance to get filled in the same session. So they may get filled on the coming days, but for that particular day, 11%. So it's like, are we in an 11% probability day? Maybe, maybe. But I don't know. I'm not that keen with all these levels up top.
Yeah, we've been chopped. I've been chopped up all morning. I mean, I did come out up about $700 for each of my XFAs, and it's been rough. I take a lunch break. We rally the 150 points. I come back, and then here we are again, kind of just no trades, kind of chopping around near these highs. Yesterday we seen something similar, not getting too great of pullbacks, not seeing a lot of trades, and it was just up, kind of sat in my hands for the last 2 hours yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if something similar happened today.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it in the early part of the session, that was horrendous.
Yeah, you didn't.
Oh
there was a lot of drama, just back and forth and back and forth. It was not fun to trade, and that's where we were looking over the fence at Crude, wishing we were trading Crude because that was nice and clean, trending to the long side until the London session.
Yeah, I mean that was. I'm happy that I stayed out of that. I had someone who was trading DAX today, and I think they were trying a failed auction, and it was like very similar price action, but I had more data points. I had the value high, sort of where these spikes to the downside were during the initial balance. So DAX actually looked a cleaner trade to me, and this was just like stop run through the Asia high, back down, stop run through the Asia low, and then nothing.
Yes, exactly. Someone's asking, what is a single print?
Single print. Okay, so whenever you have that first hour trading range, it's called the initial balance. Whenever the price exits the initial balance with quite some force and manages to sustain a 30-minute time period candle above that particular area and leaves a gap and then kind of keeps going, that's referred to in profile as a single print TPO. And literally it looks kind of like this. So this is a 30-minute chart on ES. So you would be looking at the initial balance. Let's pop in a little rectangle. And let me just change the color because I don't know how much.
Yeah, go ahead. I am getting it along ES, but go ahead, keep going. I'll switch it to your charts.
Go for it while I draw things.
Yeah, don't mind me.
Yeah. So you're doing breakout higher, yeah?
That's what I'm playing for, break. I'm long from 56.05. 2 micros.
Yeah, I mean, you can limit risk pretty nicely, 55, 90, 95 below the round number. Why not?
Just micros today for me, D. Just not really enjoying this price action, not willing to risk a lot, running a show. And so, yeah.
Hey, well, don't knock it. Like, micros are awesome. Thank God we have them, right?
Yes. A lot of traders would blow up accounts much quicker. And I think we're starting to see even more and more traders over the past month, since that craziness at the beginning of August, switch to micros and start realizing how great micros can be.
Yeah, from the emotional standpoint, they're so much easier to stomach, especially, in these evaluations and even in the beginning of the XFAs. The pain point is so massive. Like, look, I've traded with size, but it wasn't on a 4.5K drawdown. So every time I kind of start looking at these people who are like, oh, I'm going in with 5, and I'm like, dude, you're gonna be like out if you're wrong in like 3.5 seconds. What are you doing? So I can't do that anymore. Maybe if I was younger, maybe if I was, a little bit crazier. And I used to be when I was younger. I suppose that, you get to a certain age and then you're a little bit more risk averse and you don't want to plow in like a lunatic with huge size. But people do, people do. However, that comes with an emotional roller coaster, right? So you have people who are like up 100K, then down 120K the next day. And, if I did that, I would be in hospital with a heart attack, like a stroke. Where's D? There's no London session today.
Yeah, high risk, high reward, emotions that come along with it. It can be very difficult mentally, if anything, right? When even a few $1,000s can change someone's life in a positive way, and then thinking about make or lose $10,000 in a trade is, man, some can't even fathom that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is, it's a significant amount of cash for a lot of people. And, I get it. We're all here because we are money driven. We're not here to, necessarily be, oh, yeah, we're a charity. It's like we all want to make money, right? But some people kind of only see money and they just see dollar signs. They don't see the downsides. They don't think, I will be happy if I have somebody for coaching who's like, hey, I'm thinking about my risk. No, they're all like, oh, how much do you think I can make in an XFA in a month? Like,
what's the max profit? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, how much? Is it 50K? Like, how much can I make? Is there a max profit? And I'm like, let's just slow down, like just a little bit.
Not
let's
there
try
yet.
A day. Yeah. So I drew this initial balance box. Now, if it's only calculated for the first hour, right? So this is this yellow rectangle. And you can see that the price actually whipped outside of it and went straight back in. So technically that is an unplayable failed auction unless you're staring at order flow and you're very adept at anticipating those sorts of moves, which, people like Nick Fortick, people like Hoag, you can see those happening because as soon as you get that move outside, you can anticipate that the weakness around the edge of the initial balance, so initial balance high, might bring us that failed auction. So that's how you front run a failed auction. But the single print will only be there once the price gets out of the move, out of the initial balance, and sustains a 30-minute period quite a bit higher. And that's what happens sometime later. So now we have multiple single prints. We have this area here where we sort of overlap the candles, and then it goes into yet another area and kind of leaves a gap. This is what ICT guy renamed the fair value gaps. But this concept has been around since like 1986. So he's definitely not the first person to coin the fair value gap, single print. It's all describing one and the same thing. Very strong move outside of a reference area, usually some kind of a consolidation. But in our case, the profile is the initial balance for the first hour of trading. You find the high, the low, that's your initial balance. If you break out of it and you sustain above it, you have a potential for a single print being on the profile. And, you can call it whatever you want, but effectively it is what it is. It's a breakout trade. And at that point, you might be able to limit risk, especially if the next candle sort of stutters a little bit in the range of the previous candle and then continues to pop up. So that will create a TPO overlap. And you can use that little zone of 2 candle overlaps to limit risk if you're sure that it's a directional trade. Now, how sure are we? Well, this is ES clearly today. That probably would have been the play. And then some people like to play the breakouts or from the initial balance. I don't, because failed auctions are more likely. So the amount of times that I got smacked in the face trying to do a breakout the initial balance is epic. So I stopped. So now I want more information before I kind of commit to a breakout trade.
Fair enough. Yeah, I see that a lot in trading and investing and in this world in general, where everyone can see the same thing, or they put different terminology into these different things. Like I think it was last week or even earlier this week, Dolby was like, this is a Dorito pattern. And like someone might say, no, that's a flagging pattern. No, it's, a squeeze or a pendant. And there's so many different verbiages for so many things in this industry, describing price action, describing what's going on in these markets. I see it all the time. Support, resistance, supply and demand, buyers and sellers. And at the end of the day, I mean, call it whatever you want. Just be consistent on what you're looking at and making sure you're not, calling different things the same thing. So, yeah, I agree with you on that, D, that regardless of what you call something, it is what it is. And whether you trade it, whether you use it in your strategy, it is really up to you, regardless of what someone else's terms are.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree. Looking at, I suppose coining names to price events is going to be useful, but people get lost in different concepts and then they try to overcomplicate things. And I know that probably from somebody who's maybe just starting out, what I do might seem like, oh my God, it's so complex, but it's actually so logical. Like all I look at is swing extremes. I look at how the price arrived there and how it left there, right? That's really what we're all doing. And, if you want to put names to it, add some probabilities to those levels, it's going to aid in consistency. But, it's not going to be necessarily overcall, because I hear you always say, oh, keep it simple. And then I see how you trade. It's not that simple. So I can see like the beginners going, it's like, he calls this simple. And we had the same thing with Linda Rashke, right? She was like, oh, I'm not very detail oriented. And she drags out a spreadsheet with like a million data points there. Even I was getting a bit confused. And she's like, but I'm not detail oriented. So clearly different people maybe have a different idea of what complexity is. But I think eventually whoever trades long enough, you will develop more sophisticated techniques that may seem a little bit out there for anyone who's just starting out.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair enough, right? It is what might be simple to me or somebody else might not be simple to a new person. I could definitely see that where it's like, do as I say, not as I do type situation sometimes where it looks simple. It might make it sound simple, but as you start to dive in depth and dissect it, it's not that simple, I guess. Having a lot of these simple things all come together, it's just like playing a guitar or a musical instrument. Doing one of the things sounds very simple, but then putting them all together to make a song is pretty dang complex.
Oh yeah, I've been a sound engineer since that was my first job actually. I started with a computer called Atari when I was 13.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, this
I
is
have
like
a guitar over here, and
1993.
I'm still just learning it.
How long have you been learning?
It's one of those guy things, D, where you buy something in hopes to just like learn how to do it, and then it just ends up sitting there for a long period of time, and you don't
like me and power tools.
practice it. Yeah, you don't practice it, and then time goes by. I got the dang thing like 3 years ago, and I practiced it probably a total of 6 times.
I see. Yeah, so no consistency then.
No consistency in that.
Yeah. So I used to be a professional session musician, and my main instrument was alto sax, but I also play electric guitar. So I did both for many, many years. And to me, the concept of not practicing is just like, what? What do you mean you don't practice? Because I'm one of the lunatic people who, when I was, 4 years old, I discovered piano first, and I was practicing like 12 hours a day. My mom was like begging me to stop because I was practicing one and the same phrase for 8 hours. And mom was like, please change the song, please. And I'm like, no, it needs to be perfect. So yeah, that was an interesting life, I'm pretty sure. I mean, she kind of tells it with a bit of, joking around, kind of like lunatic child, she was practicing. And then I did the same thing on flute and saxophone and guitar. So you can imagine how just, jarring it was to listen to me. But then I applied the same thing in trading and in sports and everything. And I think there's a big parallel between trading and sports and music as well, because it's the same process of methodical thinking. So if you have a weakness, you find it first and foremost, you need to know what it is, and then you work on that one thing that is stopping you from achieving the skill. You play golf, you're an athlete as well, so you know how this works. And it's the same thing for me. So for example, in trading, if you're constantly doing something like, over trading, well, you need to stop. That's like, number one. Trade less, and then you spend 2 weeks just trying to be more selective. Pick a level where you're going to be a buyer, pick a level where you're going to be a seller, and don't trade in between. Stick to your guns. It's an exercise. It's not forever. It's just like to stop your weird behaviors coming out. And in music, it's the same thing. We all want to play super complex, cool rock songs that have great guitar solos immediately, but it's not going to happen. You need to go through a lot of dull scales and box memory as well, because on guitar it's all about a box, because I was a lead guitarist. So you don't necessarily go like note for note. It's slightly different than some of the other instruments, but you do definitely need to practice the blues scale. That's like the basic of every guitar solo in the world. And if you don't have the muscle memory, you're gonna sound like pants. It's gonna be terrible. So you go back to the basics and you learn the basics, and then you can move on to more complex things. And trading, exactly the same to me. So I think in my head, that's kind of how I was approaching it. And I know that a lot of people don't approach it that way. So Dakota, how did you approach the trading? Because I know you have a very unique
it's not like I approached when I first purchased the guitar where I'm like, okay, I'm going to try this. I kind of was like, okay, it's probably going to take me a little bit of time to practice it. And then I didn't really know how difficult it really was. And then as I started doing it, I'm like, okay, this is a lot harder than I thought. And so I started becoming less and less inclined to playing with it. And I think I see traders doing that same thing, where they jump in and it looks easy. We watch someone on the YouTube, and whether they're like 100% transparent or not, it's like, this is easy. I could do this. And then they start getting into it, and it's a lot harder than they expected. And then they just start to give up, and just like that guitar, they just less and less and less. Next thing they know, they stop doing it, and then say, it's just a scam. It's just gambling. It's just not for me. Everything that you see is fake. But then there's that small percentage, we all know, that 1% or a 0.5% or whoever, who is either crazy enough to stick through it and enjoy the pain and then end up on the other side that's profitable, is the one. So
And the weird thing with trading is that the pain doesn't necessarily stop. It's not like a linear thing, because you go through ups and downs and ups, and it's a continuous cycle. And I feel like if you're an emotionally not a stable person, this would probably be the worst job in the world for those people, because it's like it's constantly up and down. Like I'm on the other side. I'm not particularly emotional. In fact, people frequently accuse me of being cold, and no, not that I am, because I'm not, but I think I have a much higher threshold for what elicits an emotional reaction. And I think that's why I'm not bothered by trading. It's like, it's just money or whatever. But yeah, it looks easy, right? We see all the people who are like, so you click a few buttons, you make $1 million, right? And then you try and do the same as a beginner trader, and you're like, this is not. Oh, okay. And in fact, my first week, like this was probably back in 2007, before I knew anything about trading, I was a dumb musician effectively, and no financial background, terrible at maths, not interested in numbers at all, and I was just like, maybe I I should go into trading. So I put in like $500 into a brokerage account.
I am short the NASDAQ. I'm short from 56. Now? Yep. And I'm going to go ahead and close off some of this as we start to sell off.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm short. I'm short from 54. Woo, man. There we go. See, I could short this.
So here's So here's a question: whoever didn't catch this short, now they'll be like, "Oh, I could have made so much money."
Okay,
but
there you
were
go. I'm
you
out. I'm
actually-
out. I close
was
it
that
out.
in
It's
your
right there. There's
plan?
238s.
Yeah, was it in your
Whoa.
plan? Because I know that Dakota, you were
Man.
looking at this topping formation, right?
Yeah, that happened really fast. Yeah, I was looking for that double
Yeah.
top formation. I seen it a little bit better on the NASDAQ, and I ended up getting into that short. I was in 9 micros, and whoa, there we go.
God, full auction fade, almost down to the initial balance. Jesus,
Well.
that was quick. What's the time? It's
That-
not even
that was,
power hour yet, man.
Jesus.
what was that all
Yeah,
about?
that was I didn't expect the short to play out that good. And I don't always short the market, but when I do, sometimes you get lucky.
Yeah, this was interesting. I'm just looking at whether there was some news or something. Because that was a bit too quick. A bit too quick for this time of day. Usually we're in a bit of a
we were saying
lull
the same
before
thing,
power hour.
D, earlier, where it would just randomly sold off 100 points in a minute, and like, what was happening? And there was no news. And then it did it again, and there was nothing. And now, here we are, 100 points in like a minute. I don't
That's
think
crazy, yeah.
it's like going into rollover.
Oh yes, of course. So equities rollover. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what it will be. So this will be institutions closing off some positions ahead of the is it still quadruple witching?
I think so. I think it's quadruple rich.
Yeah. Need to get a witch's hat for that. Yeah.
Wow.
This is
Well,
like
that was
portfolio
my best
rebalancing.
trade of the day right there. That made me happy.
Nice
I shorted from 58s. Wow.
Let me just see where we are now, just so I can orient myself. So I have an area balance around 55.62, and I obviously have the initial balance high around 55.73. So if we can get down there, maybe some longs into power hour, and if not, then we're going to have another run through the initial balance. But I need a better area for that.
Yeah, I agree with you, D. These sell-offs have been good buying opportunities. We had that sell-off early in the morning, an hour after the open. Then again, about 2 hours, we just a nice 150-point sell-off. And we just had that. I mean, it's hard though. It's really hard today to just suck it up and just buy the dip, catch that falling knife, because it's not okay to catch it. I mean, it's hard, right? But today, buying it after that sell-off has been the play, and immediately we're seeing a 40-point bounce, 50-point bounce from that already.
Even on ES, this is like crazy. Yeah. So I'm not even sure that people could have caught the longs there, because right now, if you were to buy it, like, where would your risk go?
Yeah, that's the hard part, right? That's
One
hard while
micro.
you try and buy it while it's going down, because unless you have a good zone or another support near,
So you have to anticipate it. You have to anticipate the areas, watch them like a hawk, and then once they're there, just run your hypo, and then it'll work or it won't. There's no third option.
I mean, that was 65-point bounce from the low of that candle.
It's like 5 seconds, yeah.
In no way would I ever consider or be upset and saying that's realistic to catch that.
Yeah.
Like that's hard.
Yeah, you have to be in already, and already have an idea, and then kind of like my crude oil rallies into the settlement. You can't
Fair.
really catch those by waiting for price action to show you the way, because by the time that you wait for your 15-minute candle, it's going to be over and done with. So it's more of a scalp. And then if you don't see what you want to see, you have to take it off. It's like you can't just sit there and go, oh, just give it a bit more time. There's no more time. It's over.
Yeah, and here we are, right back up. Now it's 75 points from that. There's opportunity in these markets, D, and I'm not going to be the one just jumping in on that. That's when it's gambling. Yes, it's gambling when you're trying to buy something like that, unless you have some logical reason. Process over profits. I seen that short come, and I don't short the market very often. I just happen to be in 9 micros on that one, so
Yeah, but
Sometimes-
also the way you were talking it through. So you were stalking the trade, what, about 30 minutes ago, an hour ago? We were talking about a potential double top. Yeah. So it's not like you were like, it's falling, I'm going in. It's like you were already noticing something with the price action that was happening that you were kind of watching, right? Now I hate NASDAQ because it's like too dramatic for me. But ES did a pretty dramatic fall as well. Like that was like a 26 point from the top. It's like hilarious.
That was fast. That happened
Almost
fast.
30.
Everyone
That's
joking
a
out.
lot.
I think
Yeah.
I've been in these XFAs and I made 100,000 last week. I'm up about 30,000 this week. That was my first short. If you
Wow.
believe that. Yeah, all long sides. All last week was a big week, and it was one of the worst weeks in the equities, and I was just scalping to the long side. That was my first true short that I liked. I did have a little bit of a scalp short yesterday, actually, but oh my gosh, here we go. Something's going on. What was that?
I don't see anything. Like I keep looking out to see whether there's any news and stuff. So I would probably be guessing that this is just portfolio rebalancing of sorts. And you're gonna get that, like those crazy moves for no rhyme or reason, because that's just the institutions going, yeah, let's close out.
Yeah, 100 points up, 100 points down.
Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Or down then, yeah, 100 points down, then 100 points up.
Yeah, and it's not even like literally not even power hour, because what happens is that bond markets usually close a little bit earlier, and then you have an influx of volume for sort of the last hour. That's kind of what I wait for. But obviously this time period tends to be a little bit quieter, so this is definitely unexpected.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is. It's not boring. Yesterday wasn't boring either. Today's not boring. What do we have going into Power Hour, D? I know if everybody's on the Twitter and social media, I don't have it, but we have some amazing moderators who's going to be feeding me some of this stuff. So if you have a fun hashtag meme or statistics or whatever you want to put on there, put them on, and the moderators will send it to me. I'll get everything ready, and we'll share some of that fun stuff.
You're not doing an Andre impression?
What's an Andre impression?
Well, you know how he says, in the top left corner, you will see hashtag fast markets. We will scrape
I'm
the
no
internet.
Andre. I can't live up to that level of what he. I'm after going through this yesterday and then again today, D. Whole newfound respect for what Andre and the team does.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
Given,
absolutely.
sure, they have a team managing each aspect, and they have a team behind the scenes, a team working here and there, and I'm just kind of soloing this. It still gives me that level of respect. Now, I'm a workaholic. I love work. After this, I have more meetings outside of trading, and then I probably won't be going to bed until closer to, I have my slow markets after that, then I'll have dinner, then I'll probably do some work, do some like emails and work. Then I'll probably sleep for about 5 or 6 hours and do it again. And people joke, and you might think it's weird, but work to me can be very therapeutic when you enjoy what you're doing. And it's not just this very tedious, repetitive stuff. Market's not. It's very like a game of chess. It sounds boring, and you think it's the same every time. It's not. Chess is different almost every single time. And same with these markets. Problem solving, I absolutely love it, and it's therapeutic to me. So I don't mind it. Yeah, hashtag Power Hour, put it in. We have a couple submissions already.
Should we see them?
Yeah, let's see. I'm not going to be. Yeah, give me a moment. It takes me a minute to. I'm a little bit slower to get stuff and pull it and do all that.
Okay,
so
sure. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we'll go to your charts. If you're seeing anything, let me know. I'm going to grab some of this and start preparing.
Yeah. So again, I would probably wait for either the top or the bottom of this whipsaw that we just saw. Because there's not like, I don't want to short it here because again, I'm waiting for some of my levels up at 56.23s. So to me, there's a bit of no man's land. But if we get down to at least like a third into this spike down, Maybe might want to buy it somewhere there. I'm gonna go to MES though. Am I gonna lose my drawings? Yes. Okay, that's not great. This is why I have a separate charting platform, because every time you change the chart, you're like, no,
I feel like, yeah.
I have to draw everything again.
Yep.
It's been a million years drawing things. Right. So yeah, to me now, this is this wouldn't be like, I'm a lot more of a slower paced trader. So I look for bigger chunks of the move. Sometimes I will scalp if it's something super obvious. This wasn't obvious to me because I have no level here. I have one at 56.12. So if that was happening up there and it was a little bit closer to like the middle of power hour, that would have been the trade. But yeah, I want to see what we do in the next sort of 40 minutes or so. And then maybe we find an opportunity to maybe buy this and then to go even higher. Not really interested in shorting.
Music to my
this
ears,
today.
buying it. You're looking at ES, right?
Yep.
I can't disagree with you.
I can't do NASDAQ. Sorry. It's just.
No, that's fine. I trade ES as well. I do like the fact, like you see that little wick to the downside. Essentially, that was just the test of the highs, right? And so from a technical standpoint, those highs, which was resistance, technically became support. Whether it took all day or it took a minute, I mean, yeah, time no longer matters when we're talking about price action from this standpoint, where it's now officially support, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we had, I'm just trying to see. Was that Asia high? Because I have something on my charts. I think we might have come close to the whip that used to be. So we have 55.77 and 3/4. That was the earlier session, London session high. And interestingly, that's where it bounced. So I have a little bit of a whip through in the middle of that, this area here. But that was during the overlap. Now, the thing with ES and anything that doesn't really trade properly through London is like an out of hours market for this particular product. I find that the overlap levels are not really that strong. But if you take the ones that were created before that, so you have London high, literally just there, and that's where it bounced. So I find that endlessly entertaining.
You want to know what's also entertaining?
Yeah.
That is Topstep levels weekly kickoff high. So
of course it is.
Of course, it was resistance all morning, and yeah,
yes,
big shout out to Hoag out there. Levels still on fire, looking good.
Hoag is awesome, man. I remember when I first got on with Topstep, and he was like saying weekly kickoff high, and I was looking at that. I'm going, damn, man, those are like scary accurate.
Yeah.
And I think he was like quoting that. It's like, D said my levels are scary accurate.
It was like, it almost felt like he was just kind of putting those levels on after the fact, but it wasn't. Like, look how it played out today. It was resistance right near the open, or basically during the news that came out. Then again, a couple hours into the open, that came resistance. We broke out, and sure enough, that was it. So, it's here on Topstep at X, guys. I don't look at them all the time, but I do watch every once in a while, and they correlate pretty accurate to the way that I view the market as well. And there is a good example. It's not a signals, but it's just a good area to watch to see if the market's going to react and then make your own decision. So big shout out on that one.
I mean, while we're on that topic, any level that we talk about is always just a zone of interest. What a trader is going to do with it, that's an entirely different story, right? So you can have a level, like for example, weekly kickoff high, right? And you can use it as a short, maybe for a failed auction. But in this case, you could have used it as a long if you were watching it, right? So it just depends on the context as well. But it's a good idea to have those. Very good idea.
Yeah, I'm looking at something here that I'm pretty curious on. I'm really curious on something. I might be able to share it with you guys. Let's see. Oh my. Oh my. Wow, this is a storyline we've been following for a moment. Let me get confirmation before I bring this storyline on. Hopefully I get that confirmation here soon if you're listening. Wow, I'm excited for this one. Go ahead. Okay, here we go. You guys seen this? A little bit of context. We had a trader just destroy the markets yesterday. He made over $130,000 in one day, copy trading 5 XFAs. Today, Coach Jay and I, we reviewed these statistics, and they were good. We talked about it yesterday. Today, he was down. He was up like $2,500, and then he was down $6,000. So he gave up the $2,500 per account. So times that by 5. So whatever numbers I'm saying, it's by 5. And he was down 6,000, so 30,000. So he went from up 10,000 to down 30,000, and he just said stopped out and done for the day. And here they are. So take a look at this. Now 33,000 in total for the trading week. So this is a fun storyline that we have been following. Great job, man. Great job. It was a little scary there. Here is the day. Let's take a look at that day that we was following. Big shout out to you. Yeah, you can see that right there.
Yeah.
You can kind of see. I see what you did. I see what you did there. 10 contracts long on ES. Let's take a look at the timing. 12:09. I'm dissecting this, man. 10 lots. That's the bigger size. Got in at 55.65 and a quarter. Closed out 55.97. Oh man, let's take a look. Pull up ES. I'm dissecting this. I got permission. I'm doing it. So 55.65. Right? Let's see this. Yeah, 55.65 and a quarter. And we're gonna go ahead and take a look at this. 55.65. So it looks like you were long somewhere down, right? If I would take a guess, it's long somewhere right here. So maybe when we were reviewing your statistics, maybe he was in a trade. I'm pretty sure that matches. While we were in and reviewing your statistics, you were in a trade. I'm just guessing there. And looking at that, you were in the trade for you were in the trade for an hour, 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes. So yeah, 10 a.m., 10:19 a.m. is when you entered that trade. I'm not sure what time zone this is, and you held that for 2 hours and 10 minutes, 16,000. So glad to hear you say locked it up. I'm still gonna give that same advice that I gave earlier with myself and Coach Jay. Look at locking it up, man. Take a step back. Don't keep going for. I don't know. If it's working, it works. If you feel confident in process over profits, I'm not one to say that. I'm always one to say it's amazing day. Be happy. Be done. Go take a walk.
If I could just notice something though, because I caught that part of your segment before I was on, because I was listening. It looks like you went long of VWAP, which is fine.
Okay.
But I do know that you said he was in a drawdown looking at that profit, like P&L curve.
Uh-huh.
So going in with a 10 lot when you're already like down 6K, that could have been ugly. And to me, that is a bit of gambling. I'm sorry to say this, sorry to burst people's bubble. Like, well done. You achieved an amazing thing. But to me, that would be a bit of gambling, right? You're like YOLOing it at 10 lots, right?
Yeah, and I know what you
well,
mean.
6K, effort, going in.
It's very hard. I can see where you're coming from, and I understand that. For
all
myself,
I would say, tomorrow, size down, man. Just size down tomorrow. Just don't come in with another 10 lot day and just derail that whole P&L. You've done the work. You've made the money. Keep it.
it's not DCA. That was just one and all in at once.
Yeah.
So now here's the thing. This is kind of like. It looks like gambling from this perspective. I can never truly know. Do you have, and this is a true question to this trader, is Is this how you're going to continue to trade? Is this what got you into the XFA? Is this how your process is going to be? I talk all the time, process over profits. Is this what you're doing with one contract? Is this what you're doing with, say, one micro? I'm really curious because from the outside looking in, I do get that. That's what it looks like. I do like that you're journaling each one of these days. It's a fine line. You're definitely walking a fine line. Like Coach Jay and I was talking, it was a very bad day, right? To have a positive turn into a very ugly negative, and it's a slippery slope where a bad day could turn even to a worse day. Just understand that as you go forward, and this is coming truly from the heart. Be careful. Look to take money out of the markets, man. The last thing I would ever want to see is somebody doing so well and having such a volatile swing and end up blowing up. That daily loss limit is there for a reason. Lock some of that in. Look at taking profits, looking at taking a payout in terms of sizing down. Big day though. I cannot argue with that. That's $150,000. 33,000 times 5, $165,000 in this week. So who am I? Who am I to say that?
See the trade location I'm fine with. Like the trade itself, perfect. Like long of VWAP. Well done. I was just concerned about the sizing, knowing that he was down minus 6K times 5, I presume.
Yeah, that's 30,000.
And then, there's a lot of cash down, and then to just go in with a 10 lot, well done on recovering, full props,
and
no problem.
I will say
but
this,
be careful.
Even looking at this a little bit more, look at 10:15 a.m. you were in a short. 10:17 a.m. you're in a short. You closed that short, and about 16 seconds later you were in a 10 long. So 5 short, reversed. So just be careful out there. Chinks were clinched, man. I guarantee you that while you were trading today. Your cheeks were definitely clinched. I would be in that type of a trade. But good job. You held it once again. Good job, man. I don't know what else
just
to say
careful
on
with
that.
position sizing. The goal now is to keep all of those profits that you worked hard for. You probably, like Dakota says, you probably went through an emotional roller coaster there, and now you've made the money. You've got a nice buffer. Take a payout and size down and keep going. You're obviously doing something right, so full props.
Yep, full props. Just easy come, easy go. I'll always have that and understand it. Risk comes first. Managing capital preservation Friday coming up, and we're going into a rollover. Enjoy it. That's all I'm going to say. Topstep team is going to be back Monday, and they're going to be giving praises. I could only imagine what Mick and the team is going to be saying as well. So many times there's traders that shoot up onto the leaderboard, and who asked me that question? I can't remember who asked me that, where they said, is it harder to get on the leaderboard or stay on it? And good consistent trading, it can be harder to get on the leaderboard than to stay on it. But when you're trading aggressive, it is easier to get on it than to stay on it. So it just depends. So for me, I can see that there is a world where if you're slow, consistent, and getting up there, it is harder to get on the leaderboard because it can take longer. And once you're on there, then it's easier to save if you're already consistent. But then if you are more aggressive and a little bit more volatile, then it's easier to get on the leaderboard and harder to stay on there. So don't think about the leaderboard. Let me make sure I get that straight. Do not think about that leaderboard. Even, and I'm going to say this again, consider being anonymous. You don't have to have this, and you don't have to have your name on the leaderboard. Don't think about it. Just focus on process, lock in those profits, get a payout, realize some of it, because that is 100% life-changing money for anybody around the world.
So I'm just going to say something with somebody on Twitter actually was having an argument with somebody else, and they're like, "Oh yeah, as it normally happens on Twitter or X, whatever it's called now." And they were like, "Oh yeah, but if you're a great trader, surely you'll be on all leaderboards and blah blah blah." And I kind of just pointed out that there's a ton of profitable traders in Topstep, like there's thousands of people, right? There's like people who don't necessarily get to the leaderboard, but they're consistently making 250 a day, 250 a day, 250 a day. They will never be on the leaderboard because they don't shoot for, inordinate amounts of cash. They don't size up. They're happy where they are. But for some reason, people are like, oh yeah, let's just top 10 leaderboard. That's the only measure of success. Well, it's the measure of P&L. Whether it's a measure of consistency, that's up for debate, right? And yet that leaderboard has derailed quite a few people as well.
Me
Like
too.
I see that one.
No,
Yeah,
it's affected
same,
me when I
yeah.
first got on it. I'm like, okay, I gotta get back
Yeah.
on. And then I'm like,
I had an
stop
amazing
thinking that.
January, and to be honest, I probably spent about 4 months trying to get back to my own process, because I was like, oh my god, I'm feeling this pressure, and it's like, what am I doing?
Yeah.
Just stop that. But I think it's because we all have this competitive streak in us. We wouldn't be where we are in
yes.
life. I know you do a lot of stuff outside of trading that most people don't even know about, even though you do mention it. But again, people in one ear out the other with most people. However, I know that you are a businessman, right? And you have a lot of other talents. But that's the competitive side. You want to do well. You want to be the best at what you do. And in trading, that's not something that can work in your favor sometimes, because you're like, oh, I have to be the best. And you'd force trades. It's like the stupidest thing that we could all do. And yet we've all done it, right? We've all done on, like, I'm usually trading like 2 to 3 trades a day, maybe 5. Whilst I was under that new kind of limelight or whatever, I was doing like 50 trades per day. And I'm like,
I was, to be honest, I was kind of walking that line of over trading this morning in this chop. But it was micros, and it was just a good, I was trying to make a good demonstration that money management trumps anything else that you could do in the market. I caught, a couple good trades this morning, and it worked really well. And then I caught this nice, amazing short. But yeah, money management again, and even referring to that trader we just got done talking about, is money management should be the core, the number one thing in preserving capital. Trade for tomorrow. We say it, and P says it all the time, and there is something behind that, where if I didn't, I would have never been able to put myself in a position to say, take that short or take the next trade or be able to trade, right? What do they say? This is one reason why you might not follow sports, D, but this is why I always like I like LeBron James as my GOAT, just because he takes care of his body, and one of the best abilities is availability. And just like I talk about these accounts where I said, trade for tomorrow, take care of your account, similar, right? In anything in life. Just thinking about LeBron James. I don't know why, but same thing. Taking care of his health and his body, and this is what he does. He's a basketball player, and that's how he makes his money, is taking care of his health. Well, we're traders, and that's how we make our money, and that's taking care of our account.
Well, I mean, you say I'm not into sports. I'm not.
Maybe not. I don't know. I didn't know about basketball or that.
Yeah, so basketball, I mean, I come from Serbia originally, and we have a lot of basketball players that actually
where
do. I'm originally from Serbia, from former Yugoslavia.
I've heard the stories of some of those basketball games out there get pretty intense. Those outdoor.
Oh yeah.
Who is it? Jokic?
Yes. You're talking about the tennis player or the new basketball players? Because I don't know any new ones since I moved to London like 20 years ago. I have no idea. I just know about the tennis player, but I don't know any of the new. I know the old guys who were there like in the 90s and stuff, so I will know them. But obviously it's been a very long time since I've been there. I do go to visit, but I have no idea what's going on like culturally.
Yeah, Jokic, he's a big Denver Nuggets basketball player here in the U.S. Right. And he was telling his story. I'm like, some of the crowds and the fans over there, it just gets
It's
so
nuts.
intense where the crowds are
Very
on their feet,
violent as
jumping
well.
and challenge, like, and just lighting fireworks in the middle of the crowd, and it
Oh,
gets
yeah.
intense. And he was just comparing it to like some of the games here in the U.S. where fans are just talking a little bit of trash, and the media makes it so dramatic. It's like, this is nothing compared to like Serbia
Yeah,
and some of
we're
the.
hardcore, man. Yeah. Serbia is pretty harsh when it comes to that. When I was a kid, I was actually in gymnasts, and because it's very popular over there, right? You have to, if you're athletically inclined as a kid, somebody's going to push you into gymnastics, or you're going to find it interesting because it's everywhere. So I was actually training for the Olympics, believe it or not. And unfortunately, the country fell apart before 1996, so that never happened. But yeah, I was big into sports, and I was always very active. And then much later on, I went into bodybuilding. So I was a competitive bodybuilder up until about 5-6 years ago. And that was pretty cool. And you also had to take care of your body. You eat in a very structured way, which bothers my mom to no end. Like every time I was doing competitions, I have my Tupperware and I'm weighing everything out. And she's like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Just eat." And I'm like, "But I can't."
Yeah. What were you training for the Olympics for? You said.
So it was rhythmic gymnastics.
Okay. Interesting.
That was my thing. Yeah,
Interesting.
I was only a kid. Like they noticed that I was very flexible when I was very young, and then when I was 9, they drafted me into what was then the Yugoslavian Olympic team, and I was actually trained by a former Olympian of ours called Milena Relin. So she was one of the coaches. That was pretty cool. I mean, intense. I remember trying to do splits and stuff, and I'm left-handed, so and I could always do the left side well, but my right side was always a bit more stiff, and she was like coming up to me and just pushing me down. It's like 9 years old. It's like, "Leave me alone."
Man.
It hurts.
Yeah,
So
that's
yeah,
crazy.
it's
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. Always new stuff that I hear about you. Great. Yeah, these markets are boring right now. We're kind of slowed
nothing's
down.
happening.
Love that comment
Yeah.
someone said. Dakota, master FOMO trader. What's the next move? Go casino. We'll see. We'll see what the casino brings to us today. Casino, there's no maximum bet here.
I see somebody's asking where I'm from, actually, in Serbia. Belgrade.
Ooh, okay.
Zemun, actually. And I can see that he's probably one of ours by the name.
And now we wait. Seeing anything set up?
Nothing's happening.
This is, wow. It's already 26 minutes until the end of the session. Until the end of the day. Market's closed. I didn't realize it. It was kind of going by pretty quick. Nothing's really happening since that sell-off. I'm not even inclined to trade for the rest of the evening. Neither should any of the traders.
Yeah, I'm not really itching to do a trade. But, if we kind of climb back up to some levels in the last, 15-20 minutes, but I still want to see it up at like 56.20s. I've got nothing here.
We are holding above the 5600s. Maybe we just close right at 5600s. And let's just do that. Let's run a poll. Above or below 5600. Let's see what everyone's saying. And this is on the ES. I got the poll set up. Let's go. Let's see everybody in the chat. Above or below 5600 ES. There's the poll.
I'm gonna vote for above. Because I kind of feel like we're unfinished business here.
Fair enough. I'll throw my name in the hat for above as well.
We got an area of balance on the profile, slightly longer term, which is not showing up here for some reason. Let's see if I go up. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Ooh, Coach Jay, 800 lot at 5604. Let's just jump in and just take a look. Yeah, I see
it.
I see it as well.
But is that Algo Bros? Or is that a real
I don't
sandwich
watch the
algo?
tape. I see it's moved to 900
900.
there now. We could just scroll up to that. Yeah, it's about 1,000. They split it up maybe between, 3 3/4 and 4 evens, paper gets filled. It's not moving. We do see some liquidity down here at 94.5 to 9. Yeah, that's, I don't know. We're gonna watch it.
They might chase, yeah, but it might not come in until like the very last couple of minutes and stuff, and then it gets a bit difficult.
Yeah, we'll watch
Point,
it.
click,
That
and
could be our
pray, eh?
entertainment for the last 30 minutes. Now again, remember the hashtag Power Hour. I only got 2. They're good, but it's not on the Carl Hungus level, wherever he's at. Hopefully, he's starting to feel better. Getting over that COVID.
Yeah, God, man, COVID is horrible.
Yeah. So just two for the hashtag Power Hour. Why not? I'll bring it up. So first one, Ronald, done for the day 2. Done with day 2 in 50K combine balance, 52,106. Good job. Love to see it going into positive the last 2 days. So keep it up. Capital preservation starting tomorrow. Maybe even consider saying starting right now. And then moving on to the next one, Luna passed some combines during Power Hour yesterday. I'm thinking to go to TopstepTV Takeover might be lucky. Let's see if we could do it again today. Let's same thing. So looking good, $1,500. Great job, Luna.
Nice one. I love seeing women doing well, if that is a woman. Because there's not many of us in this line of work. So every time I see women, I'm like, yay, another girl.
So unpopular opinion, or what do we call it? Hot take is I truly believe that women traders are better than the men. And that's through my experience. And it's solely because of less being, dare I say, hard-headed or ego or competitive. Yeah, so that is a hot take on my end.
I don't think it's like the competitiveness. I think it's actually down to testosterone levels. So if you're a man, obviously the testosterone drives a lot of the decision making and aggressiveness and being hard-headed and stuff. Whereas women, most don't have that. But those that do go into the industry, we do have that competitive streak. So whilst we're maybe a little more risk averse, we're probably just as nuts as the men in the industry, if not even Chris. So that's an unpopular opinion.
Fair enough. Hey, fair enough.
Agree to disagree.
well, let me add a little bit to that. It is some of the women that I've worked with and not worked with here, but has helped out through becoming a coach. They do have kids. Maybe it's also a level of patience. Because if you have kids, I can imagine that increases how well you are with being patient. And part of that is that you don't have bad habits from previous trading as well. For it's like you're new, you're just following a process rather than caring about profits. I don't know. Like, take that, guys, as you will. I don't know. It's just something that I seen, and it is a hot take.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't have human children. I have dogs, as most people know. And I mean, I've got 8 of them. And if you think that each dog is like a quarter of a child, I just about probably have an equivalent of 2.
Yeah. Oh, I know guys have children as well.
Yeah, it's not the same though.
No, I babysit all the time. I do babysit.
Do you? Who do you babysit?
Kids. Human kids.
I know, but whose kids?
Humans kids. I've been around. I love kids, D. I love kids. I've been around kids my entire life. I have a relatively big family, and
right. Okay.
I've changed plenty of diapers. I've been there, done that. I know how it is. Trust me. That's all I'm gonna say for there.
See, I like some kids. It's again, unpopular opinion. Some children are very intellectual, right? So you look at them, they have bright eyes, they're asking, great questions. I'm going to pop in a micro here just to run a hypothesis.
To the long side?
So long side, yeah.
On which market?
MES.
Okay,
I'm going to
I see what you see. I do see what you see.
I could be wrong, right? Could be wrong.
It looks
just
like
it's
put it out. Building a little bit of momentum to the long side. I do agree. We have that big order sitting at 02s now, then again at 03, and then some at 04. So
yeah, and it's inching higher. So, 1 micro, peanuts on the line. If it breaks out, if it breaks out. If not, it's all right.
Mm-hmm. And now we wait. Still not a lot of submissions for the power hour yet. Let's see.
Come on, guys. We can do
we
this.
finally got someone. Oh, good. This is okay, I got to read these before I put them on here. I don't want to make that mistake.
Is it safe for the stream?
Yeah, it's safe for the stream. I like, I'm a golfer, D, and so I like golf memes. Here is one. If you get it, you get it. John Daly is one of my favorite golfers. He's over here on the right. A little power hour humor. Hey, look, a pullback after a break of IB high. That's probably just a failed auction, Sparky. New trader just got an XFA. Man, he's a great golfer, great guy. Well, I don't know about Guy personally, but he is quite the character.
I know nothing about golf. I've been golfing like 3 times in my life.
Well, just to give you a little backstory about John Daly, he is one to just be continually drink a beer while playing in like a major golf tournament, and
I like him already. It sounds like a cricket player.
And still kicks everyone's butt. He still kicks everyone's butt.
So back in the 80s, cricket, right? It's kind of similar to baseball, I suppose, just much longer and less interesting. But with cricket players in the 80s, they were all like slightly chubby because they were all like drinking constantly. So they're like on a 5-day tournament, and because you have like different types of cricket, and some of the games last for literally 5 days. It's like ridiculous. And they were all just like half drunk whilst they're playing cricket. It's like, really? And my husband told me that. And then I went to see whether that was really true. And it was. Yes, there were a whole like bunch of alcoholics basically just playing sports.
Yeah, he's definitely entertaining to watch. He had a recent YouTube video with one of the top golfers in the world, which is Bryson DeChambeau. And he had fun. He like drink a beer, put his beer can, and then hit a golf ball off the beer can.
Perfect.
So you can imagine. Here we are on the ES, trying to hold above that 5,600. You're still in that long?
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it. It's only like $50 or whatever. I can risk that.
I do like how you have ticks instead of dollar amounts, where you're thinking about the ticks, you're thinking about the risk reward, and you're not letting the dollar amounts. That's something I always suggest.
Same.
Is not focusing on those ticks.
Yes, I hate the dollar amounts because I trade like different sized accounts, right? So if I were to look at one account where I might be starting a combine or it might be an XFA, it's not going to be the same as my main account. So dollar amounts mean nothing to me, right? So it's like, it can be 100 lot size. It can be 1 micro. I don't care. The process is the same. Ticks are the same. Execution gets a little bit tougher when you get into some bigger sizes on thinner markets, but the process is the same. You have a level, you try to obtain a trade, and then you just look at ticks. So it doesn't matter if you're in with 50 or 1 micro, it's all the same thing, right?
Yep. Process over profits. Here we are. Let's see if we can get this push through these 602s into that liquidity. 600 sitting at those 602s. Yeah,
wasn't that at 604? They moved it up a little bit now, and there's more smaller orders. I don't see the 900 lot.
Just push through that. Now a big one sitting at 603s, trying to get filled. That filled, and off to the races. There's now some big orders sitting at 607.
Yeah, 302.
Let's see if we could hold this breakout. That's the hard part. Last 25 minutes during power hour. Let's see if we could get some movement here. Yeah, Coach Jay, all filled.
Nice. Okay, so let me just do this.
Yeah, there you go. You can see the orders right there, huh? Okay.
Yeah, just put up I realized I'm looking at the MES ladder, which is not the same. So I'll just put up the ES ladder.
I catch myself doing that sometimes, and I see like
same.
huge
like
order come
265
through
in
and get
gold.
excited
I
and
know,
like,
it's micro.
it's just MES, yeah.
Yeah, the amount of times I've done that, it's epic. So, and then I realize it's the wrong.
Especially during when I'm on slow markets and I'm like, that's boring. And then you see a big order come through. I'm like, whoa, that means something, especially during this time. And it
Yeah.
was, nope. Well, we
It's
are
funny, isn't
holding
it?
into these O2s.
Mm-hmm.
Still nothing yet. Kind of a, but we are pushing. We are pushing. So that's something.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have the last 10 minutes of fun when the MOC orders come in.
Yeah. Yep.
Like I said, we have some unfinished business the way I'm seeing it up at 56.23s, but I've got my profit at 56.20s. So if we get there, nice. If we don't,
Yeah, I know yesterday's Power Hour with Coach Jay was pretty crazy and chaotic. We
Yeah.
just had a massive move to the long side the last 10 minutes or so. So,
yeah, that started off as a failed auction earlier in the day, and it just kept going. It was relentless.
Mm-hmm. And here we are. Quick update on everything. Tesla's up 0.75%. Nvidia up 2.5%. Microsoft, 0.8. Meta up 2.5%. Google up 2%. Amazon up 1.25%. And Apple sitting at just a quarter positive. And here we are in the Nasdaq, just up about 1%. SPX 0.75%. And here on ES, sitting just above 56 evens.
Mm-hmm. Should we start getting excited now? Come on,
Yeah,
you can
another
do
order
it.
came
Let's
in
do
at
it. Push.
4.5, 604.5. There's 600 orders, 650 maybe. See if we get that filled.
Yeah, I think this is partially algo bros as well. I call them the algo sandwich.
Okay. I do see some at in those 607s that's been moving. The
Yeah.
600 level. Let's see if this one gets
That
filled.
was legit. Yeah, I think 600 is legit.
604.5. Those 600 contracts look, but those other ones just keep moving.
Yeah, the ones down below around 98s, they look
Oh.
a bit sus.
Yeah, they keep moving as well.
Yeah, that's an algo because it moves like with the price. There's no way a human is sitting there going move everything up, down, up one, move everything
All
down.
day,
Like,
yeah.
it's an algo. Yeah, and it's been running throughout the entirety of the summer. It was so annoying because you can't see what they're doing. You're like, stop it.
Did they ever get filled? Do they ever get filled on these
No.
spikes?
No, it was just like chasing prices now, and it was going with the spikes and stuff. They weren't there during the releases, so they would pull them when you would have like a big release and stuff, and then they would be back like 5 minutes later. It's
Oh,
like
wow.
some Twilight Zone nonsense.
That's annoying for people trying to read the books.
Yeah, it was very annoying for me because I love doing these sort of trades with the help of Bookmap, and all you could see is just the sandwich algos doing their thing, and I'm like, get away! What would you want?
I just noticed this. The tilt on Topstep X is like Netflix. Are you still watching?
Yeah.
And then cue
It
to
asks
some
you in
inappropriate meme.
intervals. Yeah, it asks you in intervals of about 30 minutes, I think. Are you still watching? Are you still watching? That's
Well,
actually
we
really
didn't get
annoying
that.
on
There's-
Netflix because sometimes I just want to leave like stuff in the background for the dogs, and then at some point of the night, if I'm out, it just switches off, and the dogs just go bonkers at every little sound outside. It's like, how do you switch it off?
Man. Yeah, so far nothing. 600 sitting there
Yeah.
at 04.5. The algo overlaps it every once in a while. Looks like it's 800. Back to 600. Yeah, those algorithms are that's annoying.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days when nothing happens, and then in the last 2 minutes, everything happens.
Yeah, I'm not going to trade this. Yeah, I'm not.
This is just one micro, so there's nothing.
Fair.
Just just something moving on the charts.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see if we can make it. We're trying to build it. Higher lows. Staying above 600's nice. Back into these 602s. Okay.
Yeah, they haven't made a move yet.
I think they just pulled that. I don't think it got filled. Did they move that down? I know, Coach Jay, if you're watching, maybe you could see if that 600
let us know.
got filled at 604, or if they moved it down.
And then we can see the sandwich. I'll go again. Up at like 607s. 608.
No fill. Coach Jay says no fill.
No fill. Yeah, spoofing, are we? Okay.
They decided not to once the market did what they wanted.
Yeah. See, that's the thing with spoofing. It's like technically it's illegal, but how do you prove that? It's like, yeah, I put the order in. I wanted to execute, but then I changed my mind. It's like, how do you prove it?
How do you prove spoofing unless you're some guy in the basement in Europe doing causing a flash crash?
There's actually one guy up in North London that got arrested for that. He was an independent trader, but he had like 60 million to play with, and he was doing that.
That was the flash crash. There's a documentary. I seen something like that, right?
That could have been it, yeah. And then they just turned up and arrested him because somebody got his IP address. Because obviously you leave a trail, right? And they went through the clearinghouse, brokerages, everything, and they found out where it was coming from. It was a dude I think he was in West Hampstead or something, which is North London.
Didn't he himself get scammed by like the company he was working
for?
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Ugh.
He was a dodgy something through and through, so.
Fair enough. Here we go. Let's try this. Break above these 3.5.
Let's go.
There we go.
Come
there
on.
It is.
You can do it. Come on.
Get out and push, as Hoag says. Seen
exactly.
That?
Everyone get out and push.
Get All right. Last 15 minutes. Who has the MOC? ES above 5,600 was the poll that we set a while ago. I'm going to go ahead and end that. 62% of the chat says ES is going to end above 5,600. Okay. 62% out of 800 voters.
Okay.
So you got the chat on your side. Oh, there's a nice little bounce. Let's see if we make a run to a new session high, which would be 07.25.
Trying.
The Pac-Man sound. I'm not doing a Pac-Man sound, Steve.
Yeah, that's Hoag's specialty. That's Hoag's specialty.
Yeah, I'm not going.
And we don't have single prints. Single prints is when Hoag is doing the Pac-Man sound. This is not single prints. It's just consolidation before maybe a breakout to the upside. But what ES tends to do, it likes to run the stops on lower time frames. Like if you were to watch like a 100-tick chart that I know Dakota likes to observe as well, I bet that they're gonna, into the end of the market, they're gonna try and run these stops at 5,600s and then reverse. This is why I like to use slightly wider stops on some of these plays into power hour and because you will get stop run, and then people are like, oh, but I was in on that, but then they stopped me out, and then they turned around. Yes, because that's what they do. Okay. So I like to place my stops sort of 2 or 3 points lower than the most obvious highs or lows, depends on what you're doing. It's a long, so in this case it would be below the lows. And then you survive the stop run, and then it goes crazy. So
yeah, let's see if there's 500 contracts at 5.25.
Yeah, 600. Yeah.
This is looking pretty good for your trade. Do you plan to get out of this before the MOC, or like what's your end of day?
It depends.
Trading?
There we go. They're trying to do a stop run now. So I do try to grab some cash before the final 5-minute craziness.
Okay.
But it depends when I go in. Sometimes I will just be entering for the last 10 minutes. This is a little bit earlier, so it depends whether I get enough space or not. And then if I get my target, or it just pops and then it just stutters and then price kind of starts to slip, I will be out. So it's very case by case. This is a very discretionary scalp type trade that I like to do towards the end of the day. It's usually connected to some levels. So right now I'm looking up at that unfinished business up at 56.23s. So I reckon if we do get a proper push up, we have at least 56.12 as a target, and then maybe even 56.20.
Fair enough.
But, you know, we'll see. It's just a little hypothesis. So sometimes they reverse it into the end of the day, and then you're like looking at a big sell-off. So that's why you need to have stops and stuff.
Yeah, someone's saying Delta's plus 31K. What market? If you guys are watching the Delta or know the Delta, put it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, if it's ES, then what that can bring is a pop-up and then a violent crash back down, because positive delta means they've been kind of building on the way up.
Yep.
And when they can't get what they want, at some point, they're going to start bailing, and that's when you get the massive turnarounds.
Okay, let's see it. ES has a positive delta of plus 31,000, so let's see how this plays out. NQ has a negative delta of 2,600.
Oh, interesting. I mean, that's pretty sizable.
You're on ES. I'm going to switch to NQ on my end. Watch that for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Right, we'll see when MOCs come in. I do have financial juice, but, you know, maybe we can get chat on that. Give them a project.
Chat's always, they're always there to give you information, tell you when you are bad or good.
Oh, yes. Yeah, chat knows best. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think we all get a lot of stick from chat all the time.
Always.
Hey, you should have done this. Oh, you should have done that. Oh, why didn't you hold that trade? Oh, why did you close this one? It's like, okay, I get it. But I'm going to say my London peeps are very, very, very polite, you know, because sometimes when we're on fast markets, we get a lot of trolls. We get people who actively dislike certain personalities and they're like actively trolling. I don't even read chat on fast markets anymore because of that. But my London guys, I've got to say, they're so considerate and, you know, they ask pretty intelligent questions. I don't know whether you get the same vibe from your slow markets peeps.
We're a little slow, D. No, we do. We get a lot of international traders in slow markets. It's great. We have a lot of new traders, surprisingly, which has been very good. And good to see a lot of younger and new traders. It's traders of all levels. But here we go. NASDAQ starting to sell off a little bit down into the 420s. Shout out, Eddie.
1 minute till MOCs.
Yep, 1 minute. MOCs. Yep. Oh, and we need a countdown clock. Forgot to do that. I have this fun little thing. Let's do that. And let's see if I could time it as good as yesterday. We have 10 minutes exactly.
All right, so that's the MOCs now.
Timer might be off, guys.
Let's see what we got.
I'm going to get this timer right.
That was the stop run, right?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Now, whether they continue up or not, that's anyone's guess.
Here we go. Back into the 20s.
Yeah.
Trying to get this timer exactly right to the close. There we go. Okay.
Right, we've got MOC imbalance, S&P 500 minus 1.6 billion, sell side. NASDAQ minus 830 million. Dow minus 360 million. Mag 7 minus 390 million. So S&P is kind of interest, but it's still below 2 billion, so that's not
just
that big.
a nothing burger across the board.
Yeah.
Lots of chop today, so that makes sense.
All right, let's see what they do for the last 7 minutes, 9 minutes.
Coach Jay,
Not much.
Whole lot of nothing. 8 minutes till
Yeah.
close, and this is a complete contrast of what we seen yesterday.
Yeah. This is quite muted for now.
Well, this kind of sums
no
up
fireworks.
the day. Yeah, this kind of sums up the day, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just chop nothing, and hopefully traders kind of stayed out of it and kept their head either above water or to a small loss. That's all one could really ask for today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy I stayed with Crude today. That is my main market. It was pretty drama-free. So, yeah, that was nice. Made a nice change to, what am I going to trade today? Copper, platinum, gold. I was just trying to find something that I can, like, jump on. But everything was just, like, not really moving. And now in the last sort of 3 weeks or so, it's all just come alive. But then gold, that did move quite nicely for the last several months. Now gold seems to be a bit muted. It's like in a balance on a very large time frame. It's not really doing that much. And it's very difficult to read because of that.
Yeah, that's kind of how like Jay and I and Nick and I was also talking about today, where it always seems like it's greener on the other side after you get chopped up.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, 7 minutes left. The whole board I'm looking at is green.
Yeah. But not much of a power hour move. Somebody pulled the plug on electricity, it seems.
Yeah, we got it all out yesterday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is capital preservation, so maybe this is just the start of it, of a little bit of a mess. Do we have any news coming out tomorrow, Dee, that you are watching or paying attention to?
I don't think so. Just trying
September
to
13th. I'm not seeing much.
Oh,
Just some consumer sentiment and.
No, one thing we have the China news that could impact crude oil because they've been struggling with their economy and stuff. And if that's weak, that's not going to be good for crude oil. So we may actually see some more selling because China accounts for about 15% of global crude oil demand. And if their consumption is falling, that means that there's not going to be enough demand, right? So yeah, I will be watching that just purely in relation to crude oil, but nothing much on. We have the University of Michigan consumer sentiment that can sometimes be a mover if they're like really bored and there's nothing else to grab onto. So grasping at straws.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much either. Hopefully, yeah, this is Power Hour tomorrow. Hopefully everything starts to go smoother. Like I was talking, Eddie, hopefully he's starting to feel better. Hopefully Coach Robert and everything there went okay. And the team out there enjoying their time. Maybe we get some more good, juicy stuff coming from out of there. Other than that, what a messy day in the markets. Tomorrow just could be one of those where maybe it's best not to even trade. This is a tough market going into rollover. It's triple witching, like we were saying, right?
Yeah. Is it triple witching or is it still quadruple witching?
Quadruple,
never
quadruple. What is this? Is this the third Friday of the month?
Probably, I don't know.
It's something.
Yeah. Is it? It's the second Friday of the month, so maybe it's next week. Go check that.
Yeah, 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes. Let's see if we get anything here.
They did the stop run and then back up.
Yeah, ES is
As
looking stronger
expected.
than the NASDAQ. You're in that trade, right? Right at just basically
Yeah.
break even. It's hovering around 5,600. Back to
Yeah.
that poll, we had 60-something% saying above 5,600.
Hey, we still have 3 minutes. Give it time.
We're going to close right at 5,600.
Yeah, this is not really going anywhere. It would have moved already. You know, we had all the MOCs, everything. It should have already made its move, and it's just like, meh.
No one wants to touch it.
No.
Right at 56. 3 minutes. 20th is quad witching.
20th, okay.
Yeah, but for the U.S. markets, we only have triple witching. We used to, right? We used to have quad.
Yeah, it's changed. Yeah. I don't know. I have rollovers every month in my products, so that's like a normal thing for me. I know that all the equities traders, they're like, oh my God, no, it's rolling. It's like, yeah, chill. It's all right.
Yeah, we're getting the start of what a rollover looks like and feels like. Just a mess.
Nothing. Yeah. Choppity chop chop.
2 minutes, minute and 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, thanks
Now
for
I have-
having joining us, Dee. I mean, joining
My
me,
pleasure.
I guess, and the audience. Anything that you want to
Yeah,
say?
it's been
I
fun.
don't know.
Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, obviously we did share the stage once before with Rips when Rips did the takeover, so that was pretty fun. But yeah, this is the first time we were running the show. It's just two of us kind of chatting and stuff. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. So thanks for inviting me.
Of course, yeah. It can get pretty boring and exhausting just by myself, where you get to take up some of those words. Mouth getting or throat getting sore, tired of talking all day, every day throughout this.
Yeah.
Going into the last minute after this, going to go hop into some meetings, then get ready for slow markets and do it again. And then you're going to be doing London tonight, or
no, so I'm done for the week. I only
Okay.
do it Monday through Thursday, so I can sleep in tomorrow. But I've got some
Nice.
estate agents coming in to value my house, so that's been fun.
Fair enough. Good. So you're going to enjoy a nice weekend.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah. Do
Here
you
we
have
go.
any plans
Last
for the
30
weekend?
seconds. Above or below 5,600.
Nothing's happening.
Are we going to close right on it?
Yeah, I know.
Let's see.
It's gonna be like 56. We're not moving. 56 or die.
13 seconds. It's like hitting 00.
Yeah. All right, I'm bailing out of this. I've made whole $10 in that.
Answers above? Is it above? Oh, we did
No,
close
it's
just
just
above.
under.
Just barely.
Is it barely? Is
I
it barely above 602? Not
Let's see.
sure. Let's see.
Yeah, it was. What was the
It
close?
was. It's by a tick and a half, basically.
You just
a few ticks
so
up.
close.
So,
And
but yay, it closed above.
all those option traders. There's probably a lot of options traders that was sweating that one.
Hold on, isn't it options expiries tomorrow?
Yeah, they also
if
have
Big Red
daily
Tick
options
is,
in the market. Yeah,
I know, yeah, but
Casino's
the major
open.
ones. Yeah.
But
funny.
okay, I think we're gonna leave it at that. Thanks again, Dee. Closing remarks before I kick it off to the outro.
Just try not to burn out, man. You're doing slow markets, everything. I hope you can get some sleep over the weekend because you're doing a lot of work.
Yeah. Melatonin, sleep for 24 hours, then do it again. So, all right.
boy.
Thanks, Dee. Thanks, everybody. I'll catch you for slow markets tonight. If not, bright and early tomorrow morning. Go ahead and take care.